Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first of our public investment plans, or PIP presentations for the fiscal year 2018. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of council members that we have with us. We have Councilmember Jeff Syracuse, Councilmember John Cooper behind me. I also want to thank the Nashville Entrepreneur Center for hosting us today. I also want to thank Metro Nashville Network for streaming this live today on YouTube. It will also be on Channel 3 tomorrow. Before we actually hear from our first presenters, I want to just make a few general comments about the PIP process so that those watching will understand what we're up to. I believe strongly that we need to empower our Metro employees to think very creatively, to think outside the box so that they can improve services for residents, and that way we can achieve a greater return on investment for our Nashville taxpayers. So last year, with Talia Lomax O'Neill's leadership, we created the PIP program, and we gave Metro departments an opportunity to collaborate with each other, as well as to go out and find outside partners so that we could think through true innovation and exchange diverse experiences and viewpoints to come together to achieve a common goal. This year, our PIP process is a little different. We've created 3 categories for the PIPs. We have A, B, and C. And since we're here at the Entrepreneur Center, I'll use that appropriate terminology. Category A is seed money for proof of concept projects that are in their early stages ideas in an untested market. Now, category B would be what we would call second stage funding to continue developing or scaling up a winning PIP from last year. We invested more than $5 million last year in 17 projects, and I'm pleased to see that several of them are back for what I would call their Series B funding. We also have category C, which is our moonshot category, where we expect to hear transformative ideas that will leverage considerable funding and participation from outside Metro. So it's important to note, as always, we always receive more requests for funding than we actually have allocated dollars. So we've received more than $15 million in requests for PIP funding this year. So obviously we're not going to be able to fund everything. The panel is going to score the proposals and then decide how to most effectively and efficiently allocate those resources for the taxpayers of Davidson County. But let me take an opportunity to thank everybody, first of all, for participating. That $15 million in requested funding also leverages $4 million in matching funding and $600,000 in budget reallocations, which is something that we challenged Metro departments to do this year. So we are on track in terms of cultivating more entrepreneurship and innovation in Metro. I'm looking forward to hearing these PIPs over the next 2 days. We have a lot before us. And finally, I want to thank my fellow panelists. I have Michael Burcham, who does an excellent job in training all of our PIP teams how to pitch a few weeks ago. So Michael, thank you for doing that. That training, I think, has significantly improved the PIP process, and I think you're really going to see that in the quality of proposals we're going to see and also the presentations. My other co-panelists today are Metro Chief Operating Officer Rich Riebling, Finance Director Talia Lomax O'Neill, and Director of Innovation Nancy Shapiro. So we're going to hear from our first presenter, and take it away, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Berry and panelists. We're excited to be here and to be your first PIP presentation and kick off the next couple of days. I'm Michael Briggs. I'm with the Metro Planning Department, and I have Jonathan Cleggan with Metro Public Works. And I want to take a moment to introduce the folks who are up here because they've been really heavily involved in this work over the last 2.5 years. And so we have Rochelle Carpenter with the Nashville Area MPO, Caroline Vincent with Metro Arts, Renata Soto with Connexion Americas, Fuller Hannah with the Nashville Civic Design Center, Courtney McCormick with Nashville MTA, and Alex Macias with Connexion Americas. We've also got a couple more folks from the Civic Design Center and from Walk Bike Nashville in the audience as well. And so this has been something that we're excited to present to you all because it's truly a collaborative process that I think will show what a Metro Division of Transportation could potentially do in the future. We've struggled in Nashville to take concepts from plans and ideas and really get them into implementation. We hear that. We've done a lot of planning. Yes, we've heard that. We've caught on to this.
Yes, you have.
And we want to be thinking about how we can deliver projects quicker and do it more collaboratively. And we think this is an opportunity where there's been significant synergy already invested into this work, where we can produce projects that look something like this. This is a mid-block crosswalk along Nolensville Pike. It would connect to the park that is planned near Casa Azafran. It incorporates art and placemaking elements, and it makes it a little bit safer, more appealing place than what's currently out there today. And I want to introduce this term quick build because we want to really narrow down on the solutions, the strategies that can be done quickly so that we're producing results and projects in a much quicker fashion. So, as you know, major capital projects take a lot of time. The issue on our corridors is that we have a number of cars, a number of people walking, taking the bus. We need to improve the transportation options. We need to improve the safety of those who are traveling along the corridor. We know that our pikes, like Nolensville Pike, is the backbone of our transit system, of our highway system. And we have work to do on these to make them better. And we think waiting on just major capital projects is not the solution, that we need to be thinking through quick items that we can implement on a smaller scale. We anticipate these corridors being places for future housing opportunities, future jobs, and currently today they don't reflect what Nashville is. I think we feel that downtown and our neighborhoods really reflect Nashville. These corridors are kind of the missing link between the two. So over 2.5 years, our folks who've been up here have worked very hard to get ideas from the communities along Nolensville Pike. They used Play-Doh on maps and pipe cleaner to show what they want to see Nolensville Road do in the future and want it to look like. They've had debate. They've sat at tables, talked to one another, came up with ideas, mapped things out, put Post-it notes up saying, this is how Nolensville Pike makes us feel. This is how we can make it improve. We've even captured the oral history from folks, really trying not to forget the past, those Nashvillians who've lived along the corridor, but then also embracing those new folks who are there as well. And we've really looked to our new leaders, those, and this is an example from the Oasis Center, to really think through some ideas along Nolensville Road, pilot a bus stop, what a shelter could look like. And we've put some things out there where it's just a simple item such as a bench that indicates that this is a place, and we need to be doing more things like this to show that people belong here, and it's not just an area to pass through in your car. So in February, we all ventured out, I think on one cold days that we had, it was really windy, and got the different metro departments together to really look at 5 different locations along Nolensville Pike. We want to keep this synergy going, and we think the seed money that would be devoted to this will help keep this work moving forward. We have good connections with our champions along the corridor. The metro departments are working together on this. Our nonprofit and advocacy community is at the table. And then we have the links into the neighborhood with representatives of neighborhood association and businesses. So they were out there looking at the corridor, coming up with ideas. And so this is an example. If we look at Glen Rose Avenue, what are the things, what are the solutions that could be done at this intersection? Identifying the partners that are involved in that particular element. Is there a way to leverage additional funds to do this? Is there an art or placemaking component to it? And then noting, where do we need to coordinate with TDOT? That could be a potential hiccup in this process. But then really narrowing in on what are the items that we can do as part of a quick build and start discussing taking some of these solutions forward. So again, I said we focused on 5 to 6 spots along Nolensville Road, but we think this has the potential to be modeled and done on our other pikes within Nashville, because a lot of these same areas have similar issues. We know that we can only take forward 1 to 2 major capital projects along these corridors that would involve significant transit And we think this is a way to begin narrowing down and producing results much quicker. So our proposal is to pilot what a Metro Division of Transportation would do, really coordinating with TDOT on this work, and looking at something that we haven't done before and after metrics, so that we can explain that this work has value, that it's not just about moving cars through, but it's about making this corridor a place. So the seed money we're requesting is $1 million. It would help with the engineering design, the pre and post assessment metrics. It would help supplement gaps where we see money that can't be leveraged and spent on the actual physical items along the corridor. And we hope to also model a guidebook that we can use on the other corridors so that we begin to institutionalize this process. There's already been significant investment to develop the concept plan, and I've got 3 copies at your table as well. And so we want to take those ideas and begin thinking through the engineering solutions. There's also an opportunity both with Metro Arts and the Nashville Area MPO to help fund artists on the creative placemaking components so that we begin making the engineering elements look like a place. So this work is proven in other cities. Cities like Austin, Seattle, Chicago, New York City, they're doing these things. Nashville can do this too. We know that a comfortable walking environment yields more people walking. It makes people healthy. A vibrant place that we're experiencing within Nashville retains and attracts talent. It stimulates the local economy. It makes businesses thrive along the corridor. And so this is just a simple example from Chicago. It's using polka dots as an artist element on both the pavement and the sidewalk, but it's extending the sidewalk so that it makes it easier for pedestrians to cross. It makes the crossing distance shorter. And there's planners and delineators that help make it a little safer place. So again, the team would be Public Works, MTA, and Planning, acting as the DOT collaborative, and really getting input back and forth from our champions along the corridor. And that's why it's important to have our folks here today that have worked on this, have the connections to the community, and can help with some of the art and placemaking components. So our timeline, I would say, is aggressive. It's very aggressive for Metro to deliver something like this as quickly as possible. I want you to focus on November towards the end of the year to try and actually implement the projects by the end of the year.
So can I just ask a quick question? When you showed me those 6 pieces down Nolensville Pike, you're telling me that by November those projects would be implemented?
We hope to have some elements of them implemented. Now, the big hiccup, as I've pointed out, will be coordination with the Department of Transportation,
Yeah, right.
state DOT.
But this is not just to have another plan to plan.
Right.
This is actually by November, I would actually have something.
We are working on engineering designs and actually
Yeah.
put products on the ground.
Yeah, and Mayor, I think what we've done is we've identified locations, and really what we're focusing on is pedestrian safety improvements. So we've identified those, and that's the first 5 spots we plan to implement. And we think we've got ideas and a plan that the Department of Transportation will approve, and so we can do those quickly.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. And so you'll notice that we'll continue meeting with the steering committee and coordinating with TDOT early and often. And then the pre and post metric to be performed will help us tweak some of the designs if they're necessary next year. So in terms of a sustainability plan, Public Works and MTA will maintain the engineering components. That's what they do well, and they are the partners that can do this best. Arts and Connexion Americas can help with the maintenance agreements, working with the artists and the volunteers to help maintain the creative components. And so our pitch to you is to take these ideas and actually put them on the ground, and that they're great ideas as a Post-it note and within a plan, but we actually need to produce results now, and we hope to do that with this seed money. Thank you.
Thanks. One last question for you, just quickly. So appreciate that you guys have a great comprehensive team here, but I don't see anybody from TDOT. So what kind of conversations have actually happened with TDOT, if any?
Well, they've been in the early coordination and plannings, and maybe someone else would like to answer that question.
That,
Can you use the mic just so that the folks at home can have the pleasure of your voice?
Since we have been engaging our community through the Envision Nolensville Pike project that included at least 5 creative labs, the TDOT has always been at the table.
Okay.
In fact, when we created the crosswalk, when we were opening MMPS Pre-K Center at Casa Azafran, that was our first opportunity. The MPO, Public Works, and Conexión Americas sat at the table with TDOT precisely because we wanted to implement this idea of creative crosswalks. And so we already feel that we are starting not from zero. There's a lot of great conversations and people at the department that I think hope that maybe Public Works gets it right and gives us the roadmap. And then they're, I think, very open to the idea of seeing how then is their role to maybe implement this in further ways so they're in other places on the corridor.
Okay, so, okay, there is a relationship with TDOT, that's just want to make sure, okay.
They're on the steering committee specifically.
Okay. Any questions from my panelists?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Talia.
Okay, I'll jump in here. In terms of quick build, you talked about quick build, and you're going to be implementing something by November. What's a normal timeline in comparison to what you're calling a quick build? Would it normally take 2 years to pull something like this off, or?
It might, but in this case, really what we're focused on is pedestrian safety improvements and crossings at MTA bus stops and at the park. So what we want to do is move pedestrians across the street, across Nolensville Pike in a safer manner than they can today. So really the quick build component of this is some signalized intersection improvements and some new crossings, some engineering solutions to make that safer. And then we continue to work with the placemaking component of this to bring the arts in and to bring a more place-sensitive outside the intersection crossings themselves.
Go ahead, Michael.
I wanted to ask a couple of the budget questions on the million proposal. If I'm reading it correctly, there's 200,000 for all the planning and operations and 800,000 for the actual construction. Is that correct?
That's right.
And that is divided across 5 intersections. Are they equally priced, or they each cost something different? And do you have an estimate of what's your probability of all 5 being done for the 800,000 without a cost overrun?
They're not all equally balanced with the cost. Some will be more expensive. We intend to completely rebuild the traffic signal at Nolensville Pike and Thompson Lane. That's a big intersection. That signal's, and that work will probably cost $200,000 at least. And so there's also some lower cost improvements. We think we can get, we haven't started the engineering yet, so we don't have true cost estimates, but we think we can get 80% of the work done for $800,000. We may need to follow up or supplement an additional $200,000 to get to the million in construction.
I'll add that that's also part of our collaboration is raising private money. So much of the public engagement process has been funded by Kresge Foundation that is now also funding some implementation of these projects, and we continue to raise money primarily from national foundations for the placemaking parts particularly that will leverage on the investment of Metro.
And my last question, of the 5 intersections, if you had to prioritize them so that you could only spend the money you're asking for, what's number 1 and what's number 5 on your list?
Jeez. I'm looking at the group because I'm like, ooh. I would actually let Renata speak.
Renata, which one is it? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
There's 2 that are equal priority. I would say Nolensville Pike and Thompson Lane, and then whatever happens right in front of the future park next to Casa Azafran. You can't go from one side to another safely today, and if we're gonna engage people and inviting them to come into a park, we have to make sure that that's a safety pass. And we also believe that it's a great opportunity to create a refuge island, like there's none on Nolensville Road, so it would be a great exercise in demonstrating how you can calm traffic and make pedestrians a priority over cars.
And I would say number 5 would be the Elysian Fields Roads intersection, because we're actually working closely with TDOT, which is planning on doing a highway safety audit later in the year to plan for further pedestrian improvements of that intersection and others as well.
Nancy.
Have you been in touch with Austin and Seattle and those communities that you mentioned?
Yeah, so we actually visited Seattle last fall and met with, they have a whole street use division, a whole floor, that looks at all of these issues of trying to do festivals within their streets, setting up, they call it a pavement to parks. So they're taking excess pavement and trying to create seating space within some of their community nodes. And so this is really patterned after what we're seeing in Seattle and Chicago and Austin.
And a follow-up question, I'm sure you asked them what they wish they had done differently that you could learn from, and what were those things?
You know, their big thing was maintenance. So it challenges their maintenance crews to get out there and do this work. So they really put, in Seattle at least, I don't want to say the burden, but they kind of look to the community members or community organizations to help replace the artists and placemaking components. And there's sort of an understanding within their community that if their DOT needs to get in and break up the pavement, it goes back as just regular asphalt, and then it's up to the community group or the artist to go back in and replace the placemaking component. And I could see that really working well here because maintenance is a concern of ours.
And you said that you addressed that through thinking through what the kind of MOUs you'd need
Right.
on upkeep with artists and,
Right.
okay. Any other questions? Talia?
I have one more question. You mentioned here that you want to develop a set of performance metrics so that you can kind of see where you are, and then where you are at the end. Give me an example of what those metrics might be. Is it pedestrian accidents? You know, is it more people walking? Is it, what are your thoughts?
So crashes would be a metric we want to look at. It may be hard to do a before and after within, you know, those timeframes. We have really good data on traffic that goes through there. We don't have as much historic data on pedestrians and bicyclists, and so we'll be trying to get a baseline information on that. We've done a little bit of this with the Lower Broadway work, where Gale Studio came into town and did observations of how long people were hanging out in an area. And so there's going to be, this is going to push us to do some different metrics than what we traditionally have done, which has been more focused on really just traffic, level of service, and getting into more observational type and qualitative type data.
Okay, I got one more if we have time.
Well, we do for you, Talia.
What do you all or anybody on your team consider to be the most innovative thing about this proposal? Wow.
Well, I will say, I think the most innovative thing is that it really begins to set the framework for a division of transportation, because I think that those little building pieces, even though this is a small or a one corridor, it can really inform us of how we do work in the future. And so I think this could be a building block for how the different departments work together as part of a division of transportation and work with our community partners on implementing projects. And I don't know if someone else has.
I would only add that for us, an organization that is not an urban planner or a transportation planner, the exciting thing is that we have been, again, working with all of these team members in the steering committee for more than 2 years, and it is all of us thinking outside of our own ways of thinking. So, for example, seeing the engineers from Public Works, learning and appreciating the value of artists in thinking about how do you bring a solution to an infrastructure issue of a community, how pedestrians can't navigate the built environment. So for me, it is certainly that all of us are expanding each other's horizons on how we think about infrastructure investment, the role of the public sector and the role of private investors and nonprofits along a community to just leverage that investment to make it the best that it could be, not just because you're addressing an issue of how does a person cross from one end to another, but also how you use that opportunity to create a more beautiful space where people want to be and brings pride in the neighborhood where you are.
Anything else? Well, thank you. I think it's very exciting to think about our pikes and corridors as not just places where cars go quickly, but actually creating space and place for the communities that occupy those pikes and corridors and creating a pedestrian and biking environment that helps us move on our transit. So I appreciate it. Thank you all. We are back with our public investment plans for FY 2018. We have before us the Southeast Enrichment Collaborative that we're going to hear from in just a second. And Kent, it's great to see you. I know that you'll have some folks that you'll introduce here in a second, but before I do that, let me just say that we've got some council members here behind me. We've got Councilmember John Cooper, Councilmember Bill Pridemore, Councilmember Jacoby Addow, and Councilmember Jeff Syracuse. It's great to have all of you with us today. Also to remind the viewers at home that we are going to be asked for probably more funds than we actually have revenue to support. So we appreciate that you are taking the time to do this. We're very much excited about your collaborative, and we're going to turn it over to you, and at the end we'll ask you questions. So take it away.
Okay. I'm going to let each person introduce themselves as they come up. So very briefly, I am Kent Oliver. I'm the director of the Nashville Public Library. And it's my pleasure today to be talking about the Southeast Enrichment Collaborative, where we're talking about education, empowerment, and opportunity for the 37013 area code. So what is the collaborative? What we were really about is setting up a group effort to address a lot of issues having to do with education attainment for more people in one of Davidson County's fastest growing areas by working smarter, working together in a central enrichment zone. And we're addressing this through identifying the problem, coming up with the solution. We want you to understand the relevance, and we certainly want you to know the impact that we think this will have on the community.
All right, I'm Liz Atack. I'm with the Nashville Public Library. It says problem, but I really think we have an opportunity. The Antioch area is one of Davidson County's fastest growing areas. It's home to nearly 12% of our residents, and actually the area grew by 27% between 2000 and 2010. We don't yet have current numbers, but that's 7 years out of date, so we can only imagine it's grown even more. Just over half of the people there speak a language other than English, and citywide or countywide, our population ages 60 and up will increase by 33.3%. So we have a lot of opportunities here. But what's actually happening? In Antioch, we have classroom space at our library. The Southeast Library is consistently at capacity. A lot of the partners here use that space. Conexión Americas doesn't have enough room in 37013 for their ESL classes. 50 Forward sees a real need to provide programming and services for residents aged 60 and up. For Nashville Adult Literacy Council, they consistently have a wait list 50 people deep for their English language classes in that area. And then the Financial Empowerment Center, because of the space restrictions at the library, they can only be there 1 day a week, and so they're very limited in when they can actually provide those counseling sessions, and it doesn't always match up with clients' needs. So we have a big opportunity there.
I'm Larry Price with the library. The solution is actually an opportunity to transform 25,000 square feet in the lower level of the library space. This space has been idle since the library opened in 2014. And we propose transforming this idle space into dynamic, energized, and space that brings out the enthusiasm of learning. And we will drive out redundancy in the partner agencies in terms of their need for space by collaborating for the classroom space that each of these agencies need.
With more than 78,000 population in the area, we project in the first year of operation, full operation, about 60,000 visits. And here are some quotes and stories from persons served by the partner agencies. I've had trouble wanting to live for the past 13 months since Jenny died. I feel great at Nashville Adult Literacy Council, and I wouldn't feel this way without the opportunity you are giving me. And I imagine living the rest of my life regretting the bad decisions I made. The Nashville Financial Empowerment Center gave me the hope I needed. I realized my goal of becoming a homeowner again is possible. From Conexión Americas. Every day that passes, I think I'm losing the embarrassment and fear of speaking English. Mary and her husband moved here from New York to care for their adult son who was dying of cancer. A month after their move, her husband died suddenly of a heart attack and her son died shortly after. Mary joined the 50 Forward Turner Center a few weeks later. After several months, Mary, who is now an active volunteer and enthusiastic participant in many classes and activities at the center, pulled the 50 Forward staff member aside and said, "I want you to know that the day I first came to 50 Forward, I was so down and I had lost so much I was seriously considering killing myself. Thank you for saving my life." And as we go to the next slide, I might say I'm Janet Jernigan, Executive Director of 50 Forward.
We know who you are, Janet.
The collective impact of the 6 agencies in partnership will be extraordinary. All of us have many years of experience accomplishing our particular mission and in working with other organizations to accomplish what we all strive to achieve. To highlight a couple of partnerships that 50 Forward has experienced, the Nashville Public Library has the digital literacy classes at our Donaldson Center and currently at our 50 Forward Knowles Center. Dorothy Backus, a member of that class, says, "This class was scary at first. I did not know anything about the machine. I am learning to relax in class. I'm still making mistakes, but I've learned to use the home button. The more I do, the better I get." Okay. I think I'll have one more thing, but it's not my turn.
Is this the financial one?
Yeah.
Just briefly, we wanted to make sure you understood the expenses and the financial engagement in this. I think one of the questions you had last year was whether or not we had done our homework regarding this area. In the packet that you've received, you will see that each agency has completed a budget, and that is a draft budget, but that should give you an idea of the commitment that each agency has towards this collaborative.
Lee Gray, I am the program manager for Oasis College Connection, a program of the Oasis Center. We know that people who complete some college or an associate's degree will earn an additional $7,900 a year. So just for conversation's sake, if 50 students a year complete and work with my staff and matriculate on to Nashville State Community College, which is right next door, that's a return of investment of almost $393,000.
I'm John Murphy, representing the Financial Empowerment Center. Since launching in 2013, the Financial Empowerment Center has reduced debt by over $5 million and increased savings by over $800,000. But perhaps the largest return on investment for Metro and the community is what happens when we increase credit scores. We recently had a client improve their credit score by 100 points, which saved him hundreds of dollars a month in his home loan. This puts more money in the pockets of Nashvillians and more money back into our local economy.
So the Oasis Center is part of the Youth Opportunity Center over on 17th in Charlotte. And through our involvement there, we've seen that 50% more of the individuals we serve are more likely to achieve their goals based on the location of other resources. And so the average commute for a person from the 37013 zip code is approximately 27 minutes each way to the urban core where many resources are already established.
And emphasizing that point, we are building upon the experience of all of our partners either being a partner or being host of others. The Youth Opportunity Center led the way in creating a co-locating environment where organizations serving youth came under one roof. Conexión Americas is the lead agency of Casa Azafrán, where we're serving immigrants and refugees in South Nashville. In that same way, the library will take the lead in being the host of all these nonprofit organizations, but building upon the experience that all of us have, both being part of a greater, bigger culture, partners with each other, under the leadership of the library in this case.
Good morning. I'm Kim Karish with the Nashville Adult Literacy Council. So just a couple of things about the timeline. We're anticipating that this would be a 2-year process. The first would be spent on the design and the build-out of the facility itself, and then we would be immediately prepared to begin services in the second year. Now, that's what it takes to get us started. If we'll go to the next slide, you'll see that perhaps the more important question is, what does it take to keep us going? And so the partner agencies that are represented here today have committed nearly $370,000 a year toward the annual operating budget. And we're doing so because we see the value and the opportunity that exists, and we know that we can do more together than we could have done separately. So at this point, we will close our comments and be open to any questions that you have. Thank you for this opportunity.
So I have a couple of questions, and I'll turn it over to the panelists. So I know that for the financial model, you said that you would have $41,000 in partner agency lease fees to help offset the cost of the 25,000 square foot space. Is that an annual fee? Okay. And then you've got the $370,000 component, and that would be their actual contribution for staff. But yet, we would also still need library staff to supplement that for $150,000, is that right?
Yeah, we build in 2 staff positions.
So we'd have staff too,
that
as
number
well
right
as
there. Right.
their staff members, with a $41,000 a year in lease fees. Okay, and then we would be responsible for maintenance. So some of these numbers that you all put out, the 50 new students, the 500 more that could be served in different places, are these people who are not being, the number was 5,000, I think, total. Are those people that are not being served now, or are we just going to serve other people that are getting served somewhere else that they're now just going to come to here? Do you have any idea? Are these new visits?
For up to 50 new students seeking some post-secondary education of whatever their choice is, we feel like it'll be an additional new 50
Right.
at least.
Okay, so you would have 50 a year that would be new students. And I think that was based on your idea that from the transit component, the 27 minutes each way. All right.
And the fact that they'll be probably receiving services from somewhere else, and we'll be able to get connected with the 50 new people that we haven't otherwise.
Okay, and that one I could see with yours. The rest of you, I wasn't completely sure that these would be new people, so help me with that. It sounds like, Janet, let's use the microphone so folks can hear.
In the case of 50 Forward, most older adults don't drive outside of their close neighborhood, and also certainly don't drive in the evenings.
Okay.
So it would be new,
These would be new for you,
several
too.
hundred people.
Okay.
Yeah, for us too, it will be new adult learners who are right now not able to come to Casa Safran, or we can't have them because we don't have enough parking, and there's no more enrollment opportunities for them where we are.
But we are seeing some of these people right now because there is a library space out there. So you're saying 5,000 new people on top of the people we're already seeing?
That's our guess.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. Okay, Michael, and then anybody else? Michael?
Okay, I have 3 questions. I'll try to be quick, but you got to answer quick because there are lots more questions. The synergy that made the Youth Opportunity Center work is that it was a collection of services targeted at youth. I'm trying to find the synergy you're creating because you've described at least 4 different target populations here, and I don't feel the synergy yet on the panel. So can someone step up and tell me what's the collection of services of 50 Forward? What's the collection of services for the youth? Because I'm trying to figure out where the 1 + 1 = 5 is here.
Sure, I think the synergy is that we're serving the entire family unit. So for young children, the library is upstairs. For teens, we have Oasis College Connection. For adults, we have Nashville Adult Literacy, Conexión Americas. And then for older adults, we have 50 Forward. For everybody, we have the Financial Empowerment Center. And also, I think something that 50 Forward does is that, a lot of your programs actually do target the whole family. And I know 50 Forward is very interested in expanding their intergenerational programming and really taking advantage of that opportunity.
And I would just add that as any collaborative, if the Youth Opportunity Center, the affinity is youth, if Casa Safran, the affinity is immigrants and refugees, neighborhood-based affinity is also as important. It's a resource that will serve a geographic area in families and people of all ages.
Second, I'm sorry, you've adequately covered the question. If everybody responds to that, we won't have any more questions. Second is, can you describe the private partnership money that's part of this, since it's a moonshot? Can you talk to us about the private institutions that will invest in this?
Well, the almost $370,000 that we mentioned, each of the organizations is bringing with funding
But
from private organizations.
They're
All the-
primarily nonprofits. I'm looking for private
Yes, but
companies.
that is private money that is invested in our organizations.
Are there any nonprofit private organizations partnering here?
I anticipate that when we move forward with the library piece, that we'll be able to, through our foundation, begin to generate additional funding.
And a final question, I noticed that you did not include Launch Tennessee or the Entrepreneur Center as a partner offering any sort of entrepreneurial training for job or self. Is there a reason they were excluded from your partnership?
Conexión Americas, as we mentioned in one, will bring other resources, including our micro-entrepreneurship program. We are starting here. As we have learned in our other collaborations, you start with a core group of partners, and once that it works, you expand the table, and actually when it works, others come knocking on your door. So we would love that this will be an opportunity for others to bring resources to South Nashville.
Last question, the exact price of the build-out that's been quoted to you to get this done?
Yes, based upon cost per square foot with the type of space we're looking at, we believe that the $3 million is a good number.
And that includes furnishings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
Can you talk a little bit about how you plan to incorporate innovation into your design?
Well, I think the innovation and the practical piece of it is what we're looking at is a campus type of setup where we're actually going to be sharing classrooms. For instance, there will be a digital classroom that not only will the library be having classes in it, but Conexion, seniors, all the people in the campus will be able to use. But we're really looking at that piece where you're not creating a lot of duplicate office space, but we're really trying to use commons areas and those sorts of things. And of course, the digital piece will be huge because we think the library is on the cutting edge, if not the bleeding edge, of a lot of the great technology that's going on in Nashville.
The only question I've got is, this is shared space with Parks. The building is, did you talk to Parks?
Right, we have talked to Parks and they're aware of what we're looking at, and this is just underneath the library. It does not go over to the other side in the community center, so they're aware of what we're doing.
And what about Nashville State?
We've had them in the early discussions as well, and we think there's a great opportunity there to collaborate.
Actually, in that one, may I add that the Nashville State Tech is interested and excited about this collaboration, especially the English language component for adults, because they eliminated an entry-level remedial English class that they used to offer. So those adult learners now can go to Nashville State, and they have been part of our convening meetings, and they're excited that now we would be able to fill that gap.
The total space under the complex is about 62,000 square feet, and we're talking about a build-out of 25,000 square feet of that space. We have had discussions with Parks about the ideas they have for their space, and so we're not infringing on their zone.
I've got a follow-up question. I think these are probably just getting more granular to Michael's, but in terms of youth, and the life cycle, and we're going all the way up to seniors, what types of services other than the library would be available to an 8-year-old or a 7-year-old? Are there any recommendations in here to deal with that very young age group, perhaps before they're a teenager?
At this point, no, but we believe that the collaborative nature of the space will lend itself to interagency partnerships and collaboration that will provide opportunities for those youth. And as I think Renata said earlier, this is the core group of partners. We're certainly open and interested in expanding.
Okay, and then I do think that there are some missing metro agencies that you could consider partnering with. And I'm thinking about NCAC as an example, and how they are with Opportunity Now Youth and and engaging with them as a partner. Also, community ed, who offers lots of classes, and there's been a gap in that area of the county for a very long time, and they've wanted to offer services, classes in that area. So I do think that there are several metro departments that could be bought into this proposal. And would that require additional space beyond the 25,000 square feet?
Our plan is strictly to build out the 25,000 square feet as collaborative space. We have an excellent relationship with NCAC, and we have worked with them throughout the years on job labs that are mobile and can go to multiple library locations. We have also just recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Nashville Community Education to expand their reach into several of our locations and use those locations after hours. So we're very open to exploring additional options.
And many of the programs at Oasis Center will come with me as well. So we also, through our transitions program, are working with Opportunity Now to provide those opportunities for youth. So that's just another example of how everything, earnability, employability, long-term, is all part of our vision as well. So that will come with us.
So we thank you for your time and coming back and giving us the excellent presentation. Have a great day. We are back with our public investment plans for FY 2018. We have a PIP with the Sports Authority called A Mother's Place, and infrastructure for breastfeeding support. I'm going to turn it over to you all to introduce the folks that you brought with you here, but let me just remind the viewers at home that we will be asked for many more dollars than we'll actually be able to fund. So we appreciate that you all are here and giving us this proposal. We're also joined by some council members. We have Council Member John Cooper behind us, as well as Council Member Jeff Syracuse. So thank you all for being here. I will turn it over to you, and you can take it away.
Good morning. I'm Monica Faulknerson, Executive Director of the Metro Sports Authority. This morning, I'll be presenting our PIP with Amanda Abels of the Metro Public Health Department. And with us today is our Sports Authority Chair, behind you, Kim Adkins. My staff is also here, Alicia Montesserin and Quentin Herring. Heather Snell from the Health Department is also here, along with some of our wonderful partners from Baby and Company, the Mayor's Office Special Events, the Sounds, and the Titans. So why are we here? The purpose of our public investment plan is simple. We're asking for your help as we seek to provide a supportive environment for nursing moms at Nissan Stadium, First Tennessee Park, and at Metro-sponsored special events. Our goal is to add breastfeeding infrastructure to our facilities. With financial backing from Metro and with investments from our private and community partners, we can impact the health and the quality of life of mothers and babies around the city. So in July of 2015, just a few months after we opened First Tennessee Park, a woman named Kelly Flanagan and her family were visiting the ballpark. Kelly was breastfeeding her 7-month-old baby boy in the corner of the gift room, and she was approached by a Sounds employee. The employee had received a complaint, and not being familiar with Tennessee state law, which allows moms the right to breastfeed anywhere that they are allowed to be, she asked the mother to leave and told her that she could go to the family restrooms and she could feed her child either sitting on the floor or on the toilet. Well, instead of feeding the baby in the restroom, Kelly and her family chose to leave the game. So we know clearly that the Sounds are a wonderful organization. They wrote an apology to the Flanagan family, and they've used this incident as a training experience. And ultimately, by partnering with us on this proposal, they demonstrate their commitment and their dedication to moms and babies and families. So when proper infrastructure is not in place, moms often feel that to meet the needs of their baby, they must choose from one of several unfortunate and undesirable options. They can either go to the car, they can go to the restroom, they can head home, or they can choose to not attend events at all. And so unfortunately, the unintended consequence of little to no support is that many moms choose to stop breastfeeding earlier than they wish.
In addition to the social reasoning that Monica provided, the public health recommendations in Tennessee laws, including the Affordable Care Act, require all employers to guarantee a private space for nursing and pumping that is not a restroom. This was originally part of the Fair Labor Standards Act, and it's been moved over as an amendment to the Affordable Care Act.
So fortunately, there is a simple solution for this problem. Mamava Suites are self-contained mobile pods with comfortable benches, an electrical outlet for plugging in a breast pump, and a door that can be locked for privacy. We propose that 2 ADA-compliant Mamava units be placed at Nissan Stadium, at First Tennessee Park, and also used for Metro-sponsored special events. So the suites are meant for individual use, but can also accommodate mothers with babies in tow. And they remind passersby that breastfeeding is natural and should be supported by all of us because of the good that it does for babies and women and families. They also remind us that nursing moms are everywhere and that they need our support.
Maintaining breastfeeding as the norm is an important preventative health measure. Breastfeeding reduces risk of illness in children, including obesity, as well as providing protections for the mother. Breastfeeding is recommended exclusively for the first 6 months of life and for up to 2 years and beyond. In 2016, 71% of women in Tennessee initiated breastfeeding. The national average is around 82%. And only 43% continued at 6 months, which is largely due to social barriers. 45% of the NFL fans are women, and 43% of Sounds fans have a child under the age of 17. We are also impacting equity with this PIP. In the 2015 Metro Nashville Health Equity Report, breastfeeding access and retention are noted as being the beginning of prevention in our healthcare system, but it's an area where significant racial disparities persist. By improving the environment to support better conditions for breastfeeding, our city can lead in moving the needle on these statistics and simultaneously help us bridge the gap on social inequities around breastfeeding. Not only will breastfeeding moms be supported, but over 1 million fans will begin to see that breastfeeding is the norm.
So we propose that the Mamava Suites be housed at Nissan Stadium during football season and for special events such as soccer and concerts. And then each spring, one would be transported to First Tennessee Park for use by the Sounds, and also the other one would be made available for special events, as advised by the Mayor's Special Events team. And we appreciate the support and the generosity of Metro Parks and Public Works, which have each committed to deploy the pods out to special events 3 to 5 times per year. When being used by special events, we'll ask the organizers to sign a form assuming full responsibility for the pods while they are in their possession. We'll also ask them to designate a volunteer to assist mothers and to keep track of how often the pods are being used. The code to enter the pod will be placed outside of the pod or with the volunteer. And then at the conclusion of the special event, we would ask that the organizer wipe down the pods, empty the trash, sweep, and then at that point, Public Works or Parks can return the pod to the appropriate Sports Authority facility. So as you can see from the slide, we are seeking $12,350 from you today. The total project cost is $42,050 and includes 2 ADA-compliant Mamava pods, shipping costs, which have been generously donated by Baby & Company, and the exterior wrapping and design, which will be provided by Southern Blood Services. They're willing to give the money for that, and also our community partners. And our community support for this proposal has been very strong. It's been met with a lot of excitement. In addition to our internal partners, we expect or have already received letters of support from the Country Music Association, the Nashville Breastfeeding Coalition, the Tennessee State Department of Health, Vanderbilt Pediatricians, and A Better Balance.
The health impacts are significant for moms, babies, and for anyone contributing to the local economy. For mothers and babies, you can see that breastfeeding helps protect against a litany of adverse health conditions, infections, and diseases. Breastfed infants typically need fewer sick visits, prescriptions, and hospitalizations. Breastfeeding has also been proven to contribute to a more productive workforce because mothers are less sick and they miss less work to take care of sick infants. In fact, the U.S. could save $13 billion a year if all infants were fully breastfed for the first 6 months. Mothers have reached out to us and are looking for supportive environments to take their families. These other enterprises below have heard their fans and responded with success. We also will be able to track the usage of these pods through smart lock technology through year one. And we anticipate that access to these pods will improve female attendance, young families' attendance at these events, and further showcase Nashville as an inclusive and healthy city to visit and live in. In addition to Metro Sports Authority, our Health and All Policies working groups are collaborating so we can get these pods where they need to be, specifically Monique Odom and Jim Hester from Metro Parks, and Sharon Smith is assisting from Metro Public Works. I also want to just re-highlight the Tennessee Titans as our financial partner and also helping us secure locations inside their venues, as well as community outreach. The Nashville Sounds are also donating to this PIP as well and providing some outreach for us. And the Mayor's Special Event Office has also expressed an interest in working with us, as well as our government consultant, Janet Stambolian, up in Montpelier, Vermont, with Mamava.
So should we be chosen for funding, we will immediately put a deposit down on the pods and place our order. While they are built, we will finalize the interior and exterior design. We expect that the Mamavas would arrive by the end of July, and then that would give us 1 month to finalize the details in time to get them ready for the Sounds final homestand, which is our goal. And we hope to invite all of our partners to a ribbon cutting to open the Mamavas. Based on our conversations with Mamava, the pods are easily sustainable. We only need the continued support of our internal partners who have agreed to help us with transporting and deploying them. After year one, we'll reevaluate the special events that have served by the Mamavas, and along with any requests that we may have received from private events. We plan to assess a fee for private events and also require them to provide a certificate of insurance. Money collected from the use fee would be used to fund any minimal maintenance.
We believe that this proposal allows Nashville to shine as a city that promotes the health and well-being of families by providing the infrastructure needed for breastfeeding. The very collaborative nature of this PIP increases its efficacy and efficiency, providing a quick win for Davidson County families and mothers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Just a couple of questions. So you guys are asking for $12,350. I find it hard to believe that with all the community partners that you guys couldn't go out and actually just get that. I'm more concerned about the ongoing maintenance, this idea that we haven't put that cost factor in for public works and parks. I think that we would need to make sure we actually cost that out. Also, an MOU, because we oftentimes say, hey, like this person's going to take care of this, and then if it's not actually spelled out, we've seen that with other components. I love the idea of supporting moms and babies in our public places. One quick question, you guys have identified the Sounds and also the Titans. Is Bridgestone not included because they already have facilities at their site? Okay, I want to make that clear that it's not that the Bridgestone is actually supportive of this. They're not here because they already have it.
That's correct.
This is specifically targeting folks who have outdoor events, so this is the best kind of space for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Questions for Nancy?
During a Titans game, how many breastfeeding mothers do you anticipate would be served?
Now, I think that's a difficult number for us to provide. I will say that I think in research that we've done, looking at the Minnesota Vikings and the San Francisco 49ers, who also have Mamavas, I think they've seen a use of about 40 to 50 moms per weekend.
Can we accommodate that, though, with 2 pods? I have, like, how long does it take you to do this? Like, I mean, you can kind of, take the time frame and figure it out. So if it's 15 minutes or 20 minutes and a game is 3 hours, and then,
Right.
So, I mean, you should be able to figure out. So,
about how, well, and of course, the needs are going to be different depending on whether or not you are breastfeeding or if you are using a breast pump. The time may vary. But the Nissan Stadium also has another room that can be used, and so the Mamava pods will be supplements to that. So there actually will be at least 3 spaces.
It's actually going to be 5. Bob's been very helpful with this PIP and the planning, and so the way that we have it set up is the pods would go on the club level, and then Bob is designating 2 more spaces on the 300 level and another space on the 100 level. So it'll be 5 in total.
that will not just Mamavas, but just other space?
Correct, that they are
Designated
reallocating.
So that's the only, I love this proposal, but the only problem I have with it is it's one at a time, and I foresee lines waiting to get in. I see 2 of these pods as not significant enough to serve the need. So that's my only concern.
Okay. Well, thank you. We'll continue to address that and see what we need to do. We've kind of looked at this as more of a pilot because we know something needs to be done. And then hopefully in future years there would be an opportunity to add more should the need present.
Do you know how long one of these pods will last? So, you know, do they last 10 years or 5 years? And in 5 years, we're going to have to replace it?
Well, you know, it's still pretty new. Mamava is about 2 to 3 years old. And so we are continuing to work with them. We will work with the consultant, and as the company grows, and some of this we're still figuring out.
Is there a warranty or a guarantee for some period of time that comes with it on repairs?
There's a 1-year warranty.
1 year?
And it's just, I mean, it's basically a box with an electrical outlet. That's it. Like, that's the only technology that's built into this box, correct?
There's a very high-tech ventilation system in there as well.
Okay.
But it's very lightweight and easy to move because it does not have a sink or any kind of
Right, there's
restroom
nothing-
facility. So
right,
the
it's
maintenance for it we anticipate to be extremely minimal and to have a very long life because it is very basic. It's very basic structure.
Rich?
Do other communities make these mobile, or do they make them stationary? I'm not worried about the integrity of the unit. I'm worried about the wear and tear on it being mobile and being carried around. That was why I asked the question. Is the warranty cover it as a mobile unit? And do other facilities use this as a stationary at their venues, or do they use it as a mobile on a trailer?
So most of the organizations, if you're looking at airports, convention centers, stadiums, are going to use it as stationary. Now, the latest edition of the Mamava is they've added casters to it, and I think they're beginning to anticipate that the need for some mobility is presenting and is increasing.
Yes. So because they are investing in remodeling these this month, actually, the new model comes out in April, they do anticipate these to be able to be moved for community events and some of the events that we've been talking about, so that they don't just stay in one place for one season, so that they can be efficiently used throughout the year. So that's kind of the model that we're looking at purchasing.
Anything else?
So are you imagining that this could be used at an event such as Live on the Green?
Yes. Yeah.
As we've talked with...
Because of the mobility?
Yes.
Because of the mobility, we think Live on the Green, we think Earth Day, CMA Music Festival.
I think you had a list.
4th of July, there is a list. There is a list, yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
We are back with our public investment plan for FY 2018, and we are joined today by several folks from lots of places. This is the Community Mental Health System Improvement, and we are going to ask Dr. Paul to introduce who you've brought with you in a second. In the meantime, I just want to give a shout out. We have Councilmember John Cooper has joined us, and I want to just remind the viewers at home that we are going to be asked for more funds than we will have available. So once again, we appreciate the innovation that you all bring to these complicated and very important issues. So Dr. Paul, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Berry, and good morning, everyone. With me this morning, I've got quite a few folks. I'll introduce quickly Amanda Brock and Pam Womack from the Mental Health Co-op, Chief Damian Huggins in civilian wear from the
What's that about?
From the police department, Angie Thompson, our Director of Behavioral Health, Public Defender Dawn Diener, Mary Poliskowski, the Chief Operating Officer of the Vanderbilt Psych Hospital, and then in the audience some dignitaries, including Judge Dan Eisenstein, who's been a great supporter of this work, representatives from General Hospital and Judge Blackburn's office, and I'm going to miss somebody, but I need to get started. I'm here representing a community mental health systems improvement work group. So this is many groups, many people that have been together. Anytime someone measures health in Nashville, mental health comes up as a priority in an area of need. Like other cities, we have too many mentally ill people tangled in the criminal justice system. Like other cities, we need our mental health system to work better as a system, to keep more people in care and fewer people in jail. Thanks to Mayor Berry's leadership, this work group has been convening to identify a vision and strategies for improving our mental health system. The vision is ambitious. It's more than 10 minutes worth. It's more than a year's worth. But I'm going to give you a quick overview. Briefly, the pillars include starting early, that's prevention and working on adverse childhood experiences, using data better, a planning council and a collective impact approach, 24/7 crisis services, citywide awareness campaign to destigmatize mental illness and tell people where to get care, care management and filling gaps, expanded diversion of people away from corrections and towards care, housing options, and dedicated funding. We've made progress on the first 3 of these, and we have progress in some of the others as well. Our priorities for this proposal are to optimize the 24/7 crisis services and launch a citywide awareness campaign. For those who are especially tuned in to decriminalization of mental illness, and I see some supporters in the audience, these are all pieces of a pre-arrest diversion strategy. So our purpose is to build the capacity of Nashville's mental health cooperative to safely and efficiently meet the immediate needs of people in mental health crisis. The problem is that when a person is in mental health crisis, oftentimes they don't know where to turn for help. I'm going to tell you 2 quick stories, Hank and Ricky. Hank has been showing signs of severe mental illness. His family does not know what to do. They're completely at a loss. Eventually, he gets arrested for trespassing, and his family decides not to post bond because they hope that he'll get treatment while he's in jail. Ricky is in mental health crisis, and our well-trained police officers have brought him to the Mental Health Co-op, which is our funded and identified 24/7 mental health crisis center. Ricky's waiting for admission to the state mental hospital. On average, this wait with police officer takes 27 hours. At some point, Ricky gets into an altercation with a police officer over a cigarette. The police officer arrests Ricky, and Ricky ends up in jail. So where do we turn? We do turn to police. 700 patients a year end up at the Mental Health Co-op. 400 need police supervision, often more than 24 hours. And for just a subset, 200 that are going to the state mental hospital, the average wait is 27 hours, and that's 6,000 hours of police time. In emergency rooms, also not optimized. For 4,000 plus patients per year, often long waits. And at the Mental Health Co-op, there is room for improvement. It is the designated and funded place for the state, but oftentimes they can't take care of even simple medical problems at the co-op, and so patients are shipped out, referred from the co-op to area emergency rooms, and those, again, are long waits and fragmented care. So our solution is to build capacity and awareness of the co-op, speed entry into a safe therapeutic environment, reduce waiting time in police custody, limit the need for off-site medical care in the hospital emergency rooms, and to promote this solution as a full-service 24/7 mental health crisis center. The vision here is that Hank's family will know who to call, and the vision here is that the police can quickly drop off a patient and get back to being on patrol. Size of impact, well, mental health crisis is not a rare event in Nashville. The Mental Health Cooperative fields 73,000 calls a year and assesses 8,000 individuals. So improvement in this system will have huge impacts on the mental health system, but also on the health care system and on our crime prevention systems. Here's how it works. First, capital improvements to create a place for secure drop-off and safe rooms, and procedures to move patients directly to the care of trained staff and return police officers to the streets within 10 minutes. Second, build the ability to provide 24/7 medical services on site at the co-op. Third, increase awareness of the Mental Health Co-op Crisis Care Center among our system partners and in the general public. And fourth, measure the impact. Nashville has many pieces in place for this, and police have been trained in mental health crisis response. Metro actually does have an investment with room in the inn for people who need sobering services, and so the police can drop somebody off in 10 minutes and be on their way. So this approach is also modeled after successful programs in Tucson and in San Antonio. So in terms of this request, we're requesting $427,000 in Metro commitment. This is for initial operating budget for this proposal. This would be a sole source contract from the Health Department to the Mental Health Co-op. The Health Department has already reallocated some funds for measurement and for planning related to this project. The Mental Health Co-op is bringing a match of $119,000 in operating funds. And the governor's budget has $15 million identified statewide. Thank you, Judge Eisenstein, for building this kind of capacity. And we're very confident, we're at least hopeful that the state will follow through and be able to support the capital improvements that we mentioned. So that's marked contingent here. And if the contingent funds are not available, the Mental Health Co-op will be raising funds to cover it. In terms of outcomes, we expect quicker assessment and stabilization, reduced time for patients in police custody, which reduces the risk of adverse encounters between police and patients, and less waste. And these are very conservative estimates that we know we can measure. 6,000 hours of police officer time, over 1,000 emergency room visits, and fewer patients sent from the Mental Health Co-op to the emergency room. The idea here, again, is to build a facility that's optimal for crisis care, and then to try to direct our community's traffic toward that better care, and this is the Tucson model. So in terms of the team, I introduced some of them to you already. Amanda has been leading crisis services for 15 years and is also over our mental health services at the jail in contract with the Health Department. Pam has been CEO since 1993, and they're going to seek technical assistance from the Tucson Center. Angie Thompson, our Director of Behavioral Health, will monitor the contract, and our CMHSI work group will provide broad oversight and monitor system progress. Launch plan and timetable are here. We expect to get started pretty quickly once funding is all in place. And in terms of sustainability, we'll obviously measure impacts and savings. So we do expect, we're requesting a Metro commitment to this process, but we do expect to measure savings. And as we measure savings, whether it's savings in the jail system, savings in hospital systems, we would like to demonstrate that ROI and leverage that funding for better outcomes for our patients in who are mentally ill. It's also an active area for grant making, so we will be seeking federal, state, and philanthropic support. I want to briefly mention and thank the participants in the CMHSI work group, many of whom are here, and they've been providing vision and providing commitment as we've gone through this process. And also to thank you for your interest and your time this morning. If we are able to fix our 24/7 mental health urgent care system, we'll be one step closer to getting the right care for in the right setting at the right time for these patients. And with that, I give you back 44 seconds.
Well, I know that we have a couple of questions. So the request that you're asking for, I think you said would build some capacity in the system. So explain to me, is this a build out, a physical build out, and how does this comport with the new facility that we're building that also has the mental health component along with the jail?
All right, so the purpose of this is pre-arrest, is before the jail, and it's to build capacity at the co-op for, yeah.
Now, are you adding more beds? Are you adding more staff?
It's actually adding a secure drop-off site and some secure rooms so that the facility is more secure, more safe, and the staff, trained mental health technicians who will be able to take care of those patients right away, and that would avert the need for police to be there for long periods of time waiting for care.
So this is really about helping reduce that 6,000 hours of police time by creating a space to drop off, but then there still isn't the pipeline beyond that that will be built out for once they've actually been stabilized, where if they need better care. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, this is...
this is just addressing the 24/7 kind of emergency crisis.
It's the initial
component.
piece. Do you want-
Yeah, this will be the initial piece. There are already some services that provide treatment at our location. So this will hopefully speed up the process so that we can more efficiently utilize those beds that are designated for treatment beds. Because right now what's happening is the system is backing up and you're not able to release those individuals to those treatment beds quickly. But with the additional staff, the additional security measures, we should be able to do that.
So with the new component that's coming online, I think we have 60 beds that we've allocated. We're up to 80 now that we've added for pre-arrest beds as part of the new jail facility. That you don't go to the jail, you go to this pre-arrest thing. How would this work with that? Or is there capacity that we should be building out there that would be easier? I'm just curious on what kind of conversations you've had with the sheriff and how that might work.
So all the conversations with the sheriff is that these are complementary strategies. As the sheriff has looked at data on folks who are incarcerated with mental illness, a lot of them are already in the system. They're bound to be arrested because of an existing warrant, probation violation, other issues like that. So I think it's the next layer down. I mean, the very first layer is, who was it? Hank's family knowing who to call. They're not going to send them to a facility at the jail. They want a mental health crisis
Our jail
facility.
facility is actually, there's a separate facility next door that has 80 beds that are pre-arrest beds, that are mental health beds that you don't ever enter into the jail system. So that's what I'm trying to understand, like making sure that with the co-op, that this is a complimentary service.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it happens. It just so happens that the co-op is the vendor.
Right, I know, so that's
for
the
that
other
as well.
component
And
that-
so there is not a duplication in this, but this is kind of the front door, if you will, to the mental health system.
So if I'm a police officer, I'm taking them to the co-op as opposed to this facility that is next to the jail, or we don't know yet?
If they have no charges and there's no criminal action, they can bring them to the co-op. I think that the facility that will be run at the part of the sheriff's office facility are for those who may have committed a misdemeanor offense or who have an outstanding warrant but have significant mental illness to get treatment that way. So it really is two entryways into the system that complement each other.
Well, I'm making sure I understand, because actually the jail will actually have mental health beds in the jail for people that are going in as arrested, but then we have an 80-bed facility that has nothing to do with being arrested, that you are going in through that component so that you've never been arrested, like for people who are in mental health crisis.
It's my understanding those are the people that first come to the attention of law enforcement by some mechanism.
Correct, like you're saying, like having a police officer drop off in a secure area, same kind of thing.
Correct. So I don't want to speak for the other program and what's been presented there. I think they really can be complementary, and as we've talked with the sheriff, those are designed to be complementary because those individuals coming to the jail have still come into the attention of law enforcement first. It is our hope with this center we can reduce the burden on police because people will come and bring their loved ones here first. We would not then have to call the police when the situation escalates and we need backup security. We can do that there without law enforcement having to come back.
So you're actually trying to do this without those 6,000 hours of police time at all? The police are not going to
Exactly.
bring these people to your facility?
That is our ultimate goal, is to reduce that.
All right, thank you, that helps me
That's the
understand.
ultimate goal. And I think the other thing is the ticket to the center next to the jail is something that rises to the level of a misdemeanor, that ultimately is going to be suspended. But I
Actually,
get it.
it's supposed to be a pre-arrest facility with 80 beds.
Okay.
But maybe I need to get some clarification on that, because it sounds like you guys have a different impression.
I think they'd be brought in by the police, but I think the idea is that rather than them being booked in jail.
Right.
But they're brought in by the police for a minor.
Well, they're
vagrancy
picked
or
up,
something,
but
yeah.
they're not actually
Right, they're not
taken.
Yeah, but
Right.
they're brought by the police officer. And then if there's a mental health issue, instead of getting booked into the jail
Right.
system, they would be put into the mental health facility.
Right,
So
which
it's
is why they could be dropped off at the co-op too, same
That's correct,
thing.
yeah.
That's what I'm trying to
But
understand.
I don't know what capacity.
Yeah.
What's the capacity we would have here?
We currently have 8 rooms, but only one of those is a secure room. So as part of this proposal, we'll be adding at least one additional secure room and then expanding the capability of the 8 rooms to roughly 10 to 12.
Okay. Use the microphone, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
The number of police-initiated drop-offs is much higher than what an 80-bed facility is going to be able to manage to. If you look at, there's a, one of your appendices does indicate number of police-initiated drop-offs, it's around 1,000 a year, and then of those, 400 of those need to an actual mental health bed, so they actually need to be admitted to a hospital, which is different than what the police unit would be.
Got it. So what you're trying to do is reduce any kind of police interaction. You're trying to get this to be family interaction, and then the police can do the drop-off at the new facility that has the other beds.
Yeah, but the police will still be involved when people have to go to the state hospital. So what we're trying to do is, even though the police will bring them to us for treatment on their way to the hospital, they can leave.
Right. They don't have to stick around.
They don't have to stick around, and I don't want to make you think that everything is going into Capitol, because a lot of it is staff. Right now, we need 24-hour treatment staff, so that when the police leave, we can actually do the treatment there, give them medication, and hopefully just reduce even people having to go to the state hospital.
And you can keep them on medication, right? You can
Yes.
continue, because right now, once they enter the jail system, they all have to come off their medicine.
And we have a full continuum of care at the co-op.
So you can keep them at least stable.
Yes, and we have a crisis unit, we have respite beds, we have 24-hour,
Okay.
treatment facilities.
So you're not going to have them, you can help them stay on their meds or get them on their
Yes.
meds and stabilized.
Correct.
Unlike what happens when you go, okay, all right. Talia.
Question on your financials. It appears to me that you are proposing to use the state money to do the build-out,
That's correct.
and you're proposing to use any investment from the PIP for operational type costs such as medical. So this would be a recurring cost to the city in terms of maintaining that staff. So this is not a one-time funding request that is before us. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct. The stipulation in the governor's budget.
Can we flip that?
Well, the governor's budget identifies $15 million as a one-time.
It's one-time?
As a one-time investment.
For the 8 walk-in centers, so we know we're one of them. That 15 million is for the 8 crisis centers across the state.
So if you're really going to, I mean, if this is really going to significantly reduce wait time for police officers, have you been able to see a component on the police side that cares for 6,000 hours that are going to be reduced for police time to whatever the number is, so that there's a cost savings over there, so that when the police are asking me for 22 officers, I can say, well, you just saved 6,000 hours.
What that would be is about, with about 200, plus $1,000 in costs based on our hours there. And looking at salary and fringe, you're looking at about 3 officers a year allocation to this problem, which, although it's a resource allocation, it's not a savings to the government, to the police officers, but it is an efficiency for the government, for those officers to be back out on the street.
Yep, okay, I appreciate
So
that.
as we get success with this model, the idea is that hospitals will save money, that police and the jail can save money, and to mobilize that money into savings ultimately. It might not be a forever commitment, but I think it does, I guess we would be advocates for Metro having a forever commitment to mental health systems in this way.
Michael.
I know we're almost out of time. Is this mental health only or dual diagnosis?
All of the above, I believe.
Yeah, all of the above. We would have to address dual diagnosis, and we do that currently.
Including opiate?
Yeah, yes, opiate, alcohol, everything.
Thank you.
Nancy, one final question?
Yes, once you get them on their medication, what support do they have when they leave your care to stay on that medication?
Yeah, we are a large safety net provider in the state, and in Davidson County, we have over 3,000 individuals who are getting safety nets. So that's state dollars that help provide aftercare and community-based support for individuals. So we would have the ability to link them to outpatient treatments so they can stay on their medication, as well as care coordination, and then refer to other agencies, like Centerstone is another large safety net provider in the city, so we would do that.
Great, thank you.
We're done.
We're done. Thank you. We appreciate you. We are back with the Public Investment Plan PIP for FY 2018. We have Audra Ladd from the Mayor's Office. The project title for this one is the Zero Interest Loan Fund for Nashville Main Street businesses. Want to just remind the viewers at home that we are asked for many allocations of dollars, and we won't be able to fund all of these, but we absolutely appreciate the thought that has gone into each one of these PIPs. We're also joined by Councilmember John Cooper behind me. And Audra, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce the folks that you have with you and then to go ahead and give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So with me today, I have Hannah Pecan. She is the Executive Director of Nashville Social Enterprise Alliance. And I also have with me Talisha Cobb. She's the Executive Director of Indy Nashville, Nashville's local business alliance. It's one of 84 in the country. So without further ado, we're talking about Zero Interest Loan Fund today. And I wanted to just start out by the problem. So I think we all know that access to capital is a struggle for small businesses. And most small businesses go to an if-then map, right? They start with a bank. If they can go to a bank, great. But if not, they sort of are pushed into an SBA product, or they end up at a CDFI. Or if that doesn't work, they go to an online lender. Or if that doesn't work, they go to their credit card or to other options. So as they follow this path, interest rates go up and the loan amounts go down. And this path is, it's everywhere. And one frustrating thing about this is bank lending remains at pre-recession levels. That's here in this town as well as across the country. So businesses don't have great credit, excellent collateral. It's difficult to obtain a loan. So what this PIP is about today is trying to find another tool that we can use to help bridge the capital financing gap. I just want to share a couple of statistics with you. So I'm going to share a statistic about women and a statistic about minorities. Even though women own 1 in 3 businesses in the U.S., over 10 million companies, women only receive 80% of the capital men do when searching for funding. They receive just 16% of all conventional small business loans and are 5 percentage points less likely to receive a loan than male entrepreneurs. Loan denial rates for minority firms with gross receipts under $500,000 were a shocking 3 times higher than those of non-minority firms. And business owners of color are paying 1.4 percentage points more in interest than non-minority business owners. So what does all this have to do with what we're here for today? What I'm proposing is an affordable capital solution to local businesses through a community-funded loan model. Now, this is a pretty new model, but basically the way it would work is Metro would partner with Community Source Capital. It's a nonprofit organization based out of Seattle, but it does work across the country, to launch an interest-free loan program. So businesses launch loan campaigns, like they do on crowdfunding platforms, that neighbors, friends, and institutions can participate in. Local businesses then have an alternative source of funding, and local people become impact investors. They basically are invested in the companies that are in their neighborhood. So the program won't solve the capital crisis, but it puts forth an innovative lending product that's outside of the traditional bank loans. It's basically a way that we can increase our social impact investing in Nashville. Community Source Capital is both the platform to use and also the bank. So just Metro wouldn't be having the bank part. We basically would say, okay, we're partnering with this institution. They're doing this marketing platform. They're going to aggregate the funds and disseminate the funds, so we don't have to manage that part. And I should mention that each business that's funded is limited in investment from each individual to $1,000. So it's a very, very community-focused platform. So I just did a couple of cut and paste of articles because I feel like there's a lot of pushback on zero interest loans. Why would people do this, zero interest loans? Well, people really want to invest in their local businesses, and they're not really sure how beyond their normal retail spend. So this is one way that people in your community that can get really excited about an idea and give to that idea outside of crowdfunding. So they invest in a company, and then 3 to 5 years later, they would get their money back. And Community Source Capital says that most people who get their money back in that period of time go ahead and reinvest in the platform in another business. So you have this cyclical ability to have community engagement. So what is the impact? Well, there are over 17,000 small businesses in Nashville, so according to our 2014 County Business Patterns. At least 10% of these businesses are likely to be local independent ones. I have Talisha here to help me verify the statistics. Businesses
so that's where we get the 100 to 1,700 small businesses participating. Now, we have a lot of people in Nashville, a lot of people that are very engaged in the community. I think we're going to have 1,000 to 10,000 local people lending, maybe more. That's just the local. You should know that people across the country can lend to a Nashville-based business. So it's not just limiting the investment pool to Nashvillians. Outside, somebody in Boston thinks that the coffee shop idea is great or was just visiting here as a tourist. They can go ahead and invest in that business too. There's nothing to stop that from happening. So, and businesses, in turn, can apply for $55,000 to $50,000 in loan funding. So that's another benefit of community source capital. There's some other platforms like Kiva, which is a great platform, but Kiva caps it at $10,000. And most small businesses that I've spoken with in the last year that were not able to qualify for the current small business incentives that we have, all of them would have been able to participate in this platform. They all.
It's 50,000 is the cap?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, 50,000 is the cap. So the mechanics, pretty simple. Funding to set up the program, training of connectors, which I've already spoken with, and we have volunteers. The Nashville portal would be set up based on the community source capital framework, and then we market and we launch. And the team, myself, OEO, John's here from OE, from Financial Empowerment, the Small Business Support Network, Pathway Winds Business Center, Social Enterprise Alliance, Nashville Business Incubation Center, the Entrepreneurship Center, Indy Nash, and then our chambers. So that the team is both who's going to help us find the businesses and vet them, and then who's going to help market the program. And the timeline, we can have everyone trained, the website built, financial backend set by October. I think we could launch October. I'll be early November, and then launch phase 2 in January. So this is something we can get off the ground fast. That's the rollout plan that I mentioned. I think between now and June, we can still do a little discussion with community source capital, understand the process more, make sure that get commitments from everyone, even start looking at businesses through our networks for those that have been denied a loan or those who aren't approaching big financing that would be a great fit to kind of tee up a class of businesses to be on the platform. And we sign contracts and begin it. Loans campaign launched. So the financial model. So I'm requesting from you today $400,000. $100,000 is for 3 years of operating this program. That includes all the startup that we would need, marketing, et cetera, building the team, having us all come together, training of community source capital to come to Nashville, meet with us, getting campaigns up, and then run that for 3 years. Also asking for a fund investment of $300,000. This can be through FY18 funds or reallocation of some small business incentive dollars that we have. Like I said before, this program would actually benefit a number of small businesses that weren't able to qualify for others. And then we can seek institutional funding, exploring in the future. I think once we show a track record, it might be really appealing. And we're going to gather data about employment and investment and basically the return of each of these loans to then look at CRA funds, et cetera. So really it's this. It's a new source of capital for small businesses that are Main Street type businesses. It's ability for local people to invest. Fixing a little bit of a gap financing. There's nothing to say if you get a loan through this, maybe you crowdfund for your first kickoff, and then you go through community source capital. Then that gives you the leverage to then seek a traditional bank loan or a line of credit. It all comes together. This program is not eating into any other capital source. So we think we're going to see job creation and increase sales and property tax. So in this day and age, most small businesses can't access the funding they need. New lending types like this have emerged to try to fill the gap. And I think that community source capital partnership with us would just meet a huge need in the community. So that's it.
So I have some questions. So
Sure.
100,000 of this is for just the platform. So 300,000 of this, though, would actually go to fund businesses to that $50,000 cap. So potentially you could help 6 businesses.
Actually, thank you for asking that question. The cap is not set for institutional investment. So you could actually invest more in companies. And what my proposal would be is that we look at the Promise Zone as the geographic area for any kind of matching dollars from the Metro Fund. Or even within that, we could designate whether it's minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, a certain street, a certain area, open for the discussion about the geographic specificity or other income-based specificity for the institutional matching dollars. Regardless, at least 50% would be raised privately, and then the match would come in from.
So it's basically a match. So I've got to go privately raise this money before I can get the zero interest. So it's dollar for dollar. Okay, so why do I need $100,000 for a platform as opposed to not, why do I need to invest that? Well,
I think part of it is that we want to build a team here that is continually seeking really great projects and being able to clearly understand what is a good project. So having Community Source Capital here set up the Nashville page, if you will, of the platform, and then have Talisha and Hannah and staff all be trained by CSC to really understand what the criteria are for a successful project, have the vetting process happen. So there's some money going in for basically staffing the analysis, and then help money for CSC to provide technical assistance.
So what's CSC in for?
They're basically just here.
They're a contractor.
Yeah.
Basically, we're paying them $100,000 as a contract.
Yeah.
So what are they bringing to the table?
They built a really great platform that's national.
But we're buying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a contract. So talk to me about what the innovation is here.
Well, for me, I think they have a bank that is willing to back them on zero interest loans.
So help me with that. So it's not just a platform. There's something else here that's a bankable component.
Right. They have a bank called C3 that they use that's basically their bank. So the Community Source Capital is an interface platform. They have a set of training that they put everyone through. Basically, how do you vet a company? How do they know that they're ready for this type of loan product? And then those companies go through and get funded. Basically, the funding comes to the bank. That bank that's their partner, every $50 that you and I invest goes through that banking relationship and then back out through Community Source Capital to Nashville.
So where's the $300,000 that I'm going to give over going?
That's going as the match. That's actually going directly to the businesses that are applying. So that would be a bakery on Jefferson Street that opens that needs an oven, and they're trying to raise $40,000 for this spectacular oven. They'd raise $20,000 through their community, and then they'd apply for a $20,000 match from the Metro Fund.
So where's the CSC in that?
They're just administrating the funds and creating the platform.
Okay, so but we could actually give them. There's nothing that stops me right now from giving $44,000 to buy that oven for that vendor on Jefferson if we wanted to amend some legislation that allowed the dollars that we have in the small business.
We could certainly do that. We could do direct grants out to them.
Okay.
This is also a zero interest loan, so the $20,000 that would go to the Metro portion of the oven would then be paid back, and then we could be utilized again in 3 to 5 years to support another business.
But we could do that right now. Like we could add, that could be part of the grant that we gave to that 20. Okay, all right. Other questions?
Is there a guarantee on the default through their bank?
So they have the default. The C3 has basically the calculated risk on the default, so that Metro would not be in a default. We wouldn't be taking a risk on not getting our money back. Is how I understand it.
Who's guaranteeing it? Is their bank underwriting the losses?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And what has been their success so far? What's their default rate today?
I don't have the answer. I can research that and get that to you.
And who sets the criteria for what makes a qualified investment?
Community Source Capital does.
Out of Seattle?
Yes, I mean, they would work with us to understand our local market. They'd come out here, but they have some basic criteria of what makes it fundable, what makes somebody successful. They rely a lot on our connectors that understand the businesses themselves, and that's why we're using our small business community as the vetting.
We've used the word investment. Isn't this really just a loan?
Yeah, it's a loan.
It's not really an investment because there's no shares you're buying in these young companies.
You're right, there's no equity,
So
yes.
it's basically
You
a
don't own a
low-interest,
piece of the company.
a
It's a
no-interest loan program. And what's the requirement for payback? Is it 3 years?
It's 3 to 5.
So if it's not paid back in 5, then what?
That's a good question. I'll have to ask that too.
Because that's the only way you have funds going forward, if people pay them back on time and actually pay them back, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anybody else that has this platform or a similar platform? Are you a sole source? You're the only person in the country that does this?
There are others. This is the one, and Hannah can talk about this too. Kiva is probably the most well-known platform that does this. Kiva is an international lender. Kiva's loan does a zero-interest loan that's capped at $10,000. So what I've seen in the last year working with businesses here is that that's not enough. This is the only one that I've seen that goes to 50 and that is sort of in line with the Main Street business investment that I'm seeing.
Okay, and then my follow-up question, I don't know if this is a question or a comment. I understand the $100,000 would go to CSC, and then you're proposing, actually, these are not new dollars, but a reallocation of $300,000 of existing budget availability to go into the fund to provide that matching. So those are not new dollars. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
So they can be complete reallocation,
Okay.
or they could be new dollars and some allocation.
Okay. What is your proposal? What is your request?
I guess my request would be to consider some new dollars to go in, but that's just,
Okay. And are you anticipating that to be a one-time infusion or an annual kind of commitment from the city to continue to build that balance?
my request today is one time. I mean, I really am interested in if this is ends up being a huge platform, if this city has interest or in increasing in future years, but it is just a one-time request.
100,000 is a one-time request.
And the 300, that's it.
So there's not any kind of, well, it's a 3-year operating, so it's.
Yeah, the 100 is recurring.
Right, it's right for 3 years. The $300,000 that you're asking for a reallocation, how many of those dollars have actually been utilized from the small business incentives that we have had on the street of that?
So of the $1 million that was allocated in 2013, we have about just a little less than $500,000 left. So it would be 300,000 of the
Of that. You still have 200,000 left in that, so you could do a reallocation of dollars. Okay. Nancy? No?
No?
No? Rich? Anything else?
I guess my major concern is sort of to follow along with what Michael was talking about earlier in terms of how sort of default history and how what is Metro protected or not protected in this. I'm not really sure the way it's been explained. And so I think we just need some clarification on that issue.
And I just, to follow up on that, the $300,000 that we would be putting in, are we going to get paid back for that?
Yeah, it revolves. So as the businesses pay back, it comes back into the fund for then
Assuming they don't default.
Right.
Yeah.
I will get the default. I will get clarity on the default rate, and I will get clarity on coverage of Metro dollars.
Yeah. This is a game of how good you pick a company and how committed they are to pay it back.
Sure, which makes sense. Any other things you guys want to add?
Who would own the responsibility locally of picking the right investment? Who would fall on their sword if they made bad choices versus good?
Yeah, that's on us. So that would be.
That's you?
That would be a team.
Not a
So it would be-
committee. Who?
Oh, well, I would hope me.
Okay.
I'd be at the.
Thank you.
At the head of that.
I just need to know who's going to put their name on the line.
Yes.
That's a good question.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Committees do not make investment choices.
We are back with the Public Investment Plan for FY 2018. We have before us Ashford Hughes from the Mayor's Office and also some other folks that you brought with you. I'm going to let you take a moment to introduce them if that is part of your time schedule. This is a request for the North Nashville Empowerment Zone, the Magruder Revitalization. I want to just remind the viewers at home that we will be asked for more funds than we have to allocate, so we appreciate the innovation and the thoughtfulness and the teams that you guys bring together to talk about these very complex issues. Also want to recognize that we have Councilmember John Cooper with us today. And Ashford, I'm going to turn it over to you and to John from the Mayor's Office. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and panel. I want to introduce some of our people here today with us. We have members of the United Way. We have members of Catholic Charities, the Mayor's Office of OEOE, MNPS, NCAC, the Arts Commission, and the community. Our community presenter, Jeff Magruder, who is a commercial banker with Pinnacle Financial Partners. Quick synopsis of how we got here is based on several of the mayor's initiatives on how we bring equity and empowerment to communities within Nashville, North Nashville being one of said community. Over the last 6 months, our office has worked with the Magruder Center so that we can find a way to have the center, which is a key focal point in North Nashville, no longer be a needs-based entity, but serve as an empowering community asset to foster growth and development and economic equity in that portion of Nashville. I'll turn the rest of the program over to Jeff Magruder.
Thank you, Ashford. Glad to be here. I'm celebrating my birthday, so this will be a great
Happy
presentation.
birthday.
So if we are able to accomplish this. This first slide here kind of represents what the last 2 years of my life has been getting involved at the Magruder Center, really hoping to transform it from a needs-based facility to a place of empowerment. And you look at the 3 words that I picked out were economics, inclusiveness, and development. And that's what's happening in that area. And this building can be a platform to actually catapult this to where Nashville is heading. And in this building, you see up in the right-hand corner, you see arts, which I think is probably the most special piece about the building is that I actually have an art resident program that's going on right now, and that can wrap along all of the programs that will be coming in, which is a really unique thing to have artists who create and make the place beautiful and also are able to work with entrepreneurs and workforce development programs that are going throughout the building. This next slide, I mean, most of us who are from Nashville understand the opportunity that resides in North Nashville. Staggering statistics have been there for years, from poverty rates of 40% to actual jobs being at 18%. You have a gentrifying community that is actually increasing the housing prices and rents are going up. And so a place that people can come to help slow that down and also improve their way of life to maintain themselves can be at this site, which is very centrally located. It's an Uber ride from the EC. This next slide talks about the constituents, and this is a personal testament of where my family is. You know, I was blessed to have a grandfather and a grandmother that were very active in North Nashville. My grandfather was a physician. He taught in my hair for 40 years, and my grandmother was a civil rights activist. And so they had their hands on me, and I was blessed to be able to be in scouting, and the scouts were the limits. But that's not the story for most kids. The constituents are more like some of my family members, including my mother who lives in North Nashville, who still has 2 kids in high school, who's struggling to keep a job and to get them back and forth from hospital visits and all types of things. You know, she has a great skill in clerical work, but she has yet to find a place that can actually complement and train her. And I'm thinking that as resources are poured into a facility like this, it's a place that I know that she will be able to go and be onboarded and find a place for her to get a job and maintain her way of life. The next slide is about the strategy in which we want to take in the building. So the adopting a place-based strategy is something that is kind of a national thing that's going on in urban communities. The slide to the left, it talks about the community engagement and the stakeholders. the last 2 years, my peers and I have been meeting at the Magruder Center, actually developing this process. And it's interesting, when John showed me this slide, I said, this is what we've been doing, but we didn't have a name for it because the Lunch and Learns have really taken off to where people are ready to invest time and efforts. And what I've told folks is just show up, be a part, get it buzzing, and let's really create a demand for the space to be renovated and set up. To the right, you have what's happening in Philadelphia with Drexel as an anchor tenant that is allowed for the community to be involved in a promise zone. And so when you invest the dollars into a promise zone, there's more likely for you to receive federal grants and opportunities to double down on what the community is already doing. And so what we want to do is adopt this strategy in this building. And here's the brass tacks, and we're talking about the resources and what we're asking for. And what this equates to is already happening. If you look at the first half of the slide, the numbers, it says $2.2 million. These dollars are already being facilitated in the programs that are there. But we're asking the city to do is match that, which is already above a one-to-one on what we're asking for, which is $2.1 million to actually go in and renovate the space, to just spruce it up a bit, to make it more inviting, to support some of the technical services that will allow for us to track and monitor the programs, to develop some onboarding for folks when they come in. We know what they're doing, they know where they need to go. And so if you break it down to the numbers in North Nashville, this is $100 a person we're looking to invest. And what I look at, I'm in banking and I love talking numbers, but this is an IPO for the city. This is buy it now. I mean, the initial public offering is $100 a person to develop, and we want this to be at $400 a person in value in 2 years. So that's what we're thinking about when we're investing this $2.2 million. How do we actually do that, and how do we track it, and what are we looking at in a couple of years to see what we've done with those resources? You know, you look at the people, you look at the place, look at the prosperity of those things combined. And it's a no-brainer for me that someone that grew up in the neighborhood, that knows what valuable resources there are, the location, the talent that's in the neighborhood, that's just begging for an opportunity to be at a place that can actually spearhead some of these things. You know, if I'm a person that's living in North Nashville, if I knew that this place was just not for needs, and I'm not in it's not like a safe haven type place, I know I can actually double down on my already gifts that I have, I'm coming here. There's no doubt. You know, the rhetoric before has always been, well, I'm not that bad off, so I don't need to go to the Magruder Center. We want to change that. We're changing it, and so we want the community's support behind it. Lastly, here are the partners that are involved, that have been involved collectively, that are changing this rhetoric and the narrative of the Magruder Center. And you have the United Way, who's been a key provider and help to kind of get this ball rolling. You have the Career Center, a Nashville Career Center, who could be an anchor in the building to help some of those folks with jobs. Of course, you have the blessing of having the school system allowing us to be there for the last 15 years to just occupy the space, and that $300,000 of money that they put into just keeping it looking decent has been great. And then, like I said earlier, the arts is the key. I really think when you mix in the arts with some of the programs that are happening, it just adds a different flavor to no other facility in Nashville that can say that they're doing it this way. And so what we want to do is forecast outputs. We want to look at programs being offered. We want to look at how we're tracking people. And then the long-term effects is how do we decrease the poverty rate, and how do we decrease the unemployment in the area. And my thoughts in this and the forecasting is getting the assistance that allows us to really onboard people as they come into the building. From day one, when you walk in, you may have a health issue. I mean, we screen you when you walk in, but it's not one of these things where you're signing up for food stamps. It's actually you're onboarded because we want you to come back to be ready to take a job or start your business or take an art class. And the onboarding would allow us to track what these people are doing, and there's several ways to do it, and we're going to allow on some national recommendations to help us get through it. So lastly here is kind of the vision and how do we sustain this? Once the investments come, a lot of folks that have been coming to our lunch and learns have corporately minded people, and I know they want to invest in something that has a strong output. And if you look at the slide to your right, it mentions that people that give gifts want to give to something that is giving output. You know, not just a check. They want to see income, not a monetary return, but a return in the investment. So lastly, my vision before questions is, when you walk through the halls of the Magruder Center in a few years, you smell coffee. You know, the hallway is buzzing every day with people. You have cross-pollination of people from arts to music to entrepreneurship, seeing each other and developing business. And lastly, you have the corporate investment of the neighbors that are in Metro Center to TSU, Fitzman-Harriet that are involved in the business every day. That's it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned this private investment. I don't see that in any of your financials.
No, so the private investment is what comes after we start renovating the business. And so for me personally, as someone that has done lunch and learns, that's been me just telling people, hold on. I don't want to jump the gun. I want to see what the city's going to do with this building. We don't know if Metro is going to, we're even going to be in the building. We're going to take it to that place. And so there is a great opportunity to request private help to do more of the space as well.
Okay, so there's an opportunity for private investment.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the slide, if you don't mind, that had the numbers of the citywide versus North Nashville numbers of poverty, home ownership. If you would just go back to that for a second. I think it was your second slide. So
this one here?
right here, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So help me understand, by whatever you're doing here with this $2.1 million investment, how is that going to change any of this?
So, yeah, you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So what this adopts in the research that we provide, and there's an appendix that will help outline some of the research.
Is that the
yes,
the
ma'am.
folder that you gave me? Okay,
Yes,
got
ma'am.
it.
So the place-based strategy aligns different resources such as Nashville Career Advancement Center, Economic Opportunity Financial Empowerment Center Counselor, and United Way has a family empowerment program that's going to be funded through DHS. All those programs collectively will work on addressing systemic issues or chronic issues that are developed through workforce hindrances. So in the slide with our constituent, she may have introductory levels of experience, but she doesn't have the necessary means or the ability to travel out to NCAC or to other satellite developers to progress in her workforce.
So you're going to
skills and
actually
training.
provide technical skills and education on site. Who's your partner?
On site, Nashville Career Advancement Center.
But they're not going to be able to provide her an education.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one way to tease this out and sort of look at all these resources coming together is just an example of how we've invested in the arts in this specific space. So for a year, we've invested in a group of artists. Courtney Adair Johnson is back there, who's leveraged multiple partnerships with all the HBCUs in the community around arts. So right now in the center, through the Artists in Residence, we're doing free art classes for kids. We're running an Opportunity Now partnership on workforce training this summer, just in the arts. And we have artists teaching skills. So sort of we're beginning to, by leveraging sort of residencies and looking at stuff, being able to bridge not just into sort of youth workforce, but sort of into the HBCU system. And sort of if you wrap around the targeted training that Patrick's team will do and the social services sort of wraparounds that the United Way and Catholic Charities are already doing and bumped up, we think, one, this will create better pathways for people, but also sort of be able to leverage resources. The HBCUs are sort of already heavily involved in sort of the life of Magruder, and the arts is just one thread of that. There are many, many other threads.
Okay, and I don't see them mentioned at the HBCUs. I don't see them as mentioned here either.
And in the proposal, it gives a little bit greater detail on this. So this case study with the Promise Zone, they leverage anchor institutions, and that's what that neighborhood
That was going to be my
place-based
next
strategy.
question. So you have Drexel as your example with Philadelphia. Who's your anchor tenant here?
So the Magruder Center has the lead agency, which would be the United Way, which holds the lease. And then there's implementation partners. So the National Career Advancement Center, OEOE provides some oversight.
I'm talking about a university. Is there a university?
So TSU and Fisk are currently wrapped into the arts, but there's opportunity to expand that and use our HBCUs as that corridor to really progress some of the outcomes that we want to see out of the place-based strategy. And so furthermore to being in a promise zone, obviously, Mayor, as you know, promise zones get more points on federal grants.
Right, are we going to get federal grants anymore?
Yet to be determined, hopefully. But from the federal entities and agencies that we've spoken with, the promise zone is adopted into the existing framework, and it's not going to be taken out as of right now.
So Jeff, you actually said something in your presentation that I thought was interesting, which was kind of the catalyst or the piece for you that you mentioned scouting. You mentioned that, hey, look, some of the things that so where's the kid focus here? If this is also about making sure that the kids are on the right track.
Yeah, arts is actually a lot of kids.
Courtney is here.
Yeah.
So the arts focus has been heavily invested in kids. We started with a program called Mapping Magruder, which was a whole neighborhood-based asset mapping. Last week they were using drones to sort of talk and bring in sort of that. We're doing free art classes for kids at least once a week, yeah. And that just continues to grow. So I think the arts are sort of a way to bring in young people, particularly in the community who don't have a lot of other safe places to go. And we believe continuing to work and invest in all of the artists that are there, and there are more than 6 who are sort of in and out doing work at the Magruder Center, begins to build pathways for employment, not just for safety, but for employment.
Okay, one final question, then I'll let my panelists do this. So we saw a presentation earlier for some space that we have out in the southeast, a request to build that out. I think one of the questions that we asked was, what's the base that you're trying to reach? Like, so I'm hearing lots of different things. Is this about employment? Is this about kids?
I think it's all combined. As we look at the Magruder Center, we first want to tackle employment opportunities, training. We also have arts and culture. We think that youth and our access to opportunity now, which our Arts Commission is working with right now, is all encompassing. This actually fits into the larger process and strategic index that we're trying to do with North Nashville and operating on economic equity standards. This is a major hub. We will also, there's in there at some point as well, talk about how our HBCUs fit into the broader scope of North Nashville and actually what we're trying to do here. Specifically to your question, these are just the partners that we have here right now. There are other entities that are coming on board with youth opportunities that we did not mention here because they're vast, but we do have opportunities with the community gardens that we have going forward, but there are plenty of opportunities as we continue to work with our local schools within that promise zone area to really enhance what we're trying to do, this opportunity.
Okay,
Another partner.
just let me stop you. $2.1 million is, the majority of that is for 1.6 is for capital improvement. So this would be under the expectation that Metro continues to own this building, that we're investing in this building, and that this is our asset. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Others?
And I would
tell
say
us a little bit about the volume today of Magruder, how many unique visitors each month, staff size, and any current measurable outcomes of workforce development or placement today?
Sure, absolutely. So the current output of the Magruder Family Resource Center is about 400 people.
Talk a little louder.
Excuse me, about 400 people a month. And what was your second question?
Any metrics around job placement or anything like that that you want to share with us?
Sure, absolutely. Historically, for the last 14 years, we've been doing a lot of basic needs programming. This is our opportunity to build out into the workforce development programming model in the neighborhood. It is something that we are currently building out. And I'd just like to point out that the capital improvements, just because it hasn't been mentioned yet, is that there's a large portion of this building that's not currently ADA accessible, or in a wing that is not at all accessible, that we're interested to build out workforce development, the arts, our partnership with NCAC into these portions of the building that we are not currently able to utilize.
So I may have misunderstood. It's 400 unique visitors a month?
Yes.
you're targeting 5,000 and you already have 4,800, so is this for 200 more people?
And we believe that with this grant, or with this opportunity, we'd be able to boost our numbers to over 1,000 visitors a month. Now, granted, from month to month, that those would not all be unique. We believe that many of those would be reoccurring clients.
Okay, so you would add another 5,000 on top of the 4,800 you have today?
Correct.
But I think it's important to note here that the way that this project is presented is that this shifts the narrative in the North Nashville community from being a place of a safety net programs and being empowerment programs. So we're talking about giving individuals and giving constituents the tools that they need to empower their own lives, whether it's through finance, whether it's through workforce development. So even though we can take a snapshot of what current clients we're seeing right now, what we're trying to do is improve those clients' lives in the long run, not just in the short run.
Maybe just to elaborate, who are the new people that show up then? Different than today's constituent?
Well, they may be the same constituents that are currently receiving a safety net program, whether that's a food basket, SNAP programming, but there's other opportunities through the Department of Human Services grant with family empowerment, through the Financial Empowerment Center to improve other outcomes in their lives.
I'm sorry, let me restate my question. You had mentioned there'd be another 600 a month on top of the 400. Who are these new 600 that's not showing up today?
I think they're coming in through advanced work. So the point of it is the building is large, whole chunks of the building are unusable. If we can renovate the building with the capital request, more workforce training classes, more art classes, more ways where if someone comes in for SNAP benefits, we can sort of transition them into workforce training, HBCU, college access, et cetera. Right now, the physical limitations of that are quite staggering in the current state of the building.
I see.
And right now you are doing SNAP, so those are all, who's offering those services?
I mean, John can't articulate enough the transition from come in for what you need to get.
So what am I getting when I come there right now?
So currently it is basic needs program. There's emergency rent and utility assistance, there's emergency food boxes. The growth would be the folks that are interested in the workforce development, interested in after-school programming, interested in digital literacy, interested in partnerships with the arts. I think that our expanded client base would be those that have not seen the need to go to Magruder, in the sense that if somebody's not in a difficult spot to where they need to go and apply for those basic needs program, they haven't seen Magruder historically as a location that was a thriving place in the community, a hub, a place where folks can collectively come together.
I'm going to let Talia have a question because I know we got to stop, but Talia.
Okay, can you go back to your budget slide? I just want to make sure that I've got clarification on something. As I look through this, I see that your capital request is for the 2.1, is that correct? But if you go through here and you look at some of these other numbers, we're probably close to Metro having about a $3 million commitment. If you consider MMPS and Metro Arts and MDHA and all of that, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that this is Metro's commitment to this center would be more than that $2 million.
That would be correct. Right. Okay. But this is, if we're looking at this as an investment, this isn't a grant. This is an investment into the community. That the new way of approaching economic and community development through inclusive metrics is taking what is currently being invested, and we're going to leverage that to improve the center to get more outputs and outcomes in the community.
Because this is already being invested. MDHA already has a commercial kitchen there.
So the commercial kitchen is a grant through community development block grants. That kitchen is being renovated in the next 18 months.
Right, but that's already money that's been allocated. This is not,
That's correct.
Who did the numbers on the capital improvement cost? Where did that come from? MMPS. Okay.
All right.
It's not a bad source.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We are back with our Public Investment Plan, FY 2018. We have the Farmers Market. Tasha Kennard is with us, and she's going to talk about the Food Systems Development Project. She has several partners with her, which you can introduce throughout your presentation as appropriate. I want to thank all of you for being here. Want to just remind the viewers at home that we are going to be asked for lots of funds. There will be more fund requests than we can actually make allocations, so we appreciate in advance all your thoughtfulness, your innovation, and your willingness to tackle a problem. Also wanted to just give a shout out that we have, I always want to say congressman, and it's council member John Cooper with us as well behind us. And with that, we're going to go ahead and start.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Berry. I'm Tasha Kennard, and today I have the pleasure of welcoming our community partners and our Metro agency partners that have been working with us to convene a Metro and community project for the food systems development, which has been in progress over the past year. We're joined by members of the Metro Health Department, Metro Social Services, the Nashville Farmers Market, Crossroads Resource Center, and New Growth Associates. And our process represents feedback from more than 150 community members and organizations. Over the past year, we've conducted research that has been focused on identifying supply and demand, as well as gaps and opportunities to improve access to fresh, healthy food for all, including schools and at-risk communities. So first, we're going to define what a food system is, because those are words that we're not used to in our vocabulary. What it is it's the totality of resources, actors, relationships, and networks that grow and process, convey, and retail food from farms within a 150-mile radius of the city to the consumers in our region. Over the past century, the nation's food system has radically transformed from one sustained by family farms to an industrialized system. This system often increases the distance between food sources and consumers and creates barriers to fresh, healthy food to be produced and distributed locally. Metro is no exception to these changes. The assessment that we've conducted has found that more than 108,000 acres of land are zoned for agricultural use inside the county, and we have an increasing number of dedicated farmers who are building up production for local markets and a growing number of more than 645 restaurants in our great city. Demand for local food continues to increase in our community, but we lack coordination, collaboration, and long-term planning. Our findings demonstrate that a lot of great work is happening in our city, ranging from farm-to-school initiatives, culinary incubators, distribution networks, hunger relief programs, grocery co-op conversations, gleaning partnerships, farmers market growth, community garden programs, food waste initiatives, and the list goes on and on and on. But the work isn't aligned with a common goal. Instead, our community has taken a shotgun approach. We just keep loading the gun, pulling the trigger, and missing the target most of the time. Because fresh, healthy food still isn't affordable, available, accessible for all in our community, which is what we all want. We need to break down these silos and coordinate the growth and investments. We've identified 5 major problems that our food system is facing. We know it's not working because 1 in 6 Davidson County residents remain hungry. That means that approximately 112,000 residents in Davidson County do not know where, when, or how they're going to get their next meal. Secondly, our community lacks equitable access to fresh, healthy food. Many people walk out of their front doors and see nothing but fast food outlets, convenience stores selling high-fat, high-sugar processed foods, and some see nothing at all. Without affordable fresh food options, especially fruit and vegetables, adults and children face fundamental challenges in making healthy food choices that are essential for nutritious, balanced diets. Third, our food system currently lacks infrastructure, including scalable local food aggregation, processing, and distribution, therefore limiting the availability and affordability of locally grown food to schools, institutions, grocers, and consumers. We lack the resources to get the product to the school lunch tray, the Neighborhood Resource Center, the Meals on Wheels program, and the grocery shelf. Fourth, we've talked about the current shotgun approach and how we're working in silos. An uncoordinated system will continue to be costly and lack shared vision. An uncoordinated system cannot drive the change our community needs and desires. On top of all of those problems, we're leaking $4.5 billion every year. That's how much we spend on importing food from outside of our region. Just imagine, close your eyes, and think about if we captured 25% of that loss. So what can we do? What should Metro do? Last year, we asked you to make food a priority, and you graciously funded the first step, the food systems assessment, which you have drafted that on your table today. We've taken this task seriously. We've contracted highly qualified and experienced researchers and local food system advocates to guide our efforts, and we're now in a position to utilize the assessment findings and recommendations to begin planning within Metro and the community. Our recommendations will improve collaboration, economic development, sustainability, health, and accessibility. First, we urge the administration to make food a priority in Metro by establishing a food systems development office. This includes funding a high-level full-time position within Metro and the creation of an advisory council to serve as a steering committee to create a long-term vision and strategic plan while increasing the visibility of the food system. We liken this position to that of the City of Denver and propose that the Food Systems Development Office employ a person that is vested with considerable authority to act on behalf of the mayor and the community and be responsible for coordinating and planning initiatives that will increase collaboration, advise on investment opportunities, and engage key stakeholders. Secondly, we recommend that we leverage Metro's purchasing power. Government agencies purchase food to provide meals to people in major institutions that community members interact with on a daily basis. These are our schools, senior programs, and hospitals. Our previous research indicates that Metro could audit all Metro food purchases and evaluate and leverage those purchases. We believe that Metro can reduce our cost on items that are purchased by multiple departments at varying price points currently. By negotiating and leveraging, Metro can recover the costs that we're asking you to invest in the development of this food system. Just as the Nashville Next and Livable Nashville plans have suggested, we need to increase local food production in order to keep up with the growing demand. A great example of what another city is doing is in Boston. Their Article 89 is a zoning ordinance that increases community members' access to local food. It expands the area where urban agriculture can be housed under the zoning code. It was developed through a partnership between the city's planning agency, the mayor's office, and an advisory working group made up of farmers, experts, residents, and advocates. And today, they now have more farmers producing food in predominantly low-income neighborhoods than they had before. We also have that opportunity right here in our city. Metro Parks has over 400 acres of fertile land that is available for local food production that was also once utilized as farmland. Metro Parks is ready to come to the table and collaborate with multiple community stakeholders to make this happen.
Is Metro Parks up here?
Not today. They have been in our conversations. We recommend that the Food Systems Development Office work within Metro to align our land use policies and collaborate with community stakeholders that stand ready to work together. Finally, we recommend the use of incentives to improve access and distribution. These may spur strategic and innovative solutions that foster job training, engage youth, improve access, and improve the availability of fresh, healthy foods. We believe that Metro should evaluate opportunities to provide matching funds or grants to double the amount of locally grown foods available for school meals. And we believe that if we want our children to have greater access to fresh, healthy foods, we're going to have to find a way to provide it.
Is MMPS up here?
Mm-hmm. So what's it going to cost? Second year, we're asking for $150,000. This is not a large investment, but it's an important investment to build the foundation and establish a food systems office and advisory council and implement the internal procurement audit so that we can then recover the cost of the initial investment. Once this position is in place, he or she would work closely with the administration, develop priorities, and evaluate other opportunities. Everybody eats. This proposal ties directly to creating a more livable Nashville and providing quality of life for our residents. Sustainable regional food systems are a powerful catalyst of the local economy, and every dollar spent locally generates twice as much income. Our team has the experience and the relationships we need to move forward, including leadership in food security, community health, social services, farm to school, farmers markets, food policy, and business incubation. Our stakeholders represent a large group of community members that are ready for action. The first step of this project is nearly complete, which is the assessment. We recommend that we continue to move forward, prioritize, plan, and identify investment opportunities, and implement measurable strategies. We want to thank you for your time today. We also want to add that there are available grants through the USDA and other institutions, and that there is a possibility to seek a fund within the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee or with other foundations that could fund this future work. In closing, we have the opportunity to create a sustainable regional food system that can overcome these barriers of accessibility, affordability, and availability. And we believe now is the time, and we want you to be at the table with us.
Thank you. Let me ask a couple questions and I'll turn it over. So the funding request is for a position. One of the challenges that we've asked some of the metro departments to do is to actually do some reallocation. Is there any possibility of finding that person without having to create a new position? I think that's, and then of course existing resources, we have Mark Swan who has the capability to do an audit, so that could be something that is already existing. Just trying to think about why that position needs to be created.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, let's tackle Mark. You know, we had an opportunity to bring you a request for a larger investment. And our group looked at what resources Metro has. And we do believe that the Office of Internal Audit could tackle the procurement audit and be able to leverage those recommendations to improve outcomes. We also believe that within that audit, we're going to be able to recover some of the initial investment that we're asking you to make now. We haven't identified funds to reallocate within any of our partner departments. At this time, we are asking for new funding for the position. The Nashville Farmers Market has been convening this project, and as you know, we have 7 full-time positions at the market that are tied up directly with operating the market's programs. We do think that it's important that this is a new position and that it has the authority and the ability to leverage Metro as a whole, not just within one of our single departments.
So where are you proposing that position be?
We believe that that decision needs to be made by Mayor Berry.
What are you recommending?
We recommend that this is a position within your administration so that they can leverage and work cross-functionally across all Metro departments and within the community.
Does that mean the mayor's office, or because the administration is pretty broad? We're all within the administration, so I'm just trying to get you pinned down a little bit here.
I believe it's her preference, but I would think it would be in the mayor's office.
Nancy?
Can you go to, what's the investment slide? Other recommended investments at the bottom. How much is that second bullet? Matching funds for MMPS.
We believe that that's something that needs to be evaluated. So Metro Nashville Public Schools.
They don't know what they're spending today?
They do. Spencer, you want
Good morning. Metro Schools right now, presently, we spend about $2.6 million on fresh fruits and vegetables in our current budget. Of course, that budget changes every year based on the price index of the goods that we have to procure in our contracts.
Is any of that locally sourced?
Very little. I would say probably less than 5%.
Okay. And do you have a sole source contract with a vendor that provides all of the food that includes?
Currently, we have a sole source contract because that's out, it would be out of necessity. However, with the governmental rules, we can do some small purchasing and some local small contracts, and we do that also to promote our local providers in the area, but that is very few and far between.
Tasha, this is probably for you. One of those slides mentioned that we are leaving $4.5 billion on the table. I'm not exactly sure how that number's arrived at or what that looks like, so it helped me understand that number.
That's a number that we got out of our initial food systems development assessment. I'm going to invite Ken Meter up to the podium, and he can advise you.
Well, there's very little food that's grown in the Nashville area that's going to local buyers. So we're looking at about $4.9 billion spent by consumers, just household consumers each year, and 95% of that's going outside the region.
So somebody else is buying it, they're just not buying it here. I'm not understanding.
We're buying, Nashville's buying food that's sourced outside the region, so $4.5 billion is spent by household consumers buying food that's not grown here.
I see.
It's a pretty big flow of money every year.
And do we have the capacity to grow $4.5 billion worth of produce and fresh vegetables like the pineapples that I like?
Pineapples will be a tough one, but I think, you know, we obviously don't have the capacity right now, and that's why investing in new production, investing in these systems will really be important if we're going to stop that leakage.
But I'm not seeing an investment in these systems. I'm just seeing somebody.
But because the coordination seems like the first step to take.
Got it.
I think that's, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This is sort of a multi-year PIP, I guess is what I'm seeing. And so my question, I guess, is, so we get a study, which we have
Which we funded
now.
last year.
And so how does this investment going to make us better prepared to move to the next level, which is where I think we all want to go? Yeah. But how does this person put us there? That's what I'm not sure I understand yet.
Well, I think, you know, what I noticed doing the research for this assessment is that there's millions of dollars being considered right now investing in food system infrastructure, but people are following their own vision, their own budget process, their own kind of, you know, whatever their self-interest is. But there's not real coordination among them. So we feel like actually in the first year, this could save a lot of money just from coordinating investments. So people are building facilities that complement each other instead of compete with each other.
Metro money or private money?
It's private money, but it's not necessarily going for a consistent purpose. Yeah. Megan is our colleague.
Hi, I'm Megan Phillips Goldenberg of New Growth Associates. So looking kind of all of your questions wrapped up in a couple of answers, it's the local food systems coordinator position, like, or the community food systems coordinator, or food systems development officer, or some sort of planning. In the report that you have, there's an appendix with a variety of job descriptions that I feel represents the spectrum of this type of responsibility. There are approximately 12-ish municipalities across the country who have internalized this food systems coordinator position into the city government. And when we interview them, it's people who are located within the economic development department feel like they've lost the public health aspect of food systems development, and that people who are situated within public health have lost the thread of economic development. And so the long-term sustainability of food systems is that it has to do both, right? It has to incentivize economic development and incentivize job creation through this food market, and it also has to provide healthy food access to low-income residents who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. You can't do one without the other, and that's why we're advocating for a higher level position, that it be in your office, so that it is looking at both. And then the question that Ken was addressing is that these losses, that food systems infrastructure investments are very costly, and it can be difficult for a regional or local-based business to survive in a community-based marketplace, catering to economic development and public health, catering to the social good, if they are also competing with each other. And so in systems where we see two food hubs spring up, they'll both fail. And so we're asking for this position that Tasha is advocating for to help coordinate that work, so that even in these entrepreneurs are focusing on serving the greater good and the greater community, both through job creation and healthy food access.
So you're describing a collective impact initiative. What would be the 1-, 3-, and 5-year goals for this position? What would you hope would be accomplished?
So The first year, we would like for the position to get established and develop an advisory committee that's made up of community partners that have been involved in this assessment, and then also complete the procurement audit. The second year, we would like for that position to be able to bring forth, in collaboration with Metro government, a budget that recommends the incentives that would help put these coordinated systems in place. You know, I couldn't have said it better than Megan did earlier. There's a lot going on in our community. And we're at a point right now, because we've been having conversations for about 5 to 7 years about creating a better food system, that we're on the cusp of a lot of people creating their own versions of that. And so in year 2, what we're hoping is that we can move forward collaboratively and collectively for a system that's better for all of us, not just our own individual needs. So this upcoming year, we're getting a position established to help coordinate those efforts. One of the major findings was that we were very uncoordinated and siloed in our work. So bring everybody together, create a vision, get everybody on the same plan. The next year after that, really begin developing those investment opportunities and working closely with city leaders and planners to do so.
Talia, anything else? Rich, anything else? Great. Thank you guys for making time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are back with the public investment plans for FY 2018. We have Dr. Paul, who has joined us, who is going to talk about the expanded school nurse program and their request. I want to just remind the viewers at home that we have lots of fund requests. We're not going to be able to fund everything, but we always appreciate the innovation and the thoughtfulness that goes in with every one of these presentations. I also just want to recognize that we have Councilmember John Cooper with us today. We appreciate his attendance. And Dr. Paul, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mary Berry. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Bill Paul. I'm with the Metro Public Health Department, and I'm here with Lisa Nisler, who's our Director of School Health, and also Dr. Nicole Boyle, who's the Director of Student Health Services at Metro Schools. Dr. Tony Majors had a health issue this morning and was not able to be here. And so we
Tony's been involved.
Absolutely, yeah. And Dr. Joseph as well. So here we are. We're again here to recommend taking a step towards a vision of a nurse in every school. And this presentation really represents ongoing partnership between Metro Schools and Metro Public Health. Our purpose is to improve student access to school nurses in the Metro Public Schools. The problem that we want to address is an inadequate number of school nurses. It's simply put as that. We've got 62 nurses now serving 140 schools and 87,000 students. The focus at this point is for the nurses to take care of students who need scheduled daily skilled nursing procedures. And the nurses travel from school to school, typically covering 3 or 4 schools a day. Some of the basics are not even covered. Last year, over 2,000 students did not receive a needed individualized health plan. And oftentimes nurses need to be pulled from one thing to do another, and school nurses were pulled 759 times last year. Yes?
The students did not receive an individual health plan. Was there a legal component that we were supposed to provide those folks with a plan, or
I believe it's a requirement.
Okay.
Lisa, do you want to speak to that or step up?
Can you ask them to?
There's no legal requirement, but it is a recommended requirement that students have an individual health plan.
Okay.
But it's not legally required.
What gets me is that our team of nurses is spending 24 hours a day driving from school to school. It's like paying 3 nurses to drive around Nashville.
Wait. Go back to that statistic. Of the 62 nurses, every day, one nurse is spending 1 day every day. So it's really only 61 nurses in. I'm making sure I understand that right.
I guess what I was saying here is that among our entire team of nurses, there's a lot of driving from school to school. The total number of hours.
All right, okay.
The total number of hours that we're spending driving from school to school is 24.
Right, well, there's only 24 hours in a day, and they're driving 24.6, so I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
I get, right.
Yes, so it's, the driving is split amongst all the nurses, and ultimately, it's an amount of time that that team is
That
putting in.
exceeds the day. I got it. Okay.
So we can do better. Proposed solution, ideally, the solution would be one nurse in every school or one nurse per 750 students. That's what CDC recommends. That's what the American Academy of Pediatrics recommend. Currently, we're at about half of that. We know that bringing Nashville up to that standard would be a heavy lift. So our proposed target at this time is one nurse in every traditional high school and one additional RN per every 2 remaining schools. This is a big step towards providing nursing presence in every school to coordinate and deliver care, to help manage chronic disease, to provide physical and behavioral health assessments, teach about health, monitor health in the school, and develop individualized health and emergency plans. The proposal will impact our 87,000 students, but we also anticipate a broader impact. A nurse who can help a family navigate a complicated health problem is helping not just that student, but the family and the siblings as well. A nurse who can care for an ill or injured student right on the spot in the school is taking a big load off of the teachers and the office staff in that school. A nurse that can be a health promoting resource in the school can address health issues that interfere with learning and help students and staff learn about health. And a nurse who can monitor health in the school can connect the dots and recognize communicable disease or other health concerns in the community. Our model is listed here. To do this all at once would require 40 additional positions and bring the total number of positions in the school nursing up to 108. And that does include coverage for absences as well as coverage for field trips and off-campus activities. In terms of the budget, the current budget for school nursing is $4.4 million. This is Metro Schools' budget. This plan will cost an additional $2.7 million, so the total cost of the program would be $7.2 million, or about $82 per student per year. This year, Metro Schools is requesting funds in their fiscal 18 budget that would represent the first year of a 3-year phase-in plan of this plan. And of course, we're here to support the Metro Schools and the school board in their budget. In terms of return on investment, there are a couple of studies that have been done, and we did commission a group to look in more depth at different models as well as return on investment. One cost effectiveness study demonstrated, and these are one nurse per school studies, demonstrated $1.84 saved in school staff time for every dollar spent. Cost effectiveness study number 2, cost savings of $2.20 for every dollar. This includes staff time, but also parents that don't have to drop everything and leave work to go pick up their child if they're sick, those kinds of returns. School nurses also can generate health care savings. They boost immunization rates, coordinate care to avoid costly emergency room visits and hospitalizations. They can help students stop smoking, lose weight, avoid pregnancy, and improve their mental health. When school nurses administer medications, there are fewer errors. For students who have an illness or an injury, nurses are half as likely as school staff to send them home, and therefore twice as likely to send them back to class for more learning. And in the long run, school nurses have a positive impact on attendance. And in Tennessee and most states, attendance is money because the basic educational plan funding formula does rely on average attendance. The team, you see the leaders here, over 20 years of collaboration between our 2 agencies in the school health program. And I've already introduced Nicole, who's our Director of Student Health Services, and Lisa, who's our Program Manager for the school health program. There's a lot of day-to-day. This also comes with the full support of the health department on everything from environmental health to infectious disease to public communication and our dental program. Implementing is basically that we'll use the model we've got now. The health department hires and supervises the nurses. There's close coordination with Metro Schools. Training and onboarding is really key for retaining and recruiting good nurses. And our training and onboarding system has been endorsed by a nationally recognized expert at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Training will, of course, be adapted. As there are more nurses, the role of the nurse can expand. And so there will be continual refinement and adjustment in the training as we get feedback from our staff and from the schools and from the community. So this is a request for ongoing funding, and it is represented in the current budget request from Metro Public Schools. There are some in-kind contributions from Metro Public Health, and of course the ask that we're supporting here is in the school's budget. The one thing that we are looking at from a sustainability standpoint is Medicaid reimbursement. We have a pilot this year at Harris Hillman, which is a school with lots of nursing needs. And with Medicaid reimbursement this year, we project about $107,000 in cost recovery. The plan is for that to be rolled out to additional schools for the coming year. We don't expect this to be to really cover a huge proportion of the cost, but we are doing our part to try and recover costs that we can from insurance. In conclusion, we really think that every child deserves a school nurse, and we think that this plan, supported by both the health department and the Metro School Board, brings us a step closer to having nurse presence in every school. And we thank you for your attention. We thank you for your interest, and we hope that we can bring this one step closer to reality.
So, Dr. Paul, I have a couple questions. So, last year you came before us and asked for this. I think we challenged you to go back, and clearly you've done that, to take a look at what it would actually cost. We encouraged you to look at some kind of a reimbursement model, which I'm heartened to see that you've done the pilot at Harris Hillman. That's great. It looks like you've actually accomplished what you needed to do without a PIP process, because actually the schools have actually put this in their budget. If I'm not mistaken, they've actually requested this, and the only difference is that you're asking for full funding and they're doing it over a 3-year phase. Is that correct?
Right. I don't want to stand in front of you to ask for anything different from what Dr. Joseph and the Board of Education are going to ask for. I mean, obviously, we would be very pleased to advance this as quickly as we can. A 3-year phase-in of this
is what they've asked for.
Plan is what they've asked for.
The same model that you've proposed here, or
Correct.
is it of the full model?
Correct. Theirs is a 3-year phase-in of this plan, which is, you know, the gold standard is a nurse in every school. We've been calling this the silver plan, and a 3-year phase-in of the silver plan.
Got it. Nancy.
I'm just curious, are these nurses equipped to handle mental health issues as well as physical?
I'm going to ask Lisa to answer that.
All of our nurses are registered nurses, and they don't handle mental health crises, but they definitely have a component. They have been educated to learn to recognize and then manage and refer and help with care coordination for mental health crises. That is the benefit of having a registered nurse who can assess and then recognize and refer to appropriate resources in the school health setting.
Great, thank you.
I have a question in terms of the actual proposed solution. It says 1 RN for every traditional high school. Does that make a difference that you're using the word traditional?
Yes.
And then you've got 1 RN per every 2 remaining schools. Are those assignments based on the population, just more kids, so you need a full-time nurse at the high schools? My experience with young children is they get sicker, the elementary schools. So.
All right, so let me explain that a little bit further. Traditional high schools, we have some non-traditional high schools, which are schools such as the Academy at Old Hickory and Academy at Old Cockrell, or Hickory Hollow, Old Cockrell, and Opry Mills. So those
magnets. That's what I'm just.
No, it's not excluding the magnets. It's excluding those types of schools, which are schools that the students don't attend all day. They have personalized programs, and they come in and out of the schools. Those are what we are considering to be the non-traditional high schools, if that makes sense. They don't come to school and attend every day. They are on a different pace.
How many schools are there that are like that?
High schools?
That are non-traditional?
I'm just wondering who's left out.
Like it's like the virtual school.
Like virtual school is a non-traditional high school. Those, so of the traditional high schools,
Maybe 5 or 6.
yeah, there's about 5 or 6 that are the non-traditional high schools. And the reason that we're placing the nurses in the traditional high schools, those are those tend to be very high population. That's why we're going to, there's a great need. And a lot of people do feel that way, that students in elementary schools need to have a nurse, but really all students need to have a nurse in every school, and the students in high schools do as well. There's a lot of students that's where adolescents are really, you see a lot of adolescent struggles, and then you have a lot of, like you were asking about, you see a lot of the mental health issues in the high schools. There's students that are young women that are getting pregnant. So we have a lot of issues in the high schools and a high concentration of students. And so that is why we're going to try to place them there. When we say 1 nurse for every 2 schools, then we think that we can be able to split the time. Ideally, again, like Dr. Paul said at the beginning, we hope that this will be just a stepping stone to the eventual 1 nurse in every school down the line, but we thought that this would be a good way to go towards that end. But
what's the funding request from MNPS? Is MNPS asking for 2.7 this year?
So this year, I think it's about 900,000.
Okay,
Right,
okay,
because
so
it's done.
So it's about a third of that, yeah.
Right.
Any increase in recent years for this program? I mean, the school nurse program has basically been fairly flat, hasn't it?
yes, it has been.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the Medicaid reimbursement component. I know with the Harris-Hillman, you mentioned that you got $107,000 from that potentially this year. With the fact that 70-ish kids of ours are on free and reduced lunch, I would think that the impact of being able to go after reimbursement would be huge. I don't see that as a part of this funding request to take that pilot and expand it. So help me with that, because I think that's actually the innovative part. The budget component that MMPS is asking for more nurses is just a staffing request. So help me understand where we might see some innovation with the Medicaid expansion. Dr. Paul, you want to take that, or you want to take that?
I'll ask Lisa to speak first.
Okay.
I mean,
So we have just begun this pilot, and so there are a lot of unknowns about this. So we have to first of all, to start at the very beginning. Once we get the reimbursement money, the money does not actually come into our it doesn't come into, let's say, our pile of money, so to speak. So the money goes into MNPS, and then we have to make, Nicole has to make that request to her budget. So it's not necessarily that money is guaranteed to actually come to our program.
No, I get it. It goes into a general fund and then it gets allocated,
right,
which I'm not, right, that's how money works.
Okay.
So my question is, what I would like to see is not the funding request for more nurses in this, but more actual requests for amping up that pilot so that you could be getting those dollars as part of that. And I don't see that in here. Am I missing it?
So the current plan for expanding.
Well, the expansion is going to be expanded to the entire, all the schools next year.
So you guys are expanding the Medicaid reimbursement to all schools, but that doesn't have any kind of a staffing component?
No, because
So you guys don't need anybody to help you with that billing process? That's all gonna?
No,
Okay.
no. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
Yeah, I'm
understand the
sorry
question.
if I wasn't
Okay.
clear.
No, because we are using a third-party billing to do the billing. And
Okay.
so that is just still based on, we still are doing exactly what we're doing. We're still seeing students, and we're still doing our skilled nursing services. We're still just entering our data into our, computer documentation system, and then that data is just pulled out and then given to the third-party vendor to do the billing. So it's not, there isn't really anything that is the.
So we have a contract with the vendor that did a pilot this year or is doing one with Harris Hillman.
Correct.
And then the expectation is that we will expand that all across MMPS to do capture for all of that.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Hillman would probably be disproportionately high coverage, wouldn't
Right,
it,
'cause you've
because of
got
the.
Right,
situation
we actually just wanted to, why we started there, we wanted to work out the kinks of like what was needed with the documentation, make sure that, we were doing all of those things properly before we expanded it to the rest of the nurses, so that we had those types of things worked out before we expanded it to more service providers, not necessarily anything other than that, so that when we went to teach more people about it, that we're doing the servicing, that we already had kind of what we needed to do set.
Do we have any estimates of revenue capture from what we think will be the entire system with that, from insurance and Medicaid?
So 107 is just for Harris Hillman, right?
No, it's for next year, the entire year.
We think we'll be able to capture how many dollars?
Oh, Nicole says that 107 is for the next year.
So projection for next year is 107.
Right. That you guys have put into place. So estimate that for me for Metro, the entire, do you have any kind of, surely you have a provider who is going after this as your third-party vendor who is going to estimate for you how much revenue they think they're going to capture?
It's the company that the company that we've contracted with.
Yeah.
They, for me to put it in my budget, I had to ask for an estimate, and the 107 was what they estimated for the upcoming year, for the entire district.
They estimate 107 for the entire district?
Yes, based off the procedures that Lisa and her staff currently have. Now, if we have more procedures, and it was a low estimate. We asked them for a low estimate, so we knew that we would get that for sure.
How much are we paying that vendor?
A percentage, I believe, what was it, 15% or 12%?
So we pay them 15% of 107,000?
Of whatever we make, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Good. All right, thanks, guys, appreciate it. We are back with the Public Investment Plan FY 2018. We have before us the Metro Digital Inclusion Coordination internships. We have Keith Durbin with us, who will take us through any of the folks who are on your team that you need to introduce. I just want to remind the viewers at home that the request for funds will exceed the dollars that we have to allocate. So we appreciate all of the people taking the time to come up with innovative and creative ways to serve Nashville better. So Keith, I'm going to turn it over to you, and we'll let you go. Thank you.
I'll introduce the members of my panel through the course of the presentation, as a matter of fact. So 2 years ago, Mayor Dean made the first investment from Metro in digital inclusion with a contribution to the Nashville Digital Inclusion Fund. Last year, Mayor, you re-upped that. This year, you have also shown your appreciation for the concept of internship. So our PIP is basically taking two great tastes that go great together and putting them forward as a way to forward digital inclusion in our community. The purpose of our PIP is that we can, through interns, drive the impact that we have on the digital inclusion environment through facilitation of better communication, better coordination, and grasping of opportunities that we otherwise are missing in order to advance the digital inclusion goals of our community. So digital inclusion in Metro is defined as finding ways to make sure that all of our citizens have the digital tools, resources, and training to be able to function properly in the world of 2017. And we have an infrastructure of digital inclusion partners, or a fellowship, as I'll probably call it through the course of this presentation, that have worked in this arena for years. We have MNPS with Anytime Access for All that started 5 or 6 years ago. MDHA has the National HUD Connect Home program. We have the aforementioned National Digital Inclusion Fund hosted at Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee, and the National Public Library has had a long-standing commitment to digital literacy in the community. We also are very fortunate in that in Nashville we also have a number of, actually many organizations, both local and national, that are committed to this. However, one of the things that we see is that in many situations we have this kind of activity going on, where there is work, great work that's being done, but that work is being done without an overarching theme or direction. They're all more siloed than we would like them to be. So what we would like to propose is that there is a lot of potential impact that we can have through this program. Through surveys that MNPS did last year, we learned that there are 13,000 MNPS students in 2016 that don't have access to a computer at home. 8,000 students also don't have access to the internet at home. In a school system that has for years espoused a blended learning approach where technology is an integral part of the day-to-day, their day-to-day work. We also, through Connected Tennessee, have a statistic of over 54,000 residents of Davidson County likewise don't have those resources. So if metro departments were more connected and this fellowship was more coordinated, we could have great impact. And as a matter of fact, in the last 18 months or so, we have actually, through the efforts of this panel, served over 1,000 families in this regard. So our proposed solution is relatively simple. It is bringing in 2 digital inclusion intern participants into this fellowship with the goal of having them help coordinate and grasp opportunities that otherwise we may miss. The solution specifically is aimed as follows: 2 part-time Metro employees who would report into my organization that would be on board for 6 months. So basically you'd have 2 for 6 months and then another 2 for another 6 months, so potentially 4. That would be directly responsible for coordinating efforts among the fellowship of agencies to develop processes and to work with the individual programs when they need assistance in some variety or form. There are a number of precedents to this work that we have done in Nashville. So first off, the picture is of myself and 6 of 10 of my current interns. So ITS, through Cindy Maddox, my IT person, or my HR person, has a very well formulated and very well directed internship program. We also, through the aforementioned programs, Anytime Access, Connect Home, Digital Inclusion Fund, know a lot about the environment and where we need to go in coming years with this initiative. And then we've also talked a lot with other cities, 2 specifically that we'd reference, and that's Austin and Washington, D.C., both who have institutionalized digital inclusion initiatives within their local governments. The cost of this, it would be hiring those interns who would each be part-time, so they can only work 975 hours or so. So for a full financial cost of $44,000. The other costs associated with this would be those in management time, direction time for me and ITS, as well as the absolutely required guidance and leadership from the other members of our Digital Inclusion Fellowship. And ultimately, our return on investment will come from something that's pretty hard to measure, and that is what all of these digital inclusion initiatives are looking to measure, and that is the improved quality of life for these new digital citizens. What we will be able to measure directly is those additional resources or activities or new partners that these interns can help bring to the table. Number of families served, again, 1,000 over the last 18 months, as well as we're starting to do some surveying, post-surveying on some of these programs, specifically Connect Home, where we're looking at how they're utilizing technology for education and employment purposes. That we will develop these targets and pull together from the various initiatives as a part of the plan to be able to come to you next through the reporting period and report back. For the teams that we have, I have with me from ITS, Cindy Maddox, the head of my HR area, who's responsible for our internship program. We've got Ellen Lehman, Community Foundation president, who is also instrumental in our Digital Inclusion Fund. Marion Chrisman from the Nashville Public Library, who's done great work in digital literacy. Laura Hansen, the chairperson for Anytime Access for All, and then unfortunately MDHA wouldn't be able to be with us, but the work that they've done around Connect Home has set some national standards, and we want to continue utilizing their work as well. From a timeline perspective, as soon as we see that this may get approved by Metro Council, we will jump on getting that job description in place and start publicizing that informally through our channels in May and June, so that when July 1st comes and funding is available, we will be able to get that job posting out there for a non-civil service position, and Cindy's used to hiring to that position well, to have the interviews and get that hiring process underway so that we can have an established set of program goals in place in August, and then really work through the plan with the fellowship so that come next February or March, when we're back in this process again, we will be able to show you the accomplishments that we have made through our program. And from a sustainability perspective, I am looking at this as a one-year program. Where we will be taking the opportunity to evaluate our results on a bi-monthly basis, so we will know where we're going, all designed toward next year's PIP process, where we come to you with one of, I feel like, 3 different outcomes. Maybe renew the PIP process again for an internship type of program for another year. Potentially make a distinction and a switch from running this as an intern-led coordinating effort to a more formalized Austin, DC model of operating funds within Metro government, or potentially having that done so we can transition this to another organization. And so with that, that is the total of our PIP. I appreciate any comments or questions you have for me or my esteemed panel.
Where are these interns coming from? Are you thinking that they have to be IT students? Because the skill set doesn't seem to indicate they have to have any particular education or background or experience.
It's a great question. And so one of the persons who was not involved with this at the stage where I had to get these in is Ellen Zinkowitz. And Ellen has already hooked us up with the UT Knoxville School of Social Work. Really what we're looking for in this is a person who has a social work background, that is interested in taking this from a service perspective, not necessarily from an IT perspective, but who is able to bring those skills and direction to really be of advantage to them in their career as well. Ellen has also graciously volunteered to mentor and supervise these interns, as that is a condition of a lot of mentorships that take place in that social work field.
Okay. I'm very proud of being an alumni of UT Knoxville, but are you saying that there are no local universities that could provide interns?
I don't think that's the case at all. What I am saying is that UT Knoxville has a program that Ellen has already made that outreach to, and we do have 2.5, 3.5 months until the time, so we can certainly get a good steady stream of those interns from our local universities.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Whenever anybody's, excuse me, asking for part-time or full-time employees. I would have liked to have seen a job description, but barring that, can you tell us a little bit about what you anticipate being in a job description?
So I mentioned at a high level. So one of the things that while each of the persons and each of the organizations that we're working with is doing good work, they're all somewhat siloed. And so what we see the interns doing and working together on is making sure the programs, each of the programs are aware of what the others are doing, being aware of the opportunities that are available on a national level, and there are a lot of them, making each other sure that we're apprising ourselves of the resources that are available from our partners in town, like Google Fiber, like Comcast, both of whom have been great partners, helping set direction for us. We are hoping to find people who are very interested in this and as passionate about it as we are, so helping us define processes and direction. And then kind of finally, helping the individual groups here with activities that they have. So Marion is performing some digital literacy activities, every day of the week. How can they help her perform those activities better? And then with that understanding of what's going on, how can that impact what's going on with Anytime Access at the schools? And then all of which can help coordinate the activities at Community Foundation. One final thing I would bring in is they can also help us look for possible partners from the Digital Inclusion Fund. So what companies out there may have resources, whether that's financial resources, used equipment, or talent, and coordinating those things for all of us as opposed to kind of on a more siloed basis.
Do you see this as an opportunity to perhaps bring more technology-savvy staff into Metro, with this being a pathway to perhaps employment and open positions and so on?
So these 6 interns and the 4 others that are not pictured here, that is one of the major mechanisms we have in place. We recognized several years ago that to get this pipeline and find people when they are kind of in a learning phase, bringing them in, we've got really good luck with this, and we've got good luck at keeping some of these interns going forward. So absolutely, that is one of the goals. So this is a mutually beneficial thing. They're getting something out of this, and then Metro is getting something out of it, and then our customers, our clientele, the people that we're looking to raise their digital literacy and digital awareness, they're also getting something.
Perfect.
And do they receive college credit for this?
That is one of the questions that I will have to defer. I think that's where Ellen Zinkowicz mentioned that they require a supervisor, and so from my end, I can't say yes or no, but that is certainly on the list.
Rich?
I guess the question I have is, so we all know each agency silos are there, and so why do we think interns can break through that silo and be effective? And how are we going to be able to determine the level of their efficiency and effectiveness?
Well, I think, and it's a great question. So it is a matter of monitoring what they're doing, setting direction up front, as a group, not me in my high tower setting a list of agenda items for them, but really working to see what the goals and objectives of each of these groups are, and then setting those metrics and monitoring them on a bi-monthly basis. And I don't know whether any of you would have any additional thought about that.
If you just add that, one of the scoring sheets that we have is, what is the solution? So I want to know what the problem is you're trying to solve, and then tell me how 2 interns hired solves that.
So the
It's
problem,
just that silo thing, that's what you're going to solve?
the silo thing that keeps us from taking full advantage of the opportunities that are available to us, the opportunities to work together, The awareness amongst these individual organizations of what is out there, having some people who are dedicated. So of this group of people, there is one organization that has a full-time person dedicated to digital inclusion, and that's Marion. So Marion is dedicated to digital literacy in the library. MDHA has a person who has about half of her time dedicated to digital inclusion in the entire government. One of the things that I'd like to see, this being a springboard, a proof of concept of what could be done in the future, or should we be able to dedicate more time to digital inclusion? And so kind of easing into it, giving kind of that, using someone who is a social worker or preferably has that kind of background is a way to work toward that.
You've got NPL, you've got MDHA, you've got MMPS, you've got CFMT, you've got ITS. There's nowhere in any of those organizations where you can find $44,000 to fund 2 interns.
Potentially.
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, one of the challenges that we asked a lot of departments to do is to reallocate. Is there something you're not doing, that you've been doing that you could stop doing that would allow you to take these funds and put them into something new? And I just want to make sure you thought about that. Anybody else? Yeah. Well, first of all, I appreciate the emphasis on interns. You know me, I want to see more of our kids get to work. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to come down and talk to us today. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We are back with the Public Investment Plan FY 2018. We have the Public Defender before us today with the Steering Clear, a driver's license diversion program. Defender Diener will ask you to recognize the folks that you brought with you here in a second. Just want to remind the folks at home that we have more requests for funds than we actually have dollars, so we appreciate the innovation and the thoughtfulness of your team bringing this problem forward and then coming up with a solution. Also want to recognize that we have Councilmember John Cooper with us as well. We appreciate him being here. So Defender Diener, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Steering Clear is a collaboration between Nashville's criminal justice agencies, including Sheriff Darren Hall, District Attorney Glenn Funk, and General Sessions Court represented today by Warner Hassel, to offer a smart alternative to prosecuting people criminally for simply driving a car without a valid driver's license. Our goal is to replace the harmful cycle of debt and arrest these cases create with a diversion program that helps those eligible for a driver's license get one and offers public service work or driver education classes instead of fines and jail time to those who cannot get a license. Steering Clear will also keep people out of the criminal justice system who don't need to be there, improve economic opportunities for those living in poverty, and free up criminal justice resources for investment back into the program. A significant number of people in Nashville today don't have a valid driver's license simply because they are poor, not because they pose a public safety risk. Licenses are suspended for all kinds of financial reasons, including unpaid child support, unpaid traffic tickets, and unpaid court costs. Beyond money, certain foreign-born individuals cannot get licensed because Tennessee no longer offers a path for them to drive legally. Even when someone is eligible for a driver's license, the reinstatement process can be complicated and difficult to navigate alone. Meanwhile, driving in Nashville can at times be a necessity. Parents have to get kids to school, and buses aren't always an option. People have to get to work, and walking, finding a ride, or using public transportation isn't always practical, not to mention dealing with life's other emergencies and demands. Last year when I was here, I told you about Ms. Brown, a 42-year-old Nashvilleian living this reality. She was raising her 4-year-old niece, earning $300 a week at a local restaurant, and barely getting by. She'd been cited 3 times in the past 2 years for driving on a suspended license. She wanted her license, but she couldn't afford the court costs she owed on top of her $1,200 reinstatement fee. She found herself with no real options but to drive, and she became trapped in a never-ending cycle of debt. What am I talking about? Well, imagine Ms. Brown today with her driver's license. She gets caught speeding, something we've all done at least once. But for her, that speeding ticket costs a whole day's wages, which she can't afford. When she doesn't pay the ticket, the cost triples. And when she can't pay that, her license gets suspended. A few months later, she's driving to work when police stop her for a broken taillight. This time, she's cited for driving on a suspended license. Her case gets dismissed after she completes a $90 class, but now she owes more court costs, on top of the tripled traffic ticket she still hasn't paid, and her reinstatement fee has gone up. It's a cycle she will never get out of. And that's a problem. Study after study shows that not having a driver's license worsens economic conditions for those living in poverty. Individuals without a driver's license have fewer job opportunities and lower paying jobs. They experience greater debt and are likely to drive without liability insurance. Their court debt negatively impacts their credit history, which limits their ability to get housing. All of these pressures create instability and stress on the person, on their family, and the ripple effects extend to all of us. At the same time, our court system is devoting lots of resources to these cases for little good. Consider the case again of Ms. Brown, whose license was suspended for not paying the traffic ticket. When police stopped her for a broken taillight, she was cited criminally for driving on a suspended license. The sheriff booked her on the charge, taking her mugshot, her fingerprints, and creating a record of her arrest. From there, the clerk's office created a court file, which was then handed off to the district attorney, who reviewed the case, her criminal history, and made a plea offer. In many of these cases, the public defender will be involved or a court interpreter. In all cases, the General Sessions Court is involved, taking guilty pleas, monitoring diversions, and presiding over return court dates. When Ms. Brown's case ended, the clerk and a collection agency touched it again, trying to collect the new court costs. Of course, Ms. Brown couldn't pay what she owed, and she still has no license. If she seeks help now for her costs, at least 3 of these agencies will likely touch the case again. There are thousands more like Ms. Brown in Nashville, and thousands more who cycle through court simply because they cannot get a driver's license. These cases are clogging our courts. In 2016, the Sheriff's Office booked defendants on driver's license citations almost 33,500 times. Almost 2/3 of those cases, that was the only charge the person faced, an average of 85 cases per court day. This process helps no one. What would help is a problem-solving approach that cuts down on court involvement without harming public safety, offers a public benefit, and gets people driving legally when possible, and that is Steering Clear. With this approach, when Ms. Brown gets cited by the police, the staff at Steering Clear identify her as eligible for a license, they delay her booking date by 12 weeks, and they help her get a license. When she does, the criminal charge against her is withdrawn, cutting out her contact with the criminal justice system and vice versa. For those who can't get a license and don't present a safety risk, Steering Clear will offer the chance to have the charge withdrawn by doing public service work or a driver education class. For those who don't meet the criteria, they will be referred back to the traditional court model. In practice, this is possible because District Attorney Glenn Funk has agreed to divert these cases based on criteria established by his office, and Sheriff Darren Hall has agreed to operate the program. The Sheriff's Office can also operate the primary public service component through their litter pickup program, and the General Sessions Traffic School will provide driver education classes. Case management will be offered to those who can get their license, and the Public Defender's Office will assist there when needed. General Sessions Court will sign off on booking continuances and citation withdrawals, and a private partner, the License Reinstatement Fund of Sally Levine, who is here, will even offer no-interest loans to qualified individuals who cannot afford their reinstatement fee. Program activity, participation, progress, and success will be tracked electronically using as much automation as possible. We are proposing to start with a small-scale pilot program for the first 6 months with an optimistic start date of July 2017. Our plan is to initially take 15 participants a day using a staff of 4 full-time employees for the launch. The pilot will provide time to identify and fix any process or problems or inefficiencies, assess average intake screening time and program completion times, and determine staffing needs for full expansion. Our plan is to begin scaling up after 6 months by adding 2 more screeners, with a total cost to Metro for the first year of around $350,000. The benefits of this solution are clear. Court agencies with fewer cases, impacted individuals saving money and facing fewer driver's license suspensions, and Metro developing a problem-solving resource in place of a headache-producing court. More licensed drivers leads to more insured drivers with better jobs, and everyone benefits more from public service and driver education than fines and jail time and a criminal record. With full-scale operation, we also expect diversion of these cases will reduce workload in some court agencies, hopefully enough to free up resources that can be shifted to Steering Clear's operation. This approach is rare but not unique. For the past 10 years, Wisconsin has operated the Center for Driver's License Recovery and Employability, a public-private partnership that saw positive results. After its first year in operation, first 3 years, they had 57% driver's license recovery rate, 75% of their clients were at the start of their work careers, and 100% of them were living in poverty. Their lesson was that driver's licenses are critical for getting a job and getting better paying jobs. Our team is determined to do the same here, and between all of us, we have significant expertise in this area. Doing it will take funding and a few other things. We need an office close to the citation booking room. The General Sessions Traffic School is ideal because it is their office, because it is across from citation booking and has been slated to move to a vacant space down the hall. We need that move to happen, or we need to evaluate using that vacant space for this program. We need a case management database, which we are working on. And finally, we need to stay on target with our fiscal 17 PIP plan, which is included in your appendix. Our vision for Steering Clear is a program that offers Metro a better approach to the problem of unlicensed drivers in Nashville, an approach that applies sensible driver's license enforcement practice, cost-saving measures for our court system with no negative impact on public safety, and fosters economic opportunities for those who most need them. So, we are here to ask, will you give us a chance?
Thank you. Questions for our panelists? Yeah, go ahead.
Let me start. I like the program's great. I think it's wonderful that everyone is working together on this, and I really thank the electeds over, especially the electeds on this side and you, of course, you're elected too, I forget, sorry, on this. You've been here so long now, I forget that you're elected as well. My question is, help me understand exactly what the money's for. Why can't we do this with existing resources to make this happen? Because it seems like a win-win for everybody. So help me understand better why we need the money, the additional funds.
Sure. So if the Sheriff's Office is currently booking these 21,000 potential cases through the court system. As we can't just suddenly take those employees out of the booking system and move them into Steering Clear. And so it's kind of like the idea of we might want to lower jail rates or prison rates, right? And so you're going to start doing things to lower the number of people who go to prison, but that doesn't mean at the same time you can immediately start reducing the employees who are working in the jail. So what the expectation is that we would put resources into Steering Clear, get that program up and operating, and as more workflow goes that direction, you can decrease the resources that are needed by the Sheriff's Office and the Clerk's Office to continue processing those cases through the regular court system. So it's more of a startup cost where we hope that eventually with workload reduction, you're going to be able to shift those resources from those agencies into Steering Clear.
So the 4 FTEs where are they physically located? Just curious. Is that in what department? I mean, not
Sheriff's Office.
The
Sheriff has agreed to operate the program through his office.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was trying. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have one other question for you. When folks go through this program and they're reinstated with their driver's license, the programs that have done this, do they report any employment statistics, or they primarily report that they now have a driver's license and they're out of the cycle, both of which are good? I'm just curious as to the employment statistics that come off the backside.
The data that was available for the Wisconsin program addressed employment statistics as well, but I don't have that that I can provide.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is this, and I think it goes back to Rich's question, which is just, love it, think it's great, love the idea that we could divert. What's going to be the cost impact when you go back to that one slide that had you, Howard, who was the one that had?
Are you going to go all the way back to the beginning?
Yeah, that
It was a very busy.
That one.
Oh,
You can leave it all up.
Okay.
So are you guys going to be able to see some cost savings in any of these because of some coordinated efforts? And if so, can that offset some of the 346,000? Also, are we going to see a reduction in our fees? Because that's the whole point. You're trying to reduce the amount of monies that we're taking in. So how is that going to reduce the clerk's revenue stream? And do you know that stuff?
Sure, I can give some experiential opinions about this. I think that where you would see the biggest reduction in resources would be with sheriff's office booking, and potentially with the clerk's office in all of the files that they're creating and managing.
Because you had an estimate like 21,000 cases that you'll reduce.
We would estimate,
Yeah.
so there's 21,000 individual cases that were just a driver's license charge
Right, so
last year.
potentially, let's say we save on half of them.
Right, and that was the number we went with. We thought we could divert at least half.
Right.
So if we can take 10,000 cases out of the sheriff's office booking process.
And all these other places.
Right.
So I was just trying to capture some cost savings there, and then, but then I'll offset, because obviously the clerk isn't going to have as much revenue coming in.
Well, the clerk will, I think their revenue collections is the other question we need to be asking ourselves, because so many of these individuals can't afford to pay these costs. So they get assessed, but they either go uncollected, or a very small percentage of them are actually getting collected.
So maybe we're not even capturing those dollars anyway, so there's not really actually a reduction in revenue.
Right. Most of the people we're talking about are living in poverty, and they can't afford to pay those things anyway.
The clerk also had a proposal as part of his budget that there was going to be a new approach to being able to tell you exactly as you're walking out the door what your fee is. Is the idea that you won't even get to that point with these folks because they'll be diverted?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Want to make sure I was understanding everything.
Right. And I think the other benefit is that with this hub, there's a central place that can start to build streamlined relationships between all of these entities, including with the state and the Department of Safety, including with Ms. Levine's project, and so many of the other, other clerks' offices in other counties. There's just so much streamlining of relationships that I think can happen with people who are just focused on this.
Okay. Great. Any other questions from you guys?
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one more follow-up. Are there going to be any costs to be incurred by JIS?
That has been, I need to still talk with Natalie about the case management system. We have been struggling and looking at various different options related to that, and we still need to identify how difficult. Right now, what we're looking at is whether or not they could potentially adapt the database that they created for the circuit court clerk's office for traffic tickets. That seems pretty similar to what we think we would need for this program, and so our next conversation with Natalie will be about how difficult it would be for GIS to adapt that database for our purposes.
Okay.
And I think that's it, but one final commendation to all of you. This is exactly the kind of collaboration to look at this across all departments and where you can actually take a problem and come up with a solution. So very impressed.
Thank you, and I'm very grateful to all of their work. They've been working over the last year with me, and it's been a great partnership.
Great.
So,
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. We are back with the Public Investment Plan for FY 2018. We have the Mayor's Office, the Hub Nashville Community Response Management Program, and Lonnell Matthews will be presenting to us. Lonnell, I know you have quite a team up there. I'll let you take a chance to introduce them here as appropriate during your presentation. Also want to give a quick shout out to John Cooper, who is from the council office with us. Council member, welcome and glad to have you. Also want to remind the folks who are viewing at home that we will have more requests for funds than we will have dollars to allocate. So we really appreciate your creativity, your innovation, and thinking about a problem you're trying to solve and coming to us with a solution. So we are happy to have you here today. Lonell?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, panel. Today I have our project team for Hub Nashville. Part of the project team, we have Keith Durbin, who is our technical sponsor, Sharon Smith from Public Works, Aaron Williams from the Mayor's Office, Vanessa Murillo from the Metro Council Office, Ed Gildenheis from Metro IT, and Stacy Jones from Public Works. And we'll jump right into our presentation. So phase one of Hub Nashville project, which we are currently in, will produce a fully functional community portal website that will include case management for constituent non-emergency government service requests, knowledge base for all 58 Metro departments, scheduling systems for the Mayor's Office and Metro Council Office, full integration of Public Works CityWorks system, Microsoft Outlook, Esri mapping, and open data portal feed, as well as multiple levels of reporting and dashboards. The purpose of the PIP proposal you are seeing today is to expand on the work done during phase one, which includes workforce integrations for codes, planning, stormwater, and parks, additional contact options and functionality like the Hub Nashville mobile app, text messaging and social media scraping, and live chat with the contact center, and an improved work environment for the Hub Nashville Contact Center. The problem that we plan to solve is answering the who, what, where, when, why, and how for constituents and visitors of Nashville.
So she had a problem last year, I remember. Did we ever solve it for her?
We'll get to that.
Okay, just checking.
I need those seconds back. Phase two specifically.
She's back.
Phase two specifically will allow Metro to make this a system with multiple means of contact beyond just calling, email, website, and walk-in, giving every citizen the ability to easily connect with the ease of their fingertips. In addition, we will be able to address the recommendation from the Fiscal Choice Consulting Report on codes property standards, that the online reporting form be improved, and that reports are able to be tracked, providing accurate real-time information about properties reported or under review. Hub Nashville will also address departments that have a lack of adequate database and tracking systems, such as the Parks Department, that will be integrated in phase two. We're also addressing how Hub Nashville is operationalized by reallocating resources from the former Public Works call center to create the new Hub Nashville Contact Center, improving the lack of ambiance in the current call center to something that is more reflective of the type of consistent constituent experience and service that we hope to create across Metro government with Hub Nashville. The solution that we are proposing builds on key functionality shown here, currently under development in phase one. The Hub Nashville tool will give Nashville's constituent experience the technological advancement that has been realized in other cities like Boston, Denver, Austin, and even Chattanooga. However, it is operationalized in the Hub Nashville Contact Center, making it the constituent's first point of contact for all non-emergency government services for all Metro departments. That is critical to sustaining the improved constituent experience that will be provided by the Hub. Furthermore, integration of code, stormwater planning, and parks will allow for more robust reports and dashboards like these that will give the mayor, department heads, and most importantly, constituents the ability to see their government at work in real time. Hub Nashville will be available to help any person that steps foot inside Nashville, residents and visitors alike. The impact will result in a more efficient government having real-time metrics and data to show the need and demand of community and how resources can be best allocated. A tool like Hub Nashville would come in handy for instances like this year, when the mayor, chief operating officer, and finance director are presented $40 to $60 million in budget increases. They have limited resources, and they have to decide what community needs take priority for funding. So how does it work? Mrs. Jones used the Hub Nashville before to report a pothole via the community portal on Hub Nashville's website. After the phase two launch, Mrs. Jones now knows that she has the ability to report property standard violations via Hub Nashville. After growing frustrated that a vacant building at 123 First Road recently had several windows broken out and is making the neighborhood appear neglected, she decides to report it. At first, she plans to go back onto the portal, but she remembers that she now has the ability to tweet the issue to Hub Nashville. And because of social media scraping, a case can be created in the system from her tweet. The Contact Center and the Property Standards Division of Codes receives notification after a case is created from the tweet, and they're able to monitor, respond, and follow up as required. Throughout the case, Mrs. Jones receives updates, and upon resolution, Ms. Jones receives a picture of the repaired building, all via her Twitter account. After Phase 2, Ms. Jones and others will have a plethora of options for contacting and receiving information from Hub Nashville. The amount that we're asking for in Phase 2 of Hub Nashville is $1,628,200. In breaking this down, I will begin by pointing out that the two line items that made up Phase 1 budget, software licensing and consulting, are budgeted at just $200 more in Phase 2. While in Phase 1, we are developing the base and core functions of the CRM system, it only includes one department integration of Public Works. Phase 2 will have integration of 3 departments, codes, planning, and stormwater. It is also important to note that with the addition of these 3 departments and parks, we're looking at increasing the number of user licenses in Metro at almost 100% going into year 2, and that is reflected in the cost estimate. The additional lines of hardware and contact center furniture costs begin to bring the contact center, up to industry standards, and the resource line is a contingency in case additional people are needed to help staff the contact center as Hub Nashville goes live. We do anticipate constituent contact to increase between 30 and 50% after the go-live date of Hub Nashville this summer. All of the current Public Works call center staff are being reallocated as Hub Nashville contact center staff. Erin Williams will split her time to provide Mayor's office oversight at the contact center. Current IT support staff will have a percentage of their time dedicated to supporting the system. Looking at the operational costs of 311 systems in peer cities here, we're estimating that Nashville's annual operational costs after Phase 2 will be about $991,300. And that includes several of the reallocations that I previously discussed. The impact and return on investment for Hub Nashville includes, but is not limited to, improving communications, the quality of service to constituents, and allowing more public access and input, providing the opportunity for departments to streamline, standardize, and improve internal processes and government accountability, avoiding duplication of work efforts by preventing multiple responses to the same service request, reducing the time for employees to complete service requests, collecting and analyzing data that will help identify and prioritize the services and processes in need of efficiency improvements, and providing robust information to strengthen future planning and funding decisions. A 2016 report from Accenture on New York City's 311 states that New York City has saved money in operations and expects to save millions in the future after implementation of 311 under Mayor Bloomberg. Our project team consists of the aforementioned departments, Public Works, Mayor's Office, Metro Council Office, ITS, plus the expertise of our vendors, Salesforce, Verteba, and Presidio, who has created systems like this in Denver, Boston, and Cary, North Carolina, to name a few. Representatives from Codes, Planning, Stormwater, and Parks will join our project team in Phase 2, and it's important to note that in addition to the wealth of IT and project experience on our team, we also have a great deal of constituent service experience. Erin Williams has provided 15 years of constituent services under 3 mayoral administrations. Also, Keith Durbin, Mike Jameson, and myself are all former Metro Council members with a combined 18 years of constituent service experience on the council. We've also engaged a steering committee that's made up of stakeholders from the Nashville community that reflects the diversity of Nashville. As it stands now, we will jump right into Phase 2. With the go-live launch of Phase 1, we estimate our timeline as follows: initiation phase, August, September 2017, planning, October, November 2017, execution, December 2017 through February 2018, and closing in March of 2018. Hub Nashville will be sustained through the establishment of the Hub Nashville Contact Center, including ongoing license fees and operating budgets, in the operating budgets of impacted departments. There are 3 tiers of technical support for Hub Nashville shown here, And if any other departments are to be integrated into Hub Nashville, they will be presented in future PIP proposals and operationalized in subsequent budgets thereafter. In conclusion, we have been able to accomplish a lot in a quicker timeline than expected in Phase 1, and with your approval, we look forward to putting the icing on the cake for Hub Nashville going into Phase 2. We'll take any questions at this point.
Folks, you have some questions? No.
So help me understand, the consulting that you did through Phase 1 only got you through Phase 1. So the implementation plan that you got from that first year of consulting does not go into Phase 2? I'm just trying to understand what the consulting fees will go towards that's different.
So the funding that we received in Phase 1, we unfortunately weren't able to add some of the features that we presented last year, such as the Hub Nashville mobile application, the text messaging, social media scraping, and the live chat feature. Those are things that we will be adding as far as functionality. Also, we were only able to do the integration of Public Works Department and created a system for the Mayor's Office and Metro Council, which currently do not have systems. As we continue to add departments, that's where the additional consulting will come on board. So we're proposing to add codes, stormwater, planning, which all use a form of CityWorks system, so there'll be several serious integrations there. Parks Department does not currently have a database or tracking system, and Hub Nashville will be able to provide that for that department.
Thank you.
Here's the part that's I'm trying to wrap my head around. We've got the Phase 1 cost, and we've got Phase 2. We don't know what Phase 3 is. We don't know if there's a Phase 4 and there's a Phase 5. I don't know if this is a $10 or $15 million project. Can you, I mean, just in terms of the investment, I mean, if we put in another 1.6 and we're only getting 3 more departments, Metro has 50 departments.
Yes, we definitely don't see all 50 departments having workflows that will be integrated with the system. All 58 departments are contributing to the knowledge base. So frequently asked questions that the contact center may get about those departments, they'll have information for those departments. What you're getting with the integration are service workflows. So departments that provide emergency service definitely will not be included in a service workflow, because we still want to direct constituents to 911 or 8600 for those type of requests. But we are putting together a department rollout strategy. We could get that to you as soon as it's completed. That will determine which departments are appropriate, have appropriate workflows, so that we can determine the length of the project. We do see Public Works was chosen to be one of the first departments because they provide probably 70 to 80% of the type of workflow services that we wanted to put into Hub Nashville. And so we do get a big chunk of that by including Public Works in the first phase.
And another thing, in terms of operational cost, did you say you thought that was going to be $800,000?
About $991,300.
And is that is that for staffing? I mean, I know software licensing is extremely expensive.
About 400,000 of that is the staffing, and all of the staff are reallocated from current Public Works staff. The 2 staff that Public Works has asked for in their current operating budget this year, and part of Aaron's time, and also considering some of the support staff from ITS.
Okay.
And interns.
What about the software
So
licensing?
about 500,000 of it would be licensing fees going forward.
Okay, that's a recurring cost.
Yes.
This is built entirely on Salesforce? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. So Salesforce has just gotten to the government space with their
Do you have
CRM
things on
system.
Salesforce now?
Pardon me?
You have things already on Salesforce now?
No, we've just contracted with them. They're in the development phase with us currently. We'll be testing toward the end of May, beginning of June, and then we plan to go live later this summer with the system.
What were the other competitors you ruled out to Salesforce in picking them?
What
were the competitors you ruled out to Salesforce in choosing Salesforce? It's the most expensive on the market, so I'm asking.
So
you ruled out lesser cost options to go with
We did
Salesforce.
look at Motorola has a solution. Also, Oracle. There's one that starts with an A that Chattanooga uses. Acela. Were three others that.
C-Click Fix. So we did a bunch of research. We did a great deal of research using Gartner and other initiatives, and so Salesforce came in the top tier, very much top tier of functionality in this space. And when we looked at the other options, Oracle, Acela, C-Click Fix, it touched all the buttons that we were looking to meet and served our needs best. But we did about a year's worth of research before we chose them.
Just onto that, so how does this interface at all with codes and the new technology that codes is rolling out? How does this work with ClickIt? How does this, I mean, we have all these other systems. How does this interfacing with them?
So part of what this phase 2 is integration with the CityWorks PLL, which is the new land and tax system that they put in last year. So that is integrated here. At this point, I'm not sure what the other codes technology you're talking about.
You said you're going to integrate codes into this. You know, one of the things that they just rolled out was this queuing system, and obviously we've made a lot of noise with how to get codes up to speed. I think we put some dollars recently into the budget for codes. So I'm just trying to understand if there's some cost savings by this platform that might help us with codes.
Yes, so phase 2 is that integrating codes, such as now, if you see a pothole in phase 1, you'll report that automatically goes into the public workspace.
And that's the ClickIt right now.
No, that will be Salesforce. So that's what we're putting in place.
But we have something on our website right now that you can report something right now, take a picture of it and send it. Right, Aaron?
That's Nashville.gov. So that's Nashville.gov, and that's a function of Nashville.gov that we're sending over into the call center that then gets manually entered into the Public Works, CityWorks system. So what phase 1 is going to do is that's going to automate that process. So you choose pothole, do all the info, it alleviates staff from having to go back and touch that again. In phase 2, what we're doing
is we're bringing... Does it alleviate me as the constituent of having to worry about it? Can't I just take the picture and send it?
It does.
Okay.
So you can send it, you get an ID back, you can follow up on it. Phase 2 is bringing that functionality into code. So CityWorks PLL is the major system for codes. This creates that integration for any of those codes-related items. It's a major deal.
When this is finished, however many phases it is, how many Salesforce user license will you need to operate this?
So that answer comes along with the answer to Talia's question, how far this goes and how far out this goes. And we looked at about 20 different cities and the maturity of their 311 systems. And an example I'll give you, because I was up there last year at the mayor's, the chamber trip to Minneapolis. They had just celebrated their 10th anniversary, and they had chosen very deliberately they had rolled out less than half of their departments and agencies because the bang for the buck wasn't there. We haven't determined what the bang for the buck is. For instance, it does not make sense for ITS to be a workflow department for Salesforce. We don't get calls from the public. So we have not done that analysis all the way through the government to see what that level is. And so that's the answer to Talia's question, is your answer as well.
Seems like the two major areas that I think we're not touching on yet in metro departments from a complaint perspective would be health department, animals, and I assume that's phase 3, not in phase 2.
We're actually waiting to see what recommendations you get from the Animal Welfare Ad Hoc Committee, which I believe is presented to you also going into phase 2. We don't know what their recommendations look like, but depending on those recommendations, it certainly could be something that we integrate in the future.
And then what about like the courts? and a JIS system? I know that may be a Keith question, but it seems to me that the other place where citizens have questions, what's my court date, where do I go, and all that kind of stuff would be court related. Any thought about that?
So at this phase, what we've talked about is during that knowledge base and understanding what types of questions people answer, if the contact center staff can understand how to navigate some of those existing systems, it's more of an education thing right now than an integration thing, because it's not really a service that they may be looking for, it's just, how do I find this? And that's the type of thing a contact center agent could do.
I would also caution with the courts, we have to look at some of the security issues because this is a cloud-based service. I know the courts will have some concern around security of some of the information that they are receiving and privacy. So we will have to assess that also.
Last question, $1.6 million, do you need it all at once?
If we don't, we will have to reassess which departments can be included in phase 2.
Okay. Because right now, go back to the one that you're going to include. You're including codes and who else?
But you still need a commitment now, even though you don't need the money all right today. But
yes,
right.
yes, yes. We're flexible. Yeah, we're flexible on.
Okay.
But you think you can complete it in the next fiscal year?
Yes.
So you think you're going to need a commitment for that money now?
Most of the groundwork is going to be done in phase 1. So
When are you rolling the hub out?
this summer. It will
That
go
summer's
live.
a long time. June, July, August.
This summer. This summer. As he said, Mayor, this summer.
This summer.
One of those months. We will be testing it out. I will say that once we get into testing, we'll have a better idea of any last-minute adjustments we need to make to the system before we roll it out to the public.
Last question, because Brian's standing up. You guys had a fairly aggressive timeline last summer about rolling this, or last year when you were here about rolling this out. Have you met that timeline goal, and is it the January integration on the phase 2 realistic?
I think we've actually exceeded our own expectations as far as the timeline. We didn't think that we would be this far into development, and so we did act very aggressively given the timeline that you all gave us, and we think we have a great solution. We do think that this is a realistic timeline going into phase 2, but once we get into the departments that we're looking to integrate, that'll really tell the tale of how long phase 2 will take and whether some of those integrations will be more difficult. We honestly don't see it being more difficult than the Public Works integration because CityWorks is just another system. I mean, they all have different versions of CityWorks, so we hope that those integrations will be a little easier once we've integrated with CityWorks already.
When does this cease to be a PIP and just become phase 3, phase 4 of an implementation?
So, like I said, we would only do a PIP going forward if we were going to integrate other departments. But once a department is integrated, we just operationalize it in their department budget going forward.
Got it. Thank you. We are back with the Public Investment Plan, FY 2018. We have before us Nancy Whittemore. Nancy, thank you. I know you brought a team of folks to talk with you today. I'll let you introduce them as appropriate throughout your presentation. This is the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, and we appreciate all the work that you already have done, and thank you for being here. We also have Council Member John Cooper with us, and we have former Council Member Karen Bennett, who during our time on council, she absolutely showed her love and deep appreciation for everything that has to do with animals. So Karen, it is great to see you with us. Just to remind the folks at home that we will have more funding requests than we'll actually have dollars. So we appreciate you all taking the time to be innovative and creative and come up with a solution as we think about the welfare of our animals in Davidson County. So Nancy, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Whittemore, Director of General Services. I've served as the chair of the Mayor's Ad Hoc Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, which actually resulted from last year's Animal Welfare PIP. It has certainly been an honor to continue to work on this issue and especially to work with Nashville's dedicated animal welfare professionals. The purpose of this PIP is to achieve and sustain 100% safe placement of healthy and treatable animals. We are not there yet, but we are close. We can get there if the right people come together to chart a different course and implement innovative life-saving programs. The problem we've identified is healthy and treatable animals are still being killed in Nashville. While Metro's data shows a drastic improvement since 2014,
And by the way, let me commend them for that. They have absolutely reduced that euthanasia rate. Congratulations on that.
the death of 1 in 6 animals is still too high. Anything less than 100% safe placement is unacceptable. National industry leaders identify the following factors that contribute to the high rate of animals being killed: shelter overcrowding, limited community and shelter resources, and lack of community awareness. This results from a number of root causes such as pets being surrendered or abandoned, large percentage of the pet population not being spayed or neutered, inadequate animal welfare data collection, and insufficient community-wide collaboration. Our solutions require a collaborative approach with community-wide participation. Establish a public-private coalition as a separate alliance that is not a component of government, but comprised of multiple agencies working collaboratively together toward the goal of 100% safe placement. Enter into an agreement with Best Friends Animal Society as the independent agency to lead the coalition, which we have named Nashville's Coalition for Safe Placement, with the acronym SAFE, Saving Animals Forever. Implement the recommendations from the Animal Welfare Strategic Direction Plan and continue to provide spay-neuter services and also look at expansion. Becoming a more humane community will impact the residents of Nashville. In fact, 70% of Nashville's residents own pets, which is higher than the national average. Even though our solutions are focused on pets, it's a people issue too. Studies have shown that homes with pets lead to a stronger sense of community, improved physical and emotional health, and generally a more pet-friendly city. However, we believe the initial impact for Nashville is the beginning of the collaborative effort of Nashville's 3 largest providers of animal welfare services and other organizations and individuals who are passionate about animals. Our recent efforts have already resulted in bringing us closer to 100% safe placement, and we know it will open doors to diverse and shared funding opportunities.
I'm Bethany Hines with Best Friends Animal Society, and I'm honored Nashville is looking to us to be the agency leading this coalition. The solution and the main method of delivery of these benefits for Nashville residents and our pets is the SAFE Coalition. This graphic shows the multifaceted environment shaping the coalition. Aspirational cities serve as the foundation. The PIP team learned about their journey and studied the programs that they used to achieve 100% safe placement. National organizations contributed with an assessment of sheltering operations at Metro Animal Care and Control, provided a model to increase the pet friendliness of Nashville, and we, Best Friends, completed gap analysis to analyze animal sheltering and support services at the community level. Next, local stakeholders and subject matter experts tackled the following 5 key priorities and provided recommendations to serve Nashville residents: community education, evaluation and research on existing and needed programs, solutions for community cats, legislation, and best practices in volunteering, with an emphasis on fosters. Best Friends Animal Society has experience establishing coalitions across the U.S., and we have offered to lead the coalition efforts here locally in Nashville. This includes the establishment of a steering committee that will guide the coalition for years to come. We feel that this coalition provides us our greatest opportunity for success by leveraging the strengths of multiple organizations in a strategic, collaborative partnership. Our collective impact will be much stronger than each of our individual efforts.
Now that we've talked about the plan, let's focus on the financial model. The PIP funding request is $227,500, or 33% of the total projected cost.
Of the $227,500, $100,000 is for spay-neuter, and $50,000 for safe administrative activities, $10,000 for a communication plan, $30,000 for safety net and frontline intervention programming, $15,000 for volunteer and foster care programs, $7,500 for an animal welfare education pilot program, and $15,000 for a working cats program. The estimated private in-kind investment is $460,000, or 67% of the total project. Of that, $315,000 is projected in-kind and current spay-neuter funding. The remaining $145,000 is anticipated grant funding from charities and foundations like PetSmart, Petco, and Pedigree, just to name a few. Building a safe coalition as the primary approach to animal welfare is the most significant return on this investment. The SAFE Coalition offers significant means to achieve 100% safe placement through strategically focused public-private collaboration, as well as improving competitiveness for grant funding, increasing access to adoptable pets, increasing access to resources for pet owners, enhancing the quality of life for both people and pets, and increasing spay-neuter services. Since 2014, Metro Animal Care and Control, Nashville Humane Association, and Pet Community Center has performed 47,033 spay-neuter surgeries, preventing hundreds of thousands of kittens and puppies, and we need to do more. At this time, I would like to thank the Animal Welfare PIP team for the many hours spent not only on this PIP, but also on the strategic direction plan. Karen Bennett, who's out in the audience, who is a former Metro Council member, Lauren Bluestone, who is Director of Metro Animal Care and Control, Rebecca Burcham, who's the former chair of the Nashville Humane Association Board. She just rolled out of that capacity. Natalie Corwin, the Executive Director of Pet Community Center, Janice Santani, who's out in the audience, who's a former Metro Council member and state representative. Lisa Stetter, who's not here today, is Executive Director of Crossroad Campus. This team also served on the Mayor's Ad Hoc Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. The timeline maps the journey ahead of us. Launching this plan starts now, with cultivating awareness and commitment to the Animal Welfare Strategic Direction Plan, continuing targeted spay-neuter, and entering into an agreement with Best Friends to manage the SAFE Coalition. Implementation will begin July 1 by building and formalizing the coalition, seeking coalition funding and dispersing funds through grants, and developing benchmarks, metrics, and priorities. The steps to take us to a sustainable outcome began with the FY17 PIP, where Mayor Berry accepted our challenge of 100% safe placement for all healthy and treatable animals and established the Mayor's Ad Hoc Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. The advisory committee submitted today to the Mayor a strategic direction plan towards implementing an animal welfare solutions in our community. This plan calls for activating a coalition to lead the implementation and funding of strategic recommendations. In order to sustain our goal, we must produce results and share the outcomes, continue to diversify funding, enhance community-wide communications to cultivate support, and strengthen the coalition as the leader of animal welfare in Nashville and Davidson County. Thank you so much, and we are happy to entertain questions.
Great. I have a couple questions. So the $100,000 that you're asking to allocate for spay-neuter, how many more will that help us serve? I think you said 47,000 last year. So what does that do for my?
47,000 over since 2014.
I'm sorry. So what does 100K get me?
That is, I believe it's approximately 1,000 to 1,200 animals. It's about $50 to $70 per animal.
So if I'm getting $1,200 for $100,000, you guys did 47,000 Did we fund all that, or where did those dollars come from?
No, those came from multiple funding sources across 3 different agencies.
Okay, so what's the potential to increase that funding for those that, to help us with that 100K?
And definitely, this funding helps us leverage other funding from national
It does,
funders.
okay.
It brought in a near matching amount from Best Friends Animal Society, and
Did I see that in here? Did I see that you guys have some match, or that there's, you did? Okay.
Yes, yes. And Mars Pet Care also did about half of that, and then there's also some other opportunities from private funders nationally and locally. We've got some private family foundations that jumped in on that too.
The thing that we do know is that there's been times that we've missed funding opportunities because we didn't have this formalized collaborative group together.
And that's
we also know that we can leverage and funding for the future, and so that's one of the things that's going to be one of the largest impacts for this county.
Okay, what is SAFE? Is SAFE a 501c3 where we'd be making, or is it more of a loose group? Are we making who's getting the money in this scenario?
Yeah, so we envision utilizing the coalition as really being community-owned as opposed to having one organization own it. So the steering committee would be comprised of multiple local organizations that kind of govern the coalition and determine the process for funding allocation. So they choose how grants are approved. We've talked about using a collective giving account, potentially through the Community Foundation for Middle Tennessee, to hold all of the coalition funding, and then that steering committee again determines how those resources are spent out.
Is that your proposal, to run it through the Community Foundation?
Yes, ma'am, that was our proposal originally to Metro, but we're still very flexible with that. In our other communities, we have used Best Friends 501c3 and had the money funnel through us and then go back out. But we really like the idea of using a collective giving account, so it has that community ownership aspect.
Okay.
And just based on that, because if you're making it sound like then we're giving that money over to the coalition, and then the coalition would be making a decision about where to allocate it, as opposed to us saying, here's $100,000 for spay neuter. Am I missing something?
I think we can earmark funding that goes to the coalition. If we want to say $100,000 for spay neuter, then the coalition would make the decision on which agency gets that and how it's spent.
This is more of a grant combination.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not actually providing services. We're actually just contracting for those services as part of that $100,000.
That's correct.
I don't know if you know this or if this is for you. The health department, we actually put in money in the budget to do spay and neutering, and that is going to remain in their baseline budget. So this $100,000 is on top of that existing allocation that's in the budget. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm.
And Metro Health right now, who does the spay and neuter as part of that?
The spay and neuter from the $100,000 that Ty is talking about, that is a grant to Pet Community Center, and those two grants are for separate purposes. One is for low-income families in the neighborhood who need assistance with spaying and neutering, and you're targeting certain zip codes for that. And then the other was for the Community Cat Program, where we're spaying and neutering those cats in the community.
So this $100,000 is not necessarily earmarked for a specific kind of spay neuter like that was?
Not at this time. I mean, that's something that as we go forward, we can make those decisions how to earmark that funding.
Okay. When you reference the private monies, I couldn't tell if it's already committed in writing or they're potential funding partners. Can you clarify the other $400,000 private and how much of that is already committed versus how much you need to go raise?
The only commitment, I guess, at this point would be the in-kind contributions that we would anticipate from Best Friends. And then we have other organizations like Nashville Humane and Pet Community Center who now leverages money around spaying and neutering. For example, let me just say the money that we got last year for the $100,000 for community cats, one of the things that Pet Community Center, instead of using Metro money initially, they had some grants, so they used that money first so that we could leverage the Metro funding. But we do not have any other commitments. We know that there's grant funding opportunities out there that would be available to us, and we feel like that having this collaborative effort, we would have a much better chance of getting those grant funds.
And how much is the in-kind currently committed?
Well, from Best Friends,
Yes.
well, we had 50,000 in there, but my guess is it'll be more than 50,000 because we know they're going to have a staff member here. And Bethany, I don't know if you want to speak to that, but I assume it'll be more than 50,000.
Yeah, so Best Friends plans on having a full-time staff member in the area to help facilitate the launch of the coalition. In addition to those staff resources, we do plan on providing initial grants to the coalition to start that seed funding.
Ballpark. 75,000?
Between staff and granting, probably closer to 100.
Close to 100. Okay, thank you.
Another question, just I know that you had talked about, we've talked a lot about the spay and neuter, but clearly the very first part of your presentation was all focused on 100% safe placement. I'm not sure I heard anything about how the safe placement piece will work with the funding, so can maybe you talk about that for a second?
Okay, and Lauren, you may want to come up and talk about your intake diversion and some of the things that are happening, but anytime you can spay and neuter in the community and you can reduce the overpopulation so that reduces intake into the shelter, and also, it reduces the euthanasia or killing of animals. So anything that we can do by keeping pets in their home, those education programs that we're talking about, is educating families and children to be responsible pet owners, because a lot of times what Lauren sees is owner surrenders, and I know she's had an uptake on that recently because people don't realize what they're getting into sometimes when they go and adopt a dog. And so it's really doing everything we can to divert intake into the shelter, which would also keep, help us in looking at 100% placement for those treatable and adoptable animals.
So I guess my question is this: are we going to have a program where an animal reaches his or her time at our facility, that they will then be placed in another no-kill partnership as part of this, so that we are seeing that number go to 100%?
I'll let Lauren talk about that, but I think today she's going to talk about how we're not, space. She's trying not to use space as a way to say an animal is up in the shelter.
Well, I'd first like to say there is no time limit. There's absolutely no time limit.
So right now, at our facility,
there's an average stay of 21 days for dogs and slightly less for cats, but there is no absolute time whatsoever.
Got it. So after 7 days or after 10 days? Or?
No, ma'am. No, we extend as many arms out as we can to whether they've been there for 4 days or 21 days, to have other agencies step in and assist us in any way possible.
Is this helping with that collaboration and that placement?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It furthers the program, not just with the spays and neuters, but or what Nancy was saying, but also fostering. What that does is it takes those animals outside of the shelter, places them in a home environment. And that's not only a positive for behavioral stuff, but it also offsets the cost of what we would pay for that animal to be housed at the shelter daily. So there's a lot of programs in there that serve as a safety net, and we actually have a position dedicated to that specifically at the shelter right now.
In terms of this overall request, how much of it is you would consider to be recurring versus non-recurring?
I would think, depending on what we can get as far as grant funding and everything, the spay-neuter I would think is recurring. Our hope is to have this coalition self-sufficient with funding, through our foundations, and that's going to take us a little while. So I would think for the first couple years, or maybe 3 years, we would see at least $200,000 as reoccurring.
That's almost all of it.
You funded $100,000 for spay-neuter because we did not have, the advisory committee and that in place. That we funded that, And that was our biggest, and then the advisory committee came out of that too.
And so are we doing an additional 100,000 for spay neuter, or just continuing that?
Just continuing that 100,000,
I
yes.
understand that. Okay, just want to make sure.
So thank you so much. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. I do want to just give Representative Santania a shout out, not only as a council member, but also as a state rep. She championed many, many, many initiatives to help protect our animals. So it's great to have you here as well. Thank you. We are back with the PIP, the Public Investment Plans for FY 2018. We have the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television with us today for Season 2 of Our Nashville. And Trish is with us, and she will present. And if you want to introduce anybody else on your fabulous team up here, feel free to do that as appropriate. Keith. We are also joined by Council Member John Cooper, who is with us, and we appreciate him being here today. Just to remind the viewers at home, we are often asked for more funds than we actually have revenue to support, so we appreciate your innovation and your thoughtfulness about what you want to present today, and we are happy that you're here. So Trish, go ahead.
Very much for the FY17 PIP funding that allowed NECAT to launch Season 1 of our TV series, Our Nashville, currently in progress. It features area nonprofits and is shot by a super crew of MNPS high schoolers who are all in Broadcast Academy career paths. I'm here today simply to say that Season 1 is doing exactly what we all wanted it to do, and I am back to say, let's do Season 2 even a little bigger.
How much did we give you last year?
You gave us $50,000 last year to create 20 30-minute episodes, each featuring a different local nonprofit, 10 on arts, 10 on education or social services. What's the weak spot in our community that NECAT's project wants to address? Well, there are three. First, there are many, many, more than 800 in fact, MNPS high school students presently enrolled in Broadcast Academy career pathways. They're all seeking experiences beyond what they get at school, training on additional equipment beyond what they get at school, and essentially advantages that will help them in their imminent job search. The official measurement, I think, is that there are a bazillion nonprofits in our community. Some more specific numbers are there on the screen, but as we all know, Nashville is full of different nonprofits trying to accomplish a lot of good things. They all need exposure. Rarely do they have time, staff, or budget to accomplish that for themselves. I'm preaching to the choir when I say that our city is growing by leaps and bounds, and that the life of every resident could be enhanced by the opportunities and services provided by arts, education, and social service nonprofits in our community. So what's a little TV show going to help all of those three things? Well, first, we're going to train 150 more of these MNPS students presently in Broadcast Academy career paths. We do it during the school day, just as we did with Season 1. We train them in the NECAT studio on our equipment. They get school credit for it because it's an official job shadow for them in the Academy's program. They get year-long producer-level memberships at NECAT, which lets them use our studio and our equipment as much as they want to create their own programs for broadcast or to simply assist other NECAT producers from the community in the creation of the 100-plus TV series that are made there. Out of that pool of 150 newly trained high schoolers will rise, just as it did for Season 1, a super crew. These are the most driven, most reliable students out of the pool, and they are selected by merit through collaboration of NECAT staff plus their broadcast instructor from their own high school. Season 1 had 20 super crew members. We would like to have 35 super crew members in Season 2. Season 1 collaborated with 5 MNPS schools. We want to add Cane Ridge that has a Broadcast Academy career path in Season 2. More super crew members means more brains, more eyeballs, more hearts, more hands in the production crew. So by extension, we should be able to create more episodes with more collaborators. Season 1 features 20 nonprofits that are listed here on the screen. Season 2, we would like to feature 30 nonprofits. 15 featuring arts topics, 15 featuring education and social service topics.
Just curiosity, I see the Arts Council Hendersonville. Just curious about that.
They actually draw teenagers from the Nashville community that go up after school to participate in their programming. And I believe they come into Nashville for school visits to little kids, 3rd grade and down. They come into the Nashville schools for that. So in sum, we want to train more teenagers, reward more with a super crew position, give more exposure to more nonprofits and more information to the members of our community in season 2. The formula to achieve that, as our clever camera operator Evan might say, first we need to seek corporate funding to train the 150 MNPS students, because that's a big chunk of the cost. Proud to say that we did that, and for the 2nd year in a row, Ascend Federal Credit Union will be covering the cost of training this year 150 students. Those students will come from the 6 schools listed there in the center. 25 students from each of those 6 schools will be trained. Out of that 150 pool of students will rise 35 super crew members who will be the staff, essentially, the hands and brains to do the productions under guidance by myself and NECAT Associate Director. So let's talk about the cost of everything that I just said. This great idea here, what is it going to cost us? Total cost is $101,000 to do everything I just described. Of that, the $21,000 cost of training 150 MNPS students and giving them all a year-long producer-level membership for access to the studio and the equipment is, for the 2nd year in a row, 100% covered by Ascend Federal Credit Union. That brings me here at your podium with an FY18 PIP request of $75,000. In your materials, you ask us to break that down by type of cost. Happy to say.
Aren't you 5,000 short? So you've got 100,000 and one is your total request. 21,000 is going to be covered. So am I missing something? Wouldn't that be an $80,000 request on a $75,000 request?
4 and 68 is 72, 74, 4.
I'm good there. I mean, I just want to make sure I've got the right numbers.
I think I see my typo. In the $68,000 staff cost, that should be $68,600. So $68,600 in staff cost, $4,000 is $72,600, plus $2,400 comes to $75,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this one up here that says total cost $101,000 to train the students, and then of that total, the 21 is going to be covered. So I'm taking 101,000 and subtracting 21,000, and I'm getting 80.
You're absolutely right. Total cost is then $91,000, not $101,000.
Okay, so got it. The typo is the total
absolutely
cost.
Right. It's the total.
Gotcha, not
it's the total
request.
that's off.
Okay,
That's right.
you got it.
That's
Thanks.
right. We have 0 capital cost thanks to our relationship with Keith Durbin and ITS. We have our lovely studio and our equipment. $4,000 in what I'm calling consumable costs. These are things that would be used up during the creation of season 2, such as a drive to hold all of the footage, lunch for the teenagers. Turns out they need fuel, and things like cue cards, disposables like that. The bulk of our cost, as you can see, is the staff. And if I may say, I think that's the bulk of the value of what our Nashville offers to teenagers. It's the mentorship, the relationship, the hands-on, the training, the guidance from NECAT staff.
And so you're at, is that one staff person?
That is 2. That's the
so
total.
you're going to have to add 2 staff in order to train 150 students.
We're not adding staff. That is myself and the other NECAT employee, Associate Director Katie Baglio. That's the 2 of us combined at roughly 40 hours per episode.
But aren't I see, but you're already getting paid. Right, so I'm not adding staff.
Correct.
Okay. But you're getting paid whether I fund this or not. So I'm trying to understand the staff
I would seek
cost.
funding to cover our staff time. If I didn't get this to do these tasks with our staff time, I would certainly be out fundraising to cover our staff time to accomplish
I
other
gotcha.
things
Okay.
than be involved with these teenagers. You know,
How much was your staff cost last year, though?
Virtually, the entire $50,000 support in last year was virtually all to staff time.
Okay, but so you're asking, you already got that, that's a budget request, and so this is in addition.
50,000 from last year was for the current season 1 FY17 PIP funding. This is a request for season 2 in FY18 PIP funding.
Okay.
So a different year's staff budget.
No, I got it. When you came to ask us though for NECAT's budget, do you have staff time allocated in that, and is this just in addition?
If we were,
Different way, what's the total NECAT budget?
Thank you.
it's, in FY17, it is $212,000.
And are you, in that 212,000, are you funded for staff for 2 positions?
In the current fiscal year, yes.
Okay.
If we get this to do these tasks with this money in FY18, then we're good for this portion of staff time in FY18. And if for some reason our PIP funding for FY18 were declined, then certainly we would go in search of other projects and funding for staff to accomplish those other projects.
Okay. Because one of the questions I always have to tell you is about these PIPs. At what point do they stop being a PIP and just become part of the budget process? And I guess not this time for this one, but I mean.
This is a different program.
No, it's the same program.
It's the same program, but it's different content.
It's new nonprofits being covered in season 2 with the help of new teenage high school students as the crew.
Right.
Still mentored by the same 2 staff members as the present year.
It's the same program, we're just now expanding. Okay, I get it. Okay, keep going.
Cool. Along those same thought lines, though, Mayor, I agree with you, and I've been thinking about the evolution of what NECAT's service to the city should be, and rather than my seeking funding to just sort of keep me in my spot to fundraise for NECAT, a better use of money and time and ability, I think, is funding like for our Nashville, where the product that I make is something that has use beyond just being a fundraiser at NECAT. But I totally follow your thought there.
Okay.
The 4th bullet there under the dollar signs, the $2,400, this is a new idea inspired by the Opportunity Now initiative. Most of our super crew for season 1 are juniors. I suspect most of them will want to return and serve on the super crew in season 2.
Were they paid last time?
They were not.
They were not
Not. This is entirely new, and our logic is entirely based on merit, and if 5 don't merit it, we would not do it, but they're great, and I can tell you 5 will merit this. We would like to hire them as contractors for a 60-hour commitment from them. 60 hours for 5 teens, that's 5 hours for an on-site shoot, 5 hours for an off-site shoot for 10 nonprofits. If they can't commit to the entire contract, then they can't be one of these paid contractors.
But they're only going to be working 5 hours a week.
It might not even be a week. It would be over the period of the shoots for in the studio and outside the studio, 60 hours total. A 60-hour total commitment per 5 teens. Okay. And in your materials, you ask if there's an ongoing cost after the creation of the product, which is season 2 of the series for us. There would not be any ongoing cost after the fact. They would simply be added to the broadcast lineup alongside season 1. Because they are all created to be as evergreen as possible in their content. Who's the team? It's NECAT staff. It's the academy coaches in the 5 schools with Broadcast Academy career paths, their instructors and the school liaisons. Gay Martin and Donna Gilly are the overall heads of the Academy's Nashville program, and they are key to our success. They've been wonderful. Certainly, a Central Credit Union as a significant funder. New and returning super crew teenagers will play a very important part, as they did in season 1. The selection committee, if not all, virtually all, I anticipate returning for season 2. Pardon me, the same who served on season 1. And then we will work really closely with the staff of all 30 nonprofits selected for season 2. Timeline, when would all of this happen? Hopefully we get good news from you guys and are able to announce a call for submissions to nonprofits, as we did last year, to apply to be one of the 30 selected this year. Concurrently with that, we would be seating or reseating the selection committee. In the fall school semester, we would begin training the 150 more students that Ascend has funded for us and begin meeting with the 30 selected nonprofits to plan their content. Depending on how many super crew members return from season 1 who were therefore already in the know and already trained, we could start shooting in the fall, and our completed episodes, just like this year, would be ready in the summer. Sustainability, the content of all of these episodes, we have been really careful. For example, Nashville Shakespeare Festival, we're not talking about this summer's show with them. That's stale too quickly. We are designing the content of all of the episodes to have as long a shelf life as possible. For example, with Nashville Shakes, we talk about their work with elementary school kids, their teaching projects at TPAC, their work at the library. It's the ongoing core services for these nonprofits that do not change over time.
How many views, how much traction, how much of success have you had with the season 1?
I'm sorry, how much have we done so far?
Success.
Right now, we've shot almost all 20 in-studio interviews.
Have you started airing them at all?
No. Each
Okay.
nonprofit gets an in-studio interview and an on-location shoot. We've done almost all of the in-studio interviews, and we have done one of the on-location shoots because we scheduled them that way to knock out the interviews first and then go on site to shoot. The first ones will probably air in about a month.
Okay.
With the last ones starting to air in July. They'll all be in regular rotation on NECAT channels for a long time.
Got it.
And then I leave you with a quote from one of my favorite mentees from this project. This is Karch Abramson from McGavock High School. After every Super Crew shoot and every training for them, Karch finds me, looks me in the eye, and says thank you.
Nice. Questions? Rich, anything?
I just wonder, why nonprofits? There's so many things that you could have done. How did you zero in on that?
It was actually inspired by our sibling channel, Metro 3, Metro Nashville Network 3. They're the other PEG channel in town, and they proactively cover government topics for our city. And I felt like the 3 PEG channels that I run at NECAT should also proactively cover the topics that are relevant to us. And that's arts for the Arts Channel, education for the Education Channel.
You talked about your total budget of $200,000 and something. Does that include the 50 from the PIP, or is it?
It does, yes, sir.
It does, okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a way to track these students to see if they do in fact go to college and pursue a path?
That's a great question.
Broadcasting.
I would love to set that up. That's a great idea. We started our Nashville series Upon Your Funding last year, and like I say, we're probably 19 of 20 in-studio shoots done. So yes, before these kids get away from us, the seniors that are in the mix, I'll find a way to do that. That's a great suggestion.
Is any of your content multilingual? Is everything?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that. Yes.
That was not planned.
Yes. So not only will some of the episodes include multilingual content, but the Tennessee Foreign Language Institute, at my request, agreed to do a Spanish language voiceover and an Arabic language voiceover of the public service announcements that we're granting to all 20 featured organizations that doesn't run within their 30-minute segment, but that's a PSA that runs throughout the day on all 3 NECAT channels. So it'll run in English, in Spanish, and in Arabic.
And I'm always interested when you bring these students in, do you see their grades go up? Do you see those kinds of things? So
that's a great question. That's a great thing for me to start to track.
I'm all about capturing data that supports what you're doing.
I like that. I can tell you anecdotally at this juncture, their reactions to me, their reactions to the nonprofits who come into the studio to be interviewed, they're so poised and so grateful and as professional as any adults that I've ever worked on a crew with.
Anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we are back with the Public Investment Plan FY 2018. We have the Nashville Tech Council, Engage IT, preparing students for IT careers in the IT City. We appreciate you guys for being here. I just want to give a quick shout out. We have Councilmember John Cooper is here. I also want to just remind the folks at home that we've been asked to fund a lot of things and we don't have the dollars to allocate for everything, but we really appreciate all the hard work that you guys do to come up with innovative solutions to some of our more challenging problems. So we appreciate that. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. If there's anybody you want to introduce, please feel free as part of your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Hoff.
I meant to say, and here we have Sandy. I'm talking so fast. My apologies.
I'm with the Nashville Technology Council, and I'm representing the Engage IT team this afternoon. The purpose of the Engage IT project is to better prepare students for IT employment. The MNPS Academies have been offering students the opportunity to take IT certification exams for several years now, but the students have not been successful in achieving those goals. And so we are here to talk about an opportunity where we can better prepare students to be able to get ready for IT employment through their certification exams. Over the last 4 years, the CompTIA A+ exam has been offered through Overton High School's networking pathway. And
Only
in those,
Overton, no other place.
this one specifically is at Overton High School, the networking pathway. For 4 years, they've offered this exam, and in those 4 years, very few students have felt comfortable that they were prepared enough to even attempt the exam, and no students have been successful in passing the exam. And so we're here to talk about the Engage IT project, which is really seeking to bring the educators and employers together to have a new approach to trying to address this issue. So 2 questions come to mind. The first one is, why aren't students successful in passing these certification exams? And the most significant reason why students are not being successful is that we don't have the teachers who are qualified and have the experience to be able to lead these students through this course of study. The second question that might come to mind is, why do we care? Why is it important whether or not students are successful with these exams? Well, if students are successful in achieving an IT certification, they can very easily go straight into an IT job, straight into employment. IT jobs are so plentiful here in Middle Tennessee.
Closer to the mic. Just
Closer to the mic? Okay. And in fact, right now, there are 2,000 IT vacancies right here in Nashville. And many of those jobs don't require college degrees. Students could come out of high school with an IT certification and go right into those jobs. Also, significantly, those positions are extremely well-paying positions, with those positions paying an average of 60% more than your average job here in Nashville. So what's our solution? Our solution focuses on getting students ready for employment by getting them the technical skills that they need through the IT Fundamentals Certification exam, working on that this summer, and then focusing in the school year on the A+ certification. We also want to give students the context of why this is important. We need them to know how many jobs are out there, how they can attain those jobs, have that experience with employers. And then thirdly, we want the students to build the soft skills that employers are looking for. The one thing that we find over and over again when we talk to employers is that students aren't prepared, employees aren't prepared with those critical 21st century job skills like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, teamwork, and communication skills. So we'll focus on those as well. So our annual market, what we're really hoping to reach this year is 20 to 25 rising seniors and 1 or 2 MPS teachers to be able to be a part of this program where they can build the skills as well through mentoring and instruction. So this summer, we would like to partner with the Opportunity Now initiative to be able to bring in instructors that will focus on test preparation for the IT fundamentals certification exam, and also bring in local technology professionals to be able to mentor these students so that they're ready to take that exam. Then, in the fall, we're going to provide the support that these students and teachers need by hiring an industry professional to be in the classroom, mentoring the teachers and instructing the students so that they're prepared for the A+ exam next spring. Thirdly, we want to be able to increase employer and student engagement throughout this entire program so that there's a stronger connection between our local tech community and the students. And we want to make sure that students have those right tools for success. First and foremost, students need a laptop so that they can study when they're home, so that they can complete their work. And so we're going to be partnering with the Digital Inclusion Fund to make sure that these students have a laptop that they can use this summer in their internship, and then have that for in the fall as well for their studies. And lastly, ultimately, we're really trying to get students more prepared for the workplace. Here's a snapshot of what the financials look like. You can see that the project in its entirety costs just a little over $200,000, but we've been able to raise almost 60% of those funds from other sources, from our private partners. And yes, sure.
The private partners, where's that money? Is it showing up there?
3D Technologies, the Chamber, HCA, Digital Inclusion Fund.
Okay.
Okay. And the reason that we've been able to bring these private funders to the table is because there's such a significant demand for the A+ certification here in Middle Tennessee. And employers are so in need of that pipeline of future employees. And so I wanted to make sure that y'all understood that there are over 10,000 jobs right now in Middle Tennessee that have the A+ certification in their job description. And each year, there are 500 vacancies for people that are A+ certified. But perhaps even more importantly, not just the quantity of these jobs, but the quality of these jobs. These are high-paying jobs that will have a lasting impact on a student's earning potential. A student that graduates with a high school diploma, you see, will earn just under $28,000 on average. That jumps up 53% when you add an A+ certification to their resume, which translates to over $1 million in additional earnings over their lifetime. Right now, we have no students that are successful in attaining this certification. If we're successful in raising that 50%, that will have an impact of almost $13 million on additional earnings that students can achieve. We've been really lucky to be able to pull together a great group of partners for this project. The Nashville Technology Council is excited to be able to be the lead organization. We feel like we're uniquely qualified to be able to lead this project in that we've done several other technology summer programs in the past and have worked really close with our employers. We're really excited to partner with the Chamber, who is willing to fund our workplace experience initiatives as well as provide funds for exam costs. We also have local employers that are partnering with us. 3D Technologies will be a key partner for this project in providing mentors as well as providing funds. HCA is partnering with Opportunity Now. Whoops, sorry, I just jumped. HCA is partnering with Opportunity Now to provide the funds for the students as interns, and then the Nashville Digital Inclusion Fund will provide the laptops as well. And of course, we couldn't do this without MNPS working really closely with us to identify who are the right students and who are the right teachers to be a part of this pilot. So phase one of our project would again begin this summer working with Opportunity Now. It's so important that we have this opportunity with these students to really level set and get those fundamentals in place so that they can be successful. Again, we want these students to have a win this summer with the IT fundamentals certification before we move them into the A+ certification track in the fall. In the fall, we're planning to hire an instructor who can supplement what's going on in the classroom, an industry instructor who can work with the teacher and the students. This is based on the model that St. Thomas has recently piloted with their health studies program. Their health sciences program. The goal ultimately in phase one, of course, is to have the students and the teachers be able to pass the IT fundamentals certification. In phase two, we'd like to have the students and the teachers able to pass the A+ certification exam. And then moving into phase three of the project, we're really excited to be able to have those students able to participate in the Opportunity Now program next year as interns with employer, using those skills that they've built over the summer and over the school year, using those A+ certification skills. We also, in phase three, will be looking forward to planning for our second cohort, assessing what we learned doing this the first time, and of course, recruiting students and recruiting instructors for next time. Oops. Can I keep going? Oh, I can keep going? I'm sorry. Of course, this is a proof of concept project, and we are very confident in our success. We're very confident in being able to move forward and continue working with our private funders, because there's such a need for these people and such a need for these employees in the future. So, I got thrown off by my seconds.
So again, all the students would come from Overton, is that right? Is that still?
Ideally, that's what we'd like to target the first year is Overton High School, since they have the networking.
Why again? Just why limit to Overton?
Overton is the only high school right now that has the networking pathway, and we chose the A+ certification because it is the most sought after certification in Middle Tennessee right now.
And so the students this summer who participate in this would be sort of part of our Opportunity Now, but they'd really be in sort of a, not really a work environment, more of a boot camp environment where they're learning skills, right? Okay.
Yeah, for the summer. 8 weeks. For 6 weeks. For the first 6 weeks, we'd follow the Opportunity Now schedule.
You said that 0 students, I think, are passing the exam now. Is that because they're not getting any training, or that they just aren't passing? So is there something in the curriculum that's missing, you think? I guess I'm just trying to...
One of our number one challenges is teacher turnover, particularly in the area of IT. We simply can't keep IT teachers in the classroom because of their demand in the workforce. So while, for example, our IT teacher at Overton left us at Christmas, and so we have a long-term sub in there. That person has some knowledge of IT, but certainly not to the level that we're going to get students to passing a certification. That same position has turned over at least every 1.5 years for the last 6 years. And that's our biggest problem, is we need to figure out a way to get some success, get students successful, build the confidence level with the students and the teacher. We feel like this will be a great opportunity to bring in an IT professional and a Metro teacher to team teach during the summer, and maybe be able to follow that model moving into the school year.
Okay, so what happens to that part-time substitute position?
Well, I hope that person knows that that is a part-time interim position, and we're looking for a full-time networking teacher now.
So I'm not sure how this helps me retain a teacher.
Well, we're hopeful that we may even be able to find someone with those skills, maybe as a grad student coming out of a local college or university that might be interested in teaching. We're going to pair them with a Metro teacher that already has the skills of teaching in classroom management and organization, that with the help of this summer opportunity could even grow that person's desire to enter into the classroom. But at the very least, we're going to come out getting students on a level playing field in terms of knowledge and skills to be able to prepare and work with mentors over the next school year to be able to be successful on the A+ exam.
So not to be a devil's advocate, but clearly this particular model that you're advocating for, again, I think about scalability. We have lots of academies, we have lots of potential certification programs, we have lots of kids who aren't taking those certificate programs, we have a lot of kids who are missing that opportunity. Why this model to solve that problem?
This is probably the highest need area where we have a gap in being able to provide students being successful on industry certifications. We mentioned the health science area with St. Thomas. We worked on that last year. We feel like we've been able to provide a solution for that. We know that employment across the district and the region, there's a gap in IT employees. We look at our own success record of industry certifications and see, as exactly she said, yes, there was 0. We know that we need to step up our game, get some work moving forward, and we need the help of the community and the industry partners to help us identify partners that would come be educators for us.
Agreed. I think the St. Thomas model is the right approach. So the request, and I'm making sure I understand this, it looks to me like this request is $84,000 to go to the Technology Council, not to, is that where the money's going, is to the Technology Council?
Ultimately, yes, we'd be the clearinghouse of the funds, but they wouldn't.
Why not Metro Public Schools?
It could work that way as well.
How come they're not asking for this money?
I think we're going to ask for the money in terms of when you see the budget on the 13th for industry certifications for all students.
Right.
We'll see that. But because of this need in the area of IT, we're just trying to work collaboratively to try to come up with a solution with both business partners and the Metro Nashville Public Schools.
One last question. You've got an HCA number here of $75,000. Is that additional money that they are going to contribute? They've already given us a contribution to the...
No, those are those funds. Sure. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, so out of the sponsorship of the 100 internship opportunities this summer, 25 of those will be going to NTC out of that 100. So that's not new monies committed, that's
It's
out
not
of the
new.
existing.
Well, so HCA gave us $250,000.
That's right.
So what you're saying is that $75,000 of that's been earmarked to go to this. HCA has given me an earmark on that.
That's right.
They didn't, okay.
So yeah, so out of the 100 internships, out of the $250,000, 25 of those internships are going to NTC out of those other nonprofits. So 75 of the other ones are going to other nonprofits.
Okay.
So they will be at NTC for this program.
So the expectation then is that that all 25 of those have to come from Overton High School, because they will actually not be internships being paid for. They will be $75,000 of, or 25 of those will be actually going to a boot camp for 6 weeks. Is that right?
So the boot camp is something that NTC has done before. These are, so it's using that model, but these are internship opportunities. So the work products that the students will be creating, it's actually tools that can go to other schools and other academies to help students with passing certifications and learning about IT careers in the future.
But we don't have certification offerings at other high schools for this certification, right?
Not for the CompTIA A+,
Right.
but
Not for
there
the
are other
CompTIA
IT.
A+, but for other but yes, there are other IT certification programs.
Okay, so I'm still not sure. The whole point is to help these kids pass at Overton this
Right.
particular thing. That's the problem that you have, I think you guys articulated. But now I'm seeing a broader problem that I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding how we're focusing the resources.
So the work products are to, so the students, as they're studying to pass this certification, they'll also be creating products that will help other students in the future. So it could be other students at Overton in the future who would take this certification, but they'll also be learning about IT careers. So they'll be, so we've talked about creating videos, about little fact sheets, so that kind of peer-to-peer, why should you be interested in IT careers can be used at other academies as well in partnership with MNPS. That's the kind of internship, students are actually giving back as part of being at a nonprofit organization for the summer.
And the IT fundamentals is more broad than just, it is the precursor to the A+ certification, but it's also the precursor to many other certifications. It's really that broad base of technology learning to get everybody kind of oriented to all different, everything from hardware to software to networking, routing, how the internet works. It's an introduction to kind of all concepts of technology.
Okay.
So it would be applicable to other
Okay.
applications. is
The
what I'm
funding
trying to say.
request, though, seems to be focused on this exam for these kids to pass.
It is, it is.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
You guys have a question? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. We are back with our PIP investment plan for FY 2018. We are joined by MNPS and Tony Majors with the youth sports expansion request. Tony, I know you brought some folks with you, so I'll let you actually introduce them as appropriate during your presentation. I want to just give a quick shout out to Councilmember John Cooper, who is with us. Also want to just remind the folks at home that we are inundated with requests for funds, but the revenue that we have to support those requests doesn't quite match the requests. So I want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate your creativity and your thoughtfulness about how to solve complex problems, especially with education and youth. So Tony, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Berry. And with me this afternoon are Chip Cruz. He's the owner of Nashville Baseball Academy, and Joe Staler. He's the CEO of Aloha Corporation, who has also been a long-term funder for the RBI program here in Nashville. My proposal this afternoon, its purpose is designed to really look at expanding out-of-school time options for MNPS students through the use of expanding baseball and softball opportunities in school while utilizing Major League Baseball's Revitalizing Baseball in the Inner Cities program, which has historically been in Nashville but needs to be retooled. So I want to take you through this afternoon sort of the issue as we have seen it, and then how we propose to solve the issue. Number one, Mayor Berry, thinking back to the youth violence work we did a year or so ago, one of the common themes out of that work was that kids spoke to the fact that there were no out-of-school time options for children in Nashville, and transportation being a barrier. We feel very strongly that if we can utilize the youth sports model, we can help address the violence issue, but also help break some of the barriers that some of our young people and families face due to poverty. The city of Nashville has a strong baseball and softball history, going way back to Negro League Baseball, of course, with the minor league affiliate here in Nashville, but also a large and substantial history of travel and recreational baseball and softball for kids of all ages. And in partnership with Major League Baseball's RBI program, Metro Schools, the Boys and Girls Club, and other local agencies, we seek to eliminate those barriers that currently exist for those kids that want to play baseball and softball by being very strategic about the geographic areas that we provide programs and services. Research is very clear. We've heard the research for several years. Is the baseball and softball program showing improvement in the learning performance of children and youth? Adolescents and extracurricular activities have more academic friends and fewer friends who skip school. It actually has historically has proven to have an impact, reduce students' deviant behavior. And the role of sports and inclusion have a strong link between building social cohesion and social capital among young people and adults in community. That gets to that mentoringship component of bringing community members who want to be active in the lives of our children in a place or in a space where they can engage with our kids in a way that our kids are already engaged and then want to help provide meaningful outcomes for our youth. So why RBI? You know, I said RBI has been around here in Nashville for several years, but it's lacked somewhat of a strategic plan. The real rationale behind RBI is RBI wants to have a stronger presence in Nashville. Number two, they're in 200 cities worldwide, engaging over 120,000 boys and girls. The target population is for students from low-income houses or low-income families and low-income communities. They've been in operation since 1989. Nashville has had an RBI affiliate since 1996, and that is always funded through local government, local business, and philanthropic investment. Evidence of the need. At the height of RBI's work here in Nashville, I've seen numbers from 700 to 1,200 kids being actively engaged, to as recently as last year, that number decreased to 370. Not because of a lack of interest, because of a lack of quality programs in proximity to where the students live and go to school. This is an important aspect of this plan because we seek to align community-based leagues with the name and identity of the schools that the children attend or the geographic cluster that they attend. So not only is it a benefit to the school by having kids have a very positive experience with their school of attendance or their cluster, that also becomes a very strong community aspect for the children and the families within that community. Expansion, there is no direct connection to MNPS. There was no direct connection to MNPS in the past. We just had youth baseball and softball and high school baseball and softball. We seek to bridge that void because from 12 and under, you have community-based leagues, and then 9 through 12th grade, you have high school baseball and softball. We don't have anything for grades 5 through 8. So we know if a kid stops playing at age 12 or 13, they're not going to pick it back up at age 15 or 16. So we seek to have a strong connection with the school system, and that gets that identity component, as I spoke to a second ago. So what is our proposed solution? Number one, our first step is developing infrastructure. We recognize that field quality and field locations are an issue for our city. So number one, we want to assess the current field conditions and availability. We want to map the proximity of fields and schools to the target population, invest in those improvements, and help offset some of the startup costs of baseball and softball, which can be very expensive. Step two would be to build recreational program development, and that's where we've identified Seven Oaks Park and Luby Center to begin programming this summer with the potential of expanding into East Nashville baseball. We do want to start a junior RBI league for ages 13 to 15. That would be for 4 to 8 boys and girls softball teams, 4 to 8 baseball teams for ages 13 to 15, and 4 to 8 softball for 16 to 18, and 4 to 8 for 16 to 18 baseball. And then the last would be school-based programs. The school-based development expansion would be incorporating Major League Baseball's Fun at Bat program into our physical education curriculum for grades K through 2. That is of no cost to the school system. Major League Baseball fully funds that program, equipment, and training, as well as the written material and character education. Close the gap between 5 through 12 baseball and softball, as I mentioned to you earlier, by making sure we start the process of bringing baseball and softball to middle schools that do want to provide the programming. Seed funding through this PIP process will help cover the equipment purchases and field improvements, along with supplemental support for uniforms. Upgrade existing high school programs by improving field conditions, purchasing scoreboards, and adding lights to RBI-affiliated locations, and establish 13, 15, 16, 18 summer programs, as I've already mentioned. Now, the size of impact. Why is this important for Nashville? This is our current geographic map based on race. Green, traditionally, are Caucasian families, purple or pinkish being Latino families, and yellow being African American families. Right now, if you look at where Luby Senior is located, it's located directly in the sort of north central corridor, where it's predominantly African American. If you go to Seven Oaks Park, very heavy concentration of African American and Latino. As we know, baseball and softball are international sports which attract students from all different types of demographic groups. As we look at seeking expansion of the baseball program here in our city, we will use this type of information to identify schools, existing parks and rec locations, and other fields that can be upgraded so that the kids eliminate the transportation barrier to participate in baseball and softball. When it's all said and done, if we reach a goal of 5% of our student enrollment, that would be 4,400 children having an opportunity to participate in out-of-school time baseball and softball. And again, this is not a moonshot project. This is seed funding. But this is the type of seed funding that we show a local government investment, and I'll get to some of this other stuff in a minute. But we have the potential to, in the future, aspire to add other sports, to get not just baseball and softball funded, but to look at other programs through philanthropic investment that kids may want to participate in. So what is our phase one? Phase one is sort of, I've talked about, is establishing the 22 to 37 to 12-year-old teams that will start playing this spring, and they will play through the end of June. Outcome would be to have anywhere from 250 to 400 students ages 7 to 12 participate. Phase two would be really looking at identifying facility needs and developing a strategic plan for improving the field conditions and strategic plan for future capital investment. Phase three, which would actually start in May, which would be our junior and senior divisions, where we actually start play, where we've got a commitment from our high school baseball and softball coaches to come in and help develop the middle school age programs to start playing in the summer. So we actually start having a baseball and softball developmental program in the summer to help seed our high school programs in the future. So RBI's investment proposal is very simple. We're looking at capital investment. That is for scoreboards, that's for equipment, that's for facilities. We're looking at operationals, that's team equipment, things that we have to play the game. Looking at operations again with uniforms. Staffing, we do have to look at potential providing some supplemental funding for those that run affiliated leagues and programs, and looking at the capital again with field lighting. The field lighting component is something that will be heavily dependent upon where we choose to put programs in the future, and are they needed in phase one versus phase two. We already have some investment. Joe himself has already committed $20,000 to $25,000 for this year. Major League Baseball is covering the cost, and if you look in your packet, the first page that I provided is a snapshot of our parent portal that we're actually in the process of developing. Major League Baseball has fully funded the cost for the parent registration portal and RBI Nashville's website. So I'm currently working with them to have those developed, and as well as covering some of the funding for tournaments and other things. And then the philanthropic support, I already mentioned Joe, and we will look to raise an additional $1 million or so moving forward as we retool the RBI board and others. The return on investment is pretty clear. We're getting more kids engaged. We have a citywide strategy around the work. We can use the school system to help, number one, benefit the school system itself, but also to get the word out about the opportunities that are there. It does address other initiatives such as social-emotional learning, the youth violence reduction, and opportunity now, because as this model grows, we do have the ability to hire other high school age youth for field maintenance, concessions, those types of things, and officiating, because a high school student can actually officiate youth baseball. So there are some future employment opportunities. We've seen a remarkable growth in our city. Austin is one that comes to mind as a program that works independently, and they run as an independent league while others run as Boys and Girls Club sponsored league. We are in a transitional year. RBI has been under Boys and Girls Club for the last couple of years. They've agreed to work with us to transition out of this year to next year being more of an independent run program. So we do have the strong local connection. And I know I'm just about out of time, but RBI's Nashville's leadership, these are some of the people that have been involved in this planning thus far, and this is not by any way an exhaustive list. We have many people in Nashville that really want to see this type of model grow and be invested in, because we know it's something that engages our kids in a meaningful way.
So I'm going to go ahead and we'll ask a couple questions. Tony, it sounds like to me, well, let me make sure I'm clear. You want $1.1 million for Metro Public Schools.
It's a mix.
Okay, I'm not seeing the mix. I think what I'm seeing is that you want us to do some capital improvements to some of our school infrastructure and parks infrastructure, which I would want to see parks up here, and I would surely want to see Metro Public Schools telling me that that's part of their capital investment plan, and I don't know if that's part of their CIB. I haven't seen it yet. And then I would want to know what the logic is for us to basically, I think, fund a not-for-profit. I mean, I think that's what I'm also hearing after the capital investment. So help me understand that this is a pretty different way for us to think about using our dollars, because it sounds like we're just trying to do a startup for a not-for-profit that should not, we shouldn't be giving that money over. They should be coming to us with the, anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so it's actually a two-pronged strategy. The Metro school side is really just help with the seed investment to offset costs for middle school program startup. The capital investment will be at, yes, some of our MMPS locations if we identify those locations to be RBI affiliated programs. This other strategy is the RBI program expansion in Nashville itself. RBI is already a 501c3 nonprofit.
Are they in our schools at the moment?
It's not tied directly to the schools.
Okay, so MMPS does not have any kind of connection to RBI at the moment?
No. RBI functions solely as a recreational youth baseball and softball program.
Okay.
And that's
and the recommendation then is MMPS becomes a partner in RBI?
MMPS is just a partner with helping to get the word out about the existing opportunities.
But I mean, I'm talking about, when I say partner, I mean a monetary partner.
I would not see MMP, well, yes, in the future. So for a middle school that chose to start a baseball and softball program, right now 60% of our middle schools has said yes, they're interested in starting baseball and softball. MMPS would then, in those locations where we started a baseball and softball program, would have the responsibility of funding the coaches' stipends, any other equipment supplies, field maintenance, and all those things, just like they would any other base or athletic program. What we're looking for is the startup funding to eliminate that burden of bats, balls, uniforms, equipment, to prevent a school from starting a program when they know it's something their kids would benefit from.
Okay, but that's a fairly small amount. Can you go back to your slide? It's a little better for me because I can't see it on there.
The largest thing you will see here.
You had it. You had it
okay.
right there. So you've got your. I think you were looking for bats and stuff. So that's $120,000. That's that's nothing compared to the $1 million you guys want.
Well, when you actually break that 120,000 down, it's actually 3,500 just for equipment for a senior program, 2,500 for a junior elementary age program. That's plenty to purchase the equipment necessary to start play. So when you break that down, that's actually enough to cover that. Your field maintenance and upgrades really gets into some of the infrastructure component needed in order for fields to be playable. One of the biggest issues we have right now is we don't have playable fields.
Okay, so is this capital in parks, because I assume that these are public facilities that you want these improvements in, is this money in parks or in schools' capital improvement budget?
It is not in the school's capital improvement budget because RBI is the driver, because RBI is the affiliated league.
So how come the RBI hasn't paid for it then?
Well, because RBI only provides supplemental funding. Now, I didn't get to this part of the presentation, but one thing I will tell you is right now, can I go to it?
Sure.
Okay. I didn't get to this before, but I want to show you this because this was probably one of the most important components of the presentation. Future funding opportunities. Remember, I always said this was seed funding. The Baseball Tomorrow Foundation, as well as the Foundation Center. The Foundation Center currently says that since 2006, there's been $192 million invested in baseball and softball programming in the United States alone. We have not tapped into that here in Nashville because we have not had a strategic plan. The Baseball Tomorrow Fund provides direct funding for RBI affiliated leagues through a grant proposal process. The reason I decided to bring this PIP to you is because if we start showing that we're making, number one, a local metro government investment that's tied to other metro government programs, that we can then leverage philanthropic investment and then write the larger, more comprehensive grants for the Baseball Tomorrow Fund or the Foundation Center grants, we anticipate that we will be able to substantially increase the support that we receive from the philanthropic and grant side moving forward in the future. That's why I always said this is a seed funding opportunity.
So Tony, I love the idea of kids engagement. I love the idea of getting our kids physically active. I love all of this. I think there's a little cart before the horse here, which is that strategic plan that you mentioned. You're asking for us to go and put lights and upgrade fields when I think what you need more is more of a strategic plan. I think that probably the first request, like we did in last year's PIP project, was we provided some seed funding. When I say seed funding to actually get that like strategic plan in place so that you actually know what you're going to need and you get those partners to the table. You get MMPS in here saying we want to upgrade these fields because this is right in line with our plan, or we want, our parks department wants to do this. I need to see more partners and I need to see a strategic plan. I will tell you that a $1 million request without kind of that is going to be a real heavy lift. But I want you to be successful, so I want you to think differently about what you want to ask for. So I think that would be, I think the seed fund is exactly where you need to have your head, but it needs to be much more about how do you go back and here, go back to that other one. No, back to the one where all the money is, not that one, all the other people who are going to give us money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are my favorite slides. That one right there. I want us to be thinking about how are we going to have a strategic plan that's going to leverage that $192 million that was given out for us to take advantage. What do we need to have? And I think so. I challenge you to think about like what can be the first piece of this.
So
okay.
I got to that a little bit. So if you look at the $1 million, $500,000 is for lighting. Okay. If you took that $500,000 out, because lighting a field is $190,000. If you took that away, now you're talking about a $500,000, $600,000 investment. That's a direct program investment for kids to start participating in baseball, softball. I agree with you. I couldn't get that strategic plan in a 10-minute presentation. But what I can tell you is this actually gets to what that strategic plan looks like. Because while the partners aren't here, I've already had a conversation with Philip Stein about places where he's already providing programs, his Metro Parks locations, and how we maintain the field upgrades. I'm already having conversations with the Boys and Girls Club. We're already having conversations with some other Little League and other affiliated programs that are really struggling with the same issue about that comprehensive strategy. When we say a 3 to 5 year expansion plan, we're sincere about a 3 to 5 year expansion plan. What we want to be able to do is say, I don't want kids to go this summer, even if it's just 400 children, to not have the opportunity to start this summer and then have field conditions being a barrier for the junior and senior divisions. The junior and senior divisions are going to start this summer no matter what.
Do you know how many locations do have lights?
In metro schools, 2.
In metro schools or parks?
Metro schools have 2. Most Metro Parks locations are all fully lit that have baseball and softball.
Could we pick locations that are already lit?
It depends. For some, yes. So let's use Cane Ridge Park. If Cane Ridge Park was selected and we use Cane Ridge for middle school baseball and softball, the size of the fields are appropriate for middle school age sports programming, and you would have lighting. Cane Ridge does not have a senior age field.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. So you've got a field that's lit that can accommodate middle schoolers. You've got, what's your barrier there then to getting those middle schoolers playing right now? Is it just the equipment? Like you just need bats, so it's that $120,000 for bats and balls and that's it?
That and then let me go back to that slide. If you took the first 4, those are the biggies. If you were to take the lighting off completely, we would find a way to work around it, even if it meant we had to play more earlier games. The lighting sets us up for future. Remember, Williamson County is looking at youth sports as a means to compete for tourism dollars. We cannot host tournaments if we can only play during daylight hours.
Yeah, well, at the moment, let's just get them playing. So if you got 260,000 that you could take off the top, because field maintenance should be part of what is already in our parks budget for that, and you take 570 off for that, that's going to be, let's see, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's $830,000 we can take off the top. So what you're really looking for is $120,000 for equipment plus
uniforms.
68, so you're going to have $188,000 for equipment. Now, you already have a not-for-profit that is up and running, so that $88,000, I'm trying to understand why you would need that, because you've already got a not-for-profit that runs this. And I'm surely not understanding why that would not be.
Because right now, on the staffing side, is we have not been able to secure league administrators to run the leagues efficiently. So that money is for league administrators, overhead costs of the Boys and Girls Club being the fiduciary agent, and other operating costs, because we still have the expense of paying league officials. And even when you said, take off the field maintenance and upgrades, I'd be very hesitant about taking those off 100%, because some types, including in that number, are scores. Could we take scoreboards off? Yes, we could.
Well, again, if you already have a middle school field that's ready to play, I mean, there should all the equipment should be there.
So when we were having that conversation, we used one site location of Cane Ridge Park.
Correct.
But all of our parks locations don't have 4 playable fields like that. So we would have to go back and look at where are the locations. That goes back to number 2 in the priority plan, strategically mapped.
Well, that goes back to having a strategic plan
beforehand.
So here's what I'm trying to help you do. I'm trying to help you get kids playing this summer, and what you absolutely would have to have right now, and then to encourage you to have actually a strategic plan that would be more comprehensive, and also a partner, because MMPS actually, if this is going to be an MPS thing, I need to have MMPS telling me that this is a priority for them in their capital improvement budget, and I don't have that right now.
No, you don't.
If you're telling me the challenge is to get $168,000 or $188,000 to pay for uniforms and equipment, and we can make do with the places, the equipment or the fields that we have, then I think we can figure that out. The rest of this is a huge lift. I'm just trying to get those 400 kids to play this summer. What do you actually have to make that happen?
Off the top of my head, 240.
Where's the private dollars? Where are my partners here?
Well, again, Joe is here because he's already an existing partner. He's already committed 25. The cart before the horse thing, were you saying it's lacking a strategic plan, is because I only left the RBI Institute in Memphis 3 weeks ago, which is where we got all of this information, and then the PIP process was starting. While RBI has been in existence, RBI has not had the strategic plan, but I did not want to miss the opportunity to go ahead and get the.
No, I get it. I'm trying to help you, like, by saying to you, what can I actually do to get these kids to play this summer that's realistic, based on the actual needs, and to get you to encourage you to do a strategic plan. But I'm also looking for some private partners, because what I'm hearing you ask me for is just, I need Metro government to give me $220,000 to put kids to play this summer. I want to see the partnerships. I want to see other organizations stepping up. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Can you use the mic for me?
Okay. Yeah, I would be happy to work with that, but what's happened is cart before the horse. I can't go up to somebody and say, hey, Mike, Nacarado, somebody, hey, you mind giving me some money for this project when we don't have a project. Now he said, listen, and you understand, last time we talked was the district, and RBI brought Daryl down last year. John Drake said we had, between RBI and PAL, we had 4,200 kids in the program. Now, last year there was 370. We need these guys. We need the police working with these guys. So that's part of the project.
Okay, so wait, now you just said police. So now where's my police folks?
No, but I'm just saying that's to put the cart before the horse. I've talked to all of them.
Right.
They're delighted to coach. They're happy to join us. And like I said, John Drake brought it up to me, because I don't know if you remember last week.
I do, I remember.
Okay, so bottom line is, if we have this laid out, the project, then I'll be happy to go ask people for money. But at this point...
So I need you to lay it out for me. That's what I'm saying. I need the strategic plan.
Yes, so this week, if we can use the fields, and we need transportation, and we talked about that. That ties also into last year about the jobs, because we're talking about the United Neighbors of Edge Hill and some other Taylor Preston. We're doing some other stuff, but you understand that one of the things that he mentioned was transportation, because I said last year I'd sponsor 25 teams in the south side, but there's no fields because of Carter Loris. They put the Tomatoes in the middle of the field, and then the Belmont put their fields in the middle of the other 3 fields. So that's why we're talking about John Trotwood Moore, put some lights there, because they've got 7 acres and all these fields with no lights, and it's right there. But we need some transportation. It's only a mile and a half away, but we need some transportation.
Okay, so now I'm hearing transportation. Okay, and I, by the way, so appreciate that you're out there in the community and that you are funding these kids and making this happen. Thank you for that. What I want to do is try to figure out a way to continue to support this excellent work that you all do. I think this is going to take some more time for us to figure out. I'm going to give you to Brian, because I think Brian's going to have to help you think through some of the requests here. I don't think this is fully baked. I think there's a way for us to help this summer, but I don't think it's going to be to the total that you guys are asking. So I just want to be clear. Okay.
And that's fine. I wanted to lay the whole thing out for you of what it could look like to do what we're trying to do. But step 2 that was not in this is, once we had this presentation and have our website completely built, then this next step is to invite a large group of philanthropic investors, corporate and independent, to hear this same type of a pitch and proposal and see the plan in terms of just the RBI side of the house. The recreational spring and summer 7 through 18 baseball initiative. And then the MNPS side comes later. Remember, MNPS is one partner. It's just the school ball for the MNPS side. That could be tabled because that wouldn't start till spring 2018 anyway.
All right, thanks. Thanks, you guys. I took up all the time. My apologies. I took all the time. I didn't get it. You guys didn't get to ask any questions. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.